Okay, hello. Give me a minute. So today I'm planning on doing two streams today, because I'm leaving tomorrow. I thought I got the my time mixed up of when I'm leaving, of when my flight is leaving. I am leaving not Sunday. I'm leaving tomorrow because my flight leaves tomorrow, and then I make it to my destination on the 24th. That's the schedule. So I got the things mixed up. Give me a sec while I just like.
Still undecided? Just a friendly reminder. The ice is melted. It's rude to keep a bartender
There you
and
go.
drinks waiting.
Let me like check my audio. Everything sounds fine. Okay, let's see here. All right, there we go. I think that sounds fine. Hold on, nope. Set it like that, I guess. Hold on. All right, there we go. All right, sounds good. So, today we're playing Arknights, and then we're gonna be playing Trick Out Chibi Go after. So, let's see. Got friends, add friends. We got some new mods. All for Ray, Paprika, and Papyrus. One for Monster and one and for new character Nasty. Okay, so what we're gonna do, I kinda wanna do a 10 to see if I can get the character. Let's see here. How many singles? Nope. Okay, we'll use my tickets. Why not? Nope. Ooh. Not, dude, just nothing, huh? Hold on. How about, hold on. Did I ever grab, oh, I never grabbed this one. I have an idea. We're using up all my tickets. All of my tickets. Nothing. Damn, okay. Well, that's it. So wait, the new character's coming out in like 2 months. Yeah, I gotta like save all my pulls, I guess. Anyway, yeah, I'm not gonna put my random into. Oh well. Who will? Okay, so let me see. Oh, for 18. Wait. Oh, just for this. Oh, yeah, oh, just 18 for that, okay. Oh, nope, not happening, I guess. All right, let's see here. Roll, I already rolled, I didn't get anyone. I got like, I did like 30, I didn't get anyone. Or how lucky you were in your gotchas. I rolled and I didn't get anyone, I got 30. Yeah, I did 30. I didn't get anyone. Wait, when is Wang and Shen Alter releasing? 2 months? Is it 2 months until they release fully globally? Who knows? How good is Nasty anyway? Nah, I'll save all my polls. I'm gonna save. You're with user, right? Yeah. Yep, I am. I'm like 20 off to get a 6-star. Then she lets you use Whis anyway. That's intriguing. That is very intriguing that you mentioned that. Still nothing, huh? I think anyone. Okay, I'll put in one more. I'll do one more, and if I don't get her, then I'm cutting my losses. I got one, okay.
I need a job. And being a pharmaceutical company surely wrote.
我が主の盟友よ。あなたに。
私はロベルタ。また会えたね。どうも。私はメテオ。Codename.
I got Antilochia. Yep, then I'm cutting my losses. Okay.
Commander of Rhodes Island. Don't feel bad that you.
Nothing then. I got her. Oh well. All right. Well, I'm gonna start the event, I guess. And then, I'm doing like 2 streams today, I guess. 2 streams because I'm not here tomorrow. I'm doing the new Trick Owl event later. So, let's see. Is this the one? Oh, yep. Let me take a look at this. Oh. Error stream. Let's go. It's not gonna be 24 hours. All right, let's get to reading. So, well, I can't be here for 24 hours because I'm leaving early tomorrow. Oh, Colonel, you little Mo. There's still a ways to go before we pass through the reed's beds and arrives at the roosting tree. Shall I take the helm? The boats of the Convalis were carved by incantation and are powered by the same. They have no need for physical strength to pilot. It's fine, those 3 are busy running wild. Let them burn off some of that energy. They are more lively than I imagined. This is them at their calmest, if you can believe it. You don't want to see them rowing while deciding who can cry the loudest or roar most like a mangler beast. They were turned up in that furnace for centuries after all. They barely had physical form, barely had distinct identities. Anyone would be rowdy after something like that. It's quiet, the Convalis. Pardon? In Colombia, even a forward-thinking guy like me finds himself flustered at a taxicab door, struggling to find the handle on the newfangled model. Noisy change is Colombia's natural state, the ever-pioneering, ever-advancing nation. She waits for no man, not even for a second. But here, when was the last time I came here? 200 years ago, after Kazdel was picked clean in the wake of that bitter war, Vela had only just turned this valley into a home of the Banshees. Yep, can't have been easy finding a place like this snuggled up to all the originium-doused mountains. Mist Lake's rippling mirror, sunken trees among the reed beds, forests carpeting the land in gold, and the Banshees working the oars of their boats gently blowing on their leaf whistles. It's like the valley itself is breathing. Even after all these years, the Convalis hasn't changed a bit. Aside from the one who ferried me the first time around. Vela, my old friend, she already moved into that wooden house under the tree. She did so last month, Tin Man. I heard she worked you into one of her tales, telling the children that the mists of the Convalis are puffs from your pipe. But a day later, when the children pestered her pestered her as to how you persuaded that empty suit of armor, or escaped being thrown into the furnace, hearing your name only confused her. She's starting to forget. Indeed, forgetfulness, death's warning to a banshee. She moved into the house after that, like every other banshee she has seen off over the years, peacefully waiting for the end to come. Seeing off an old friend who's forgotten my name, didn't think my trip here would end up being so heavy. I would like you to comfort her in your own way. She has given far too much of herself for us, for the Convalis, and for the Sarkas. You know her type, always insisting on wallowing in unknowable suffering. I simply hope that as 300 years worth of memories slowly leave her side, she can find some solace. Sure. We are here. La Cara Maline, do you require my presence for your goodbyes? Nobody here. But how? Bela left. Where can a Banshee losing her memory even go? Whoa, why is the elevator so dark? I thought there'd be a window or something to look out. Didn't you read the Propeller Paradise handbook they gave out? It's for building suspense, so everybody here for Air Expo Columbia gets an optimal high-altitude experience. Advanced tickets sold like hotcakes. I tell you what, this is gonna blow those dime a dozen rinky-dink drones that have been popping up everywhere the past 2 years. All right, no need to show off how well you memorized the handbook. We've already put propellers on every piece of furniture in our house that can take them. Does every Colombian these days hear the word sky and get all worked up into a tizzy? Also, did you notice, even after all this time, we still haven't reached the levitation layer? It means the park really is as tall as the ads say, and our latest levitation tech really can hold up an entire building. We've come to the right place, dear. Where's that music coming from? Is this an elevator ad? Hi everyone, I'm Oakley, your guide to the park. I get it, being cooped up in that little black box must be awfully boring. You want to get to the punchline already. But once you get your one-of-a-kind view of Alterra from 600 meters up, it'll be worth it. In 40 seconds, we'll be arriving at Propeller Paradise's levitation layer. Before that, I'd like you all to noodle on one question. What sort of change will the sky bring to our lives? You might have already had the chance to try the flying cars in the lower level exhibition area today, trading tires for originium thrusters. Soon the only place you'll see anything with wheels or trucks is gonna be a museum. Doesn't matter if it's a baby stroller or a nomadic city. Today we struggle to decide whether to go to Minos or Siesta for summer vacation. But our indecisionitis is only going to get that much worse once every star in the sky is a potential holiday destination. The gifts you bring home for your kids after the tour might be a model of the Ring Lab or maybe a DIY rocket kit, but it won't be long before an extraterrestrial playmate is the newest preschool trend. Tonight we'll be gathered by the radio, betting on whether the station will, out of all the songs about the sky, pick our beloved goodnight, Kristen Wright. But soon we'll be forgetting all about that bassy, raspy crooner because the solar wind will be our new strings and the galaxy will be our custom order jukebox. The sky is Columbia's next frontier. That's more than just Vice President Jackson's campaign slogan. Propeller Paradise proves that every Colombian can be the greatest of pioneers. There will be a place for you somewhere beyond the star pod. The Air Expo Columbia begins in just 7 days, and with it, everything just said, hold on to your tickets, or should I say your keys to the future. Everyone's seen the sky opening over Tri-Mounts, of course, and the old adage of seeing is believing has never been more true, so come, see, then believe. Look at that place. Ah. Nice to finally meet you all. Recognize me, I'm the model of for the funny cartoon guide you saw just now, Oakley Parsons. Welcome to Terra's one and only levitating experimental park nomadic plate, Columbia's propeller paradise. I think I got that 5-star. How good is she anyway? She looks like a defender, right? I didn't see what her kit was. I don't know. Welcome to Propeller Paradise. Your investment is greatly appreciated. I didn't get her. Oh, really? Cloud, is this restaurant the highest point in the park? Being this close to the sky is really making my heart skip some beats. What's your drink of choice? Your jaw's been hanging open since the moment you stepped off the elevator, so I imagine you must be mighty thirsty right about now. Kingsberry equal to 9% XP, and deals 8. Oh. Oh, she does nervous impairment. Ah, okay. How considerate of you, Mr. Tannen. What a fine administrator you are for this propeller paradise. I know just how you feel. I first heard about this park when I was with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Arts Units, and Originium. And my mouth went so dry, it was like I've been stuck in the desert for days. Ever since Vice President Jackson gave that speech before Congress about Columbia setting off into the sky 2 years back, everyone's been hoping to be one of the lucky few to reach up and touch the star pod. So that's why you gave up the chance for a promotion at the ATAO to do admin work for Propeller Paradise. That's right, sir. Fact of the matter is, I've got a keen eye for potential. Propeller Paradise got DC's backing the moment it started construction, now becoming Columbia's only nomadic plate with an autonomous administration. The brutes at the Department of Defense and those Department of Justice. Hardheads have no authority here. Even us Bureau folks are only allowed to leave a rulebook on the table. 80 years of Originium product inspection rights gone poof. As for the non-government agencies, only Maylander's Emergency Management Council has the right to stick around. Fortunately, they only worry about unusual accidents that might happen in the park. This place isn't even 6 months old yet, but hundreds of sci-tech companies have set up here. We've got near 10,000 researchers coming and going, and the Intellectual Property and Information Security Office gets almost 100 patent applications every day. I have to say, Propeller Paradise has been developing much faster than I expected, and in so short a time. You're right on the mark. In 7 days, the park will be linking up with Max DC, officially cutting the ribbon on Air Expo Columbia. The whole country will be watching the opening ceremony. Every company here is going full throttle on the R&D they're about to show off. No better time to invest than right now. I've still got a few concerns. Concern is normal, risks and all that, but as they say in this park, in the sky, foul beasts fly right into the pot for you. I've already poured out the celebratory champagne, so don't let it go to waste. Trust me, it'll shake your thirst. Your thirst for everything. My god, am I really standing above the clouds? Are those really foul beasts flying under my feet? This is crazy. I'm feeling a little lightheaded, thirsty, heart racing like mad. Sounds like you need some Dr. Oxygen. Right, an oxygen tank. Wait, this is a drink? Stiffer than a stiff drink, softer than a soft drink, your best friend in the sky, the best choice to beat the summer heat, our park's special brew, Dr. Oxygen. Be honest with me here, weren't you jealous of Sancta wings when you were a kid, even if they can't fly with them? Well, be jealous no more, because drinking Dr. Oxygen is like plunging your tongue into liquid wings. It's sweeter than your wildest dreams. What's with the ads? Shouldn't be giving visitors basic info on the park's upper level. Just leave her be. Look at that. Look at the big smiles on the guests. It takes something special to sell ordinary soda, like it's some revolutionary invention. The refreshing soda goes great with the sights and sounds of Propeller Paradise. Okay, everyone, follow me while I introduce the park's levitation layer. The upper level has 11 main platforms and 20 auxiliary ones. These two passages are the streets, while flexible cables from the foundations of the platforms. Just like the structural layer down on the ground, the levitation layer is divided into the experiment zone and the exhibition area. Each tech firm is allocated a few levitation pods that serve as labs for researchers or exhibition spaces for the public to try things out for ourselves. The high altitude elevators only bring you to the lowest of the Leviathan plates. This ropeway station is the local traffic hub with more than 100 flight pods attached to the cables. These cable cars are the only real way to get around. Want a more exciting way to get around? You could try the emergency jump pads on the support platform. Just don't tell park security I said you could do that. I will say that pre-expo rules mean you can only test a few of the exhibits right now, but I promise you're still gonna be feasting. And as a friendly reminder, the strong sunlight up here will make people thirstier than usual, but there's all sorts of flavors of Dr. Oxygen available on every Leviathan platform. No need to worry everyone, you're not getting addicted to soda, you're getting addicted to the sky. Pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Tannen. I knew I picked the right man to work with the moment I heard you managed to get the feds to approve this place's special status in only 2 days. Pleasure is all mine, sir. Now if you would please sign here. That older gentleman's been standing there a while now. He a friend of yours? Sorry to interrupt your business. Just came here looking to reminisce about the good old days. Well, I'll be... Gustav here was my boss back at the bureau. When did you show up? In this park in the sky, foul beasts fly right into the pot for you. That little saying of Mr. Tannen struck me real deep. He skipped the best part of the story, though. Story goes that the foul beasts of the Colombian wilds are mighty sly, tough little guys to catch, but the pioneers of the Great Expansion managed to figure out a way. They tie some pretty feathers to their pots and hang up a few dozen of them around their camp. The foul thing is a potential mate, so they let their guard down, spread their wings, and swoop down, and then bam, headfirst into the back of the pot. Thinking there's a lovely gal or fellow waiting for them, even as they meet their maker. Huh. Wait, you mean still spinning tall tales out of that old yarn, Gustav? Last time you said the little beasties were smart enough to tell snare from seduction and that they never fell for it. I know you dropped by because you're worried I get my tongue tied doing business, but I'm not the same kid I was 7 years back. I know how to behave. Considering the former ATAO chief came over to back me up, are you still concerned, sir? Seems I was misunderstanding things. Since the both of you gave me your guarantees, I'll just sign here. Exactly what I wanted to hear. Looking forward to working with you. Didn't get enough of teaching me back at the bureau, chief. Decided to come out of retirement to run me through the same old curriculum in a different classroom. Now, I never taught you to tell lies on your government applications. That investor's still in the vetting phase too. Oh, there's a bot. I'm gonna get rid of him. There we go. So what, even if bureau rules tie your hands and mouth, let your tail do the talking. You remember my words real well, but where's the results? Still a third over the target. Seems to me you'd do better if you untied your hands and mouth, wouldn't you say? Care to explain? Take a look at your terminal. You're not just an administrator anymore, you've got total control over Propeller Paradise. You actually recommended me for chief executive of the entire park. Managing Propeller Paradise needs a special touch. Don't forget, you're still a bureau man, so don't make us look bad. Don't need you to remind me, chief. We've got everything handled. The expo will go off without a hitch. Don't get cocky, kid. You and I both know that investors saw through your tricks, even if he signed a huge deal with you. He won't go back on it. Every company on the Flower Street Exchange with the word Sky in its name is guaranteed a sky-high IPO. Colombia's taking great strides into the air these days. Even little kids who can't spell starpot are putting Rockets on their folded napkin aircraft. I'm sure you know where the Sky Mania came from. Mounts 2 years ago when 1 million people witnessed a miracle. If it wasn't for Kristen Wright, all your talk about progress, the future, and conquest wouldn't be worth a dime. When Ryan Labs first submitted their park project plan to DC, you were still inspecting butts and tails for immigration. There's only one thing at Propeller Paradise I don't control, still belongs to the one who started the whole thing. You better get a bridle around your wrists here. You've only got 7 days. What are you going to do? I need the parameter Sky. I sent them over already. The values at the floating botanical unit have deviated. Is it the first time we're using planes to perform long-distance energy transfer instead of the usual cables? There's still too many unconfirmed hypotheses. Hold on, my cat is wanting to come into my room 1 minute. We need to compare the data from this unit with the ones on the upper level. If we want quick results, I'll head up for you, Director. No need. Light sensors on this unit are extremely sensitive to the directionality of the light it's using as an energy source. Errors actually mean it's getting a passing grade. I just told you this 2 hours ago. Sorry. Let me ask again, what sort of tree is planted in the unit you just gave me? You saw my resume when I interviewed Director. You know I'm no botanist. I do. You're not eating a degree by glancing down at that list of plants you're holding. You've got something else on your mind. Your advanced ticket tour should be over by now. The guy was supposed to bring the visitors down to the lower level exhibitions to see Ryan Lab's vivarium 20 minutes ago. If we are excluded from the pre-expo, then Ryan Lab's gonna get kicked out of the park when the real expo starts. Hold on a sec. Okay. Occasionally, visitors to Propeller Paradise notice Ryan's logo plastered on the facilities and talk about the legendary company that performed the miracle of opening up the sky. But very few of them notice under the layers of levitating installations under the very ground itself, a Ryan Lab director standing beside an unremarkable hole in the dirt. Now, we don't specialize in attracting visitors sky. Honestly, I forgot what I was good at pretty early into the 6 months I've been here. You stuffed a dozen of us researchers into the vivarium after setting up the park, making us tend to the saplings and debug the botanical units. Also, the park could have a few fruit trees for decor, no large-scale experimentation or anything. Now, do you think we're just here to be gardeners? No, I know the vivarium is our expo showcase. It's the Ring Lab's legacy, even if it has to stay on the ground. But how long has it been since we last looked up at the sky? Nancy Lenore looks up 2 years ago, deep below the outskirts of Tri-Mounts. She would stand at the bottom of the shaft and look up the night sky as much as the same way. It was round feeble. She could cover it with just one hand, but at the same time, she found it captivating and frightening to the mind. Hold on. Sorry, just like moving stuff around. There we go. Anyway, where were we? But now the skies become altogether unfamiliar. Tower Mountains Biotech Solar Boats, Beach Brella's Disc Lab, Volvort Koczynski's High Precision Astronomical Telescope, and Mama John's All-Weather Floating Billboards. Hold on, did it like take a screenshot? I cannot remember. Alright, they crowd the sky with pure concentrated Columbia. Ryan proposed to park with only one thing in mind: how to make buildings levitate longer than using a structural engineering approach. The corridors linking the levitating plates, the oxygen and water systems for the experiment zone. This plating unit in my hand, they are important parts of the park's fundamental structure and Ryan's achievements. We have 7 days until the expo begins. We need to finish testing and checking all the exhibits as quickly as possible. We're Propeller Paradise's engineering department right now. Don't forget your duty. That's all. Your dreams, Kristen's dreams in the sky are just going to die like that. Sunlight filters through the chaotic tangle of levitating objects before falling onto Nasty's face. She does not reply. She simply pulls down the brim of her hard hat. Ah. Freeze. The sound of rapid punching. The incantation draws an invisible wall in midair, blocking every one of the Vovery's punches. The letters abbreviating her alma mater. Trimon's Institute of Technology on her boxing gloves are soaked with sweat. Finally, the Vovery stops. Let's call it a day. Thanks for agreeing to be my practice partner, Nasty. We've only done half your normal routine. It's time for you to go. Have you said goodbye to the others? Not yet. Miriam, goes without saying. Milzais is in Yereg, and I don't know the new directors of HR and structural all that well yet. As for Justin Jr. and Ferdinand, I think it's better that those two see each other in private. They can give each other an audience to name drop fancy banquet guests or rattle off a couple of fanciful theories that are this close to crowning a new king of science. Besides, it's just a business trip. There are a few things that require a business trip from the head of the engineering, personally. The district has approved our application to consolidate resources for the Horizon Arc project and continue developing levitation technology based on the legacy of Galleria Stellaria. But they also opened their doors to every tech firm in Colombia, designating an entire plate for the purpose. Did you see the list of names, administrators from ATAO and even Maylander? Our proposal is now merely one of thousands. They're already showing as much respect as they could by allowing Ryan Lab to provide foundational engineering support for the plate. Government officials, tech firms, representatives, things will be very busy on the plate. You're not used to dealing with these things. I haven't heard you complaining about anything control. The star pod is recovering, but the eyes cast up to the sky linger. When common sense is turned upside down, that was what was once ignored has naturally become the center of attention. Naturally, since the announcement of the special loan policy, 1/3 of major enterprises have added an aerial operations department, and SMES are climbing over one another to jump on the Sky Fever bandwagon. I know what you're implying, but I'm not interested in political games. Even if how things develop is out of our control, Ryan Lab must maintain the initiative as the original proponent in order to protect what Kristen left behind. That's not so hard to understand. Yes, well, thanks for helping out. One more thing, why did you hang a sign that says Components Control Section outside your old office instead of moving into Kristen's old room? I'm used to this place. Milzais asked the same question. She grabbed my arm and asked with watery eyes whether I made the choice to honor Kristen to ensure there would always be a place for Kristen at the company. I suppose you just feel more comfortable in your old place. You personally oversaw every little detail here after all. You were watching over my shoulder the whole time. I was furnishing your office. You were even more OCD than Parvis was. My lab is the same as it ever was. I wouldn't quite say that, at least staff who came looking for control will actually find her once in a while. I'm not sure you're the right person to say that. Is this why you chose me for the trip? I'll make a cut here, yes, that's the right angle. That way the branches of the main trunk will not be affected. Has passed, give it a tug for me before we pave it, Sky. Next set, light sensor performance, normal levitation attitude, stable. Energy input and output check, this needs a tug too. Oh, and get the disassembly set from the toolbox for me as well. Do you still need the high-speed screwdriver and multifunction wrench then? Depends, huh? Up to your voice. I would love to help, but I have a scissor hanging from my buttons and I'm holding 5 trees. I really can't take any more. Sorry, I'll get it. This guy leave. He told you 3 times that he was going to the levitation layer for inspections. You didn't acknowledge him at all. You could have given me a heads up. The first rule of secretaries, stand to one side and smile politely, only stirring when directed by your boss. And shut your ears when the conversation turns confidential. Give me a minute. I gotta bring my cat back into my room. A minute. I'm back. My cat really wanted to stay in my room, so I guess I have no choice but to let him stay. Can't really have him running around my room though, because he's just gonna knock things over and break something. Yeah, he really wanted to stay in my room, but I can't let him run anywhere. Let him play. No, he's scratching my back. He's trying to leave. No, I can't let him leave. Oh, he's scratching my back. No, don't use your nails. Stop it. No. Nazi's already up. Ow! Stop it, cat. Get off my back. Ow! Hold up. Oh, hold up. Ah, yeah. Silly. You stay here. I can't let you run. You're gonna break something, huh? Hey, boo-boo. Alright. Where were we? Assure you I did not hear any of that, of the figures or nouns that you just discussed, nor would I have understood a word of it. I remember you now. You're from administration, Gordon Tannen's secretary. I'm flattered that you remember me, Director Lunaray. My name is Marcia. You may call me Mary. Mr. Tannen would like to invite you to lunch. Do you manage his work inbox? He received your last 16 rejections. Then I'll get straight to the point. I know he's not interested in foundation engineering, and he knows that I have no interest in proposals outside of work. Soon, yes? Yes, I am leaving. Soon. I am leaving tomorrow. Early tomorrow to catch a flight, so... And then it is 3 days of flying until I get to the city in the Philippines. Say what to where? The Philippines. I'm going to the Philippines to visit family. For vacation. No, he's not interested in foundation engineering, and he knows that I have no interest in proposals outside of work. Ah, yeah. You're entering my dimension? What do you mean, your dimension? I'll be going to the airport in Manila, the Philippines. Yeah. I thought I was going to Iloilo, but I didn't realize that my cousins some years back moved to a new house in Iloilo. No, in Manila. So, you're from God, stop it! Where are you going? Where do you think you're going? That. Up here. Up here. Eat the cat. I wanted my cat to sit on my just sit with me here. But he wants to sit on the window. As long as he's not like running everywhere, because he likes to run and then knock things over. I got like some breakable things in here, so I cannot really like let him run in here. No, I haven't heard that recently, but I won't tell you where I am. Yeah, my cousins. Yeah, I didn't realize my cousins moved from Iloilo to a new house in some years back in Manila. So I thought I was going there, but no, I'm going to straight to Manila. Speaking of lunch, though, have you changed your mind? It is indeed time for lunch. Nasty flips through her toolbox, taking out a rectangular object wrapped in foil from underneath all the instruments and Nasty packed. And neatly packed toolboxes. Marcia's curiosity brings her closer. She wants to know what could make this enigmatic director of Rhine Lab decline the most luxurious course of a cloud, the park's fine dining establishment. I see. I'm assuming it's cause of probably. If like the last time I went to the Philippines was back, I think in the 7th grade. I think I was in the 7th grade when I first visited them in Iloilo. They were in the middle of building their house, right? The house was still under construction, so it was basically like all stone walls. No windows yet, I think. So no windows yet. They were still in the process of installing those. And they were still in the process of building, like furnishing the rooms too, and such. Oh, the cozy build. Yep. Brings her closer. She wants to know what could make this enigmatic director of Rhine Lab decline the most luxurious course at Cloud, the park's fine dining establishment. Oh, a crack appears in her impeccable secretarial smile. However, as she watches Nasty passively unwrap the object, like it was like the back of my hand or from her. Oh, okay. The tranquil and peaceful. Oh, yeah. However, as she watches Nasty passively unwrap the object. I can't wait to eat the candy there again in the Philippines. I did like the candy that were in these like little stores when I went there for the first time. Finished for a month though. Oh yeah, I'm gone for a month. I return on June. Yeah, I return in June next month. On the 21st, I think. When is the 21st? Is that like a Saturday or a Friday? What is that? 21st of June is... Oh, it's on the Sunday. Oh, okay. Where's the candies here? Yeah. The candies there were pretty great. Most are common. Oh, yeah? Yeah, some of the candies are great. I especially really remember liking the bubblegum there. A lot better than the ones in the West, not gonna lie. I feel like that the gum there is a lot better than the gum here. We do like sweet things, yeah. So yeah, I'm returning back on Sunday. I'm probably gonna take Monday off, just to like sleep off, just to sleep off the travel, and then I'll probably like return to streaming on Tuesday. Like 2 days after I return. Is this brick your lunch? Ration bar. What? Mercia cannot look away from the brick. Are you hungry? Would you like a bite? You technically can't stream Twitch mobile. I can, but the quality is kind of horrible. And the microphone, I don't really have a mic. Well, unless I bring this mic I have with me. But I don't know. It's a little clunky, I guess. I don't really like using the built-in mic on my phones. On phones, it's kind of bad. Plus, there's no filters. I can't customize filters either. So, I suppose. Thank you. But yeah, I can like technically stream on my phone, but I need a pretty decent mic. There are those fuzzy mics that ASMR use. Yeah, there are. I don't have one. I don't own one. I don't have one because I don't really use. I don't really like do IRL streams. I don't really want to do IRL streams. Maybe I'll like make videos of stuff while I'm there, and then like edit it all into like one video and then put on my YouTube channel. I will be sure to leave myself out though. It would just be like videos of landscapes and stuff. Probably food too. Choose with great difficulty, swallows arduously. You didn't have to say yes. There's bound to be a lot there, yeah. The second rule of secretaries: never decline an offer from your boss's guest. For even the smallest trifle might sour a relationship. How many rules are there? Mr. Tannen gave me a booklet that is 2 centimeters thick. However, the most important one, and the one that I memorized first, was do whatever it takes to carry out your orders, for no one will listen to your excuses. Don't force yourself to eat it. The one thing I'm kind of happy to eat in the Philippines is probably Jollibee. I remember liking Jollibee a lot over there. There was a Jollibee mobile kitchen around these parts. It was not bad. The one thing that I mostly ordered at that Jollibee mobile kitchen was probably the what was it called? A mango peach pie. I like the mango peach pie from Jollibee. It was great. Thank goodness, I mean thank you for your hospitality. I have a rule of my own, although it's a bit simpler. What is it? I was born in Castell. The first rule I learned there is that food is precious and no one may lie before it. You're holding my lunch, Mercia, so kindly tell me the truth. What exactly does Mr. Tannen want to discuss with me? Reporting in, the core concept of this project is a perfect combination of zero-G simulation and wine tasting by substituting gravity with centrifugal force. You may spin, but your wine won't. Yeah, I like the peach mango pie. I think was it peach mango pie? I don't remember. It's been like years since I've had it. Was it peach mango pie? I'm pretty sure it was peach mango, wasn't it? The core concept. Wait, yeah, that. Yeah, that was like the most. Yeah, that was like the pie was pretty much like the only one I would order. Come to the Lucky Sisty Beast floating revolving bar, where it's not just the wine that makes your head spin. No need to read me the marketing copy. I'm just here to assess and ask questions from the engineering perspective. Where's the other tester? Any feedback after the rectifications? Vomit. He didn't sleep well last night. We passed the recheck, didn't we, Mr. Jaeger? Jagger, whatever. We won't have our permit revoked. Now, the Lucky City Beast floating revolving bar does not meet requirements, whether based on engineering reports or tester feedback. We would love to solve the technical issue of unstable power supply, but we need time. Yeah, 3 days in accordance with the rules of Propeller Paradise. But it takes at least 5 days for the development to discuss a solution. Propeller Paradise has as many corporations as there are cars on the crossroads of Trimount Square. Every driver has somewhere to be, but no one pleads to the traffic light. There must be another way. I know we hired close to 100 testers. We could fire them and hire more researchers with the money. If I recall, when I was like taking a flight to the Philippines back in the 7th grade, we had to take several stops to get there. But it looks like that this time this flight's gonna be like one whole flight going over there. So I don't think that we're gonna be like switching planes out this time around. There must be another way. I know we hired close to 100 testers. We could fire them and hire more researchers with the money. What you promised us yesterday. Shut up. I've reviewed the registration details for Lucky City Beast. You were a grocer in a small town. You lacked professional knowledge for levitation technology research, even if the banks have relaxed the loan criteria for business in the aerial sector. We stand upon Terra's first and only floating plate. Everything here must be worthy of it. Please don't tear off that ticket. I put my life savings into the Lucky City Beast, please. Ooh. I do get the feeling that this is not gonna end well, huh? That's it? I'll be back to cleaning Trimount's office building windows in a couple of days. Go on, barf your heart out. At least we got a taste of life in the sky. You won't have anything to throw up when you get back to the frontier, back to the cold and hunger. Skip the technical inspection before the opening? Absolutely not. Everyone, Propeller Paradise is racing against the clock to get across the finish line. Mr. Tannen believes that any delayed projects caused by inspections will compromise Propeller Paradise's opening. In addition, reducing the amount of communication you have to conduct with other tech firms will allow you to devote more of your time to your Ryan Lab research. My best interests. I spent years wandering the frontier when I first came to Colombia, building houses for the pioneer teams and killing bandits for the caravans. Life was hard until I finally got my big break. If I had someone like Gordon Tannen with my best interests at heart, handling everything I was comfortable with, that would have been very fortunate for sure. I would have died out there in the wilderness, I'm sure. Besides, what he really wants isn't for Ryan to forfeit our control over technical inspections. How do you know? You imitated his negotiation style too well. The traps and pitfalls are obvious. I'm not a codice. I'm not in the habit of diving into holes. Spit it out. What does he really want? You are as astute and decisive as he said you were. In that case, I'm sure you understand that while Mr. Tannen is in charge of Propeller Paradise's overall administration, it is Ryan that has the stranglehold on public opinion. He doesn't need any accidents at such a critical juncture, nor can he afford one. Therefore, he has put together a list based on project progress and asks that you perform the inspections in this order. Where I am? Oh, where am I? I was talking to the dark dimension. Vanish. What happened? What? What's happening? This way, at least, the inspections will have minimal impact on progress of individual projects and minimize the chance of conflict, setting aside the issues of engineering control. The less hassle for you, the less hassle for him. I won't try to speculate about Tana's intentions with the order. We have to compromise. Miss Peach Pie. Oh yeah, Mr. Pie and Jollibees. They're like the mobile kitchen around here don't come around to here anymore, so I cannot really get any Jollibees anymore, which kind of sucks. Tana's intentions with the order. We have to compromise. Give me the list. Like if I were to if I wanted to have Jollibees, I'd have to like drive hours away to a location in the next city. yeah, there used to be a mobile kitchen that comes around here. Jollibee's a mobile kitchen, but they don't do that anymore. If I want Jollibees, then I have to like drive like hours into the next city. There's a Popeyes nearby, but I kind of like Jollibees better though. Used to be, yeah. Thank you for understanding, Director Luna Ray. I won't trouble you any longer. One last question: which rule were you following in the negotiations just now? The 12th, know your boss and communicate his intentions with absolute faithfulness. Yeah, when negotiating for you are his personal representative. However, yes, before I came, Mr. Tannen stressed how difficult the head of Ryan Labs engineering section was. I packed blankets because I thought I might have to spend the night in front of your office. But that's not what I see. You don't need concern from other people, and you're used to cutting through the problem in the most direct possible way, but you still care about people. Which is why I now have time to enjoy my lunch in peace, something that I have not done in a long time. Thank you. Okay.
I want everyone to get
Oh,
home
what
safe.
are these? Balloons. Cannot be attacked by allies and does not. Oh. Transplants to you. Well, okay.
The situation is crystal clear.
I'm here to help.
Make your decision. Fast. Make your decision. Thy trampling of this hallowed...
Gather around me, guys.
As ice yields to gentle warmth.
Oh, that thing dies over time? Cool.
迷っている暇がありませんわよ。ドクターと私、きっと今同じ作戦を描いていますわね。
Great minds think alike.
Ooh, almost dozed off. I have to get serious now. Ooh, almost dozed off. Real estate question. This wonderful realm, or
Blind toaster? What?
panoramic view of Rome.
When not block and deal splash damage to surrounding ally use. It's a fucking toaster, bro.
Maybe divine judgment conditional.
As ice yields to gentle warmth.
I'll put this here.
If I make it back in one piece, I win.
命令を。お前の攻撃は想定の通りだ。
Do we have oven fancy over
Luigi, I
there?
never thought that I would be fighting toasters. Honestly, toasters is like the last thing I thought I would be fighting. I didn't mean to press that, but sure.
Anyway, I'm taking you with me.
Called vending machines. I did. I remember fighting vending machines. But toasters, man. Flying toasters, though. Andrew, did they hit you again? Call me Sky. No, but you gave yourself that name. Mom and Dad said, don't bring them into this. What have they ever done for us except use us as punching bags? They don't get to decide my name. I swept floors for 6 years at TIT and eavesdropped on every course so that I wouldn't turn out like those two pile of garbage. But, and you, don't you have anything better to do than put nagging notes on my bag? It's not like I don't know how to eat. Those people are here again. Friggin' hell, they just won't quit, will they? Stand behind me. You think you're all high and mighty wearing that white coat, eh? You and that little bitch there will always be a slum dregs no matter what you wear. You're a muse beast in a ditch. You wouldn't dare know greatness if I shat on your face. Say that again, I dare you. Andrew. What's that? Uh-oh. Catastrophe, run. Catastrophe, my ass. It's called exploration progress. Now the young man, all bruised up, looks up at the sky. He forgets that he is in a dark and dirty alley with a scared little girl behind him. He cannot help but go after that ray of light in the sky. Are you worried about the control? Like she ever needs us to worry. You're going the same way, and that's all we are. No, we can only play our own parts and then pray she's lucky. If one day Cast Out 2 hangs from the firmament, then I'll engrave your name into my stoves. Excuse me, ma'am. Can you tell me about the one who went into the sky? Who was that? Kristen. Her name was Kristen Wright. Lucky 60 Beast food and beverage will cancel the registration tomorrow, Director. They didn't pass the recheck. Not even close. They were one of the first corporations that made the transformation to get into Propeller Paradise, riding on Sky Fever, when review criteria were less strict. What happened to the testers they hired? Their boss can't tell a motor from a transformer. I bet he just saw the name Propeller Paradise as an opportunity to get rich quick. What were you asking? Nothing. You seem to like the name. I wish they would just call it Galleria Stellaria. I know you didn't approve of publicizing the Ring Lab's technological legacy. I have no intention of criticizing the acting control's decision, but overly conservative decision making will only cause us to lose the respect we deserve. Countless tech firms have appeared out of nowhere based on nothing but speckles of data. The Ring Lab that's shown upon millions of Colombians is now educational toys accessible to anyone above the age of 5. Space and universe are the buzzwords on every Colombian's lips, but few remember that they came from Kristen's experiment logs that were made public. No one is truly commemorating her, not even you, Director Lunaray. Recording and retrospection are historians' work. Our job is to analyze validated data and follow a path that is effective and proven. And what has come of this data and path? Over the past couple of years, Ryan has acquired a dozen smaller labs, making progress in hold on a sec. Sorry about that, but I kind of wanted to leave. Over the past couple of years, Ryan has acquired a dozen smaller labs, making progress in projects large and small, with the notable exception of Kristen's legacy. At this exhibition, we will publish Ryan's subsequent research into the Galleria Stellaria for the first time, putting second-rate tech firms in their place, returning to the realm of aero exploration and the public eye. I know the Vivarium was built on the data transmitted down from the Ring Lab. and that the development of a plant-based energy transmission system represents a monumental milestone in engineering design. Nurturing sprouts, paving botanical units, technical inspections, all these are for the sake of progressing our experiments, but is vivarium really enough when it did not even get its day in the sun from the pre-expo? Please tell me, Director Lunare, Ryan has bigger goals, don't we? Like how no one knew that Kristen was going to pierce the sky before the night she did it. That night over Tri-Mouse was a long time ago. That seems useless in this event, really? Get to inspecting the next company, take note of the change in order. Yes, ma'am. Sky. I know how you feel, and I know that Kristen was the one who inspired you to join us. Medals on 6 and 8 remind me when you get close. Oh, okay. Now, many people looked up at the sky that night. Not everyone chose to chase it. Don't forget what made you take the first step. I'll prepare the inspection documents. Here's your pass, agreement form, and business directory. Once again, I welcome you and your team on behalf of Propeller Paradise. Next, can I help you? I'm canceling my business registration. What is the name of the business? Lucky Sissy Beast Food and Beverage. You will be dismissing 82 testers, correct? Yes, I have their files on my own here. Thank you. One moment, please. Did the shadow moon fall on my head or something? Why was I so sure I would make my money back when my money back that I hired 82 amateurs with no corporate experience? Every company does the same thing. Why does it have to be Lucky Sissy Beast that gets the axe? Million gold certificates down the drain just because we were a little bit slow dealing with problems. You gotta be freaking kidding me. How the crap did one boot Shadow Moon Real Estate solve that stupid 3D levitating boundary marker technical issue? That bunch of cobblers. Your request has been processed, Mr. Aspen. The Propeller Paradise hotline will remain available until the end of the day. Okay. However, if you have certain special needs like One Boot Shadow Moon Real Estate did, we can help you with that. What do you mean? The smiling staff member takes out the business directory that virtually everyone in the Propeller Paradise has a copy of and points to a phone number. No name, no address, just an unremarkable phone number hidden among thousands, as tiny as Aspen's hope. One phone call to this number is gonna solve all my problems. Lucky Sissy Beast won't have to leave Propeller Paradise. Correct. Then I want to withdraw determinations and the cancellation of registration. No need to worry, the registration of Lucky Sissy Beast has not been cancelled. However, you do not need to withdraw the determination of your testers. This phone call will completely solve your problems and you won't need those people anymore. A miracle or a scam? Screw it, anything to stay up here. Mr. Tannen. Let me guess, Nasty was skeptical, but she accepted the list and agreed to the proposal. Yes, I checked the engineering department's inspections scheduled for today, and it's exactly in the order that you proposed. But how did you know? I didn't know that what she was going to choose. All I know was that I'm at the apex of my life right now, and everything is going my way. You're in good spirits. It's gonna take more than a Ryan director to move the needle. Open the letter on the table. From Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Artiness, and Originium to Mr. Gordon Tannen, congratulations on your appointment as Chief Executive of Propeller Paradise. 2 pages. I've never seen a congratulation letter this long. The reassignment letter that I got 6 months ago on the border was 2 lines. Everyone thinks the ATAO is a sweet gig, but I didn't get to embezzle shit from the savages in Sami or the tribals in the Sargonian rainforest. The old fox hated me, and the rest of the ATAO turned their noses up at me. Now, he's retired and I'm promoted. Things sure can change in a hurry, don't they? It's still light out, but a happy occasion like this calls for a toast. Your champagne, sir. Well done, Mary. You've made some progress in your time with me. Whether we're talking about Nasty or this glass, pour one for yourself. This seems like continuing a SA altar event. Oh, more aliens. Ah. Wait, I forgot. Didn't they use that meteor, right, as an energy source? Didn't they see how much energy it's producing or something like that? I don't remember. They did something with the rock. That's all I remember, that they did something with a rock. They're like investigating or something. Thank you, sir. However, the rules are quite clear about not drinking on the job. It says it, and it's enough. Oh, right, yeah. Be shit, I pulled that manual out my ass. In that case, would you like to say a few words? Yeah, the exhibition 6 days from now is just it's just the start of my opening address. It will be the toast of all of Colombia. Every rocket will have my face on it, and the largest district in Shadow Moon will be named after me. Ryan, ATAO, the district. No one's ever gonna tell Gordon Tannen what to do. This will be my propeller paradise forever and ever. Bottoms up. Who are you? Here for the party? Hello, are you the chief executive of Propeller Paradise? Oakley, newly appointed guide for Propeller Paradise. I'm supposed to report to a Mr. Gordon Tannen. Gordon Tannen spits the champagne out of his mouth.
素晴らしい作戦でしたわ。皆さん、お疲れ様でした。
Oh, look at that tutorial. What do we got? We are now on Propeller Paradise's levitation layer. Note the various shapes and sizes of levitatable zones. Those are the main focus of the experiments here. Both ground operators and high ground operators can stand on levitatable zones and block aerial targets, but these zones have very limited weight capacity. Oh. Balloons are a levitatable zone's main source of buoyancy. Note how many balloons are hooked up to the levitatable zone. That's how many operators it can carry. Oh. You got math. Oh no. Why math? I'm in the sky. I'm all the way up high. I see a target coming this way. I'm gonna block it. Target again, watch out. You're on a levitatable zone with only one balloon mounted. Its load capacity is maxed at one person, and that's you. Oh, okay. I see how this works. So wait, where's my mouse? So these zones, right? That means that there's 2 here. That means that this can hold up 2 operators, right? And there's 3 here. That means that in this zone, it holds up 3 operators, right? Oh, okay. And I'm guessing over here, it holds none because there's no balloon. Okay. Oh, where did the balloon go? Oh, I'm not in the sky now. The balloon just got blown away. What a bummer. Due to safety concerns, each time a levitatable zone rises or sinks, operators deployed aboard will immediately redeploy. Operators' HP and SP will carry over, though, and any skills that were active will be reset. Alright, that's the primer for me. Let's get in gear and see this levitation experiment through. Everyone, if only they didn't forget to give volunteers spark bags. Alright, let me see what we got. Cora serum, bro. Okay.
あなたのシミュレーション通りのタイミングですね。
サポートは任せるわ。
Oh, okay. Okay, so if a ally with a balloon that is under a balloon gets hit, then the balloon will fly away 1 tile away. Okay. And if there's no balloons in the placeable tiles, then the tiles will sink. Okay, I think I get it. Okay.
お薬です。受け取ってください。
何でも遠慮なくおっしゃってください。
God, dude. Why do I get the feeling this is gonna be so annoying? The balloons, man. Why do I get the feeling it's going to be really, really annoying? I'm gonna get a snack. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Shit, bro, take my name if you want, but you didn't have to steal my entire past. How dare you slander me? I wrote the entire application myself. Can you recite it from memory? How am I supposed to pull something I wrote a year ago from memory? Oakley, born in Bunker Hill, graduated of Tri-Mountains College of Arts and Science, previously worked as a guide in the Human Development and Technological Innovation Department of the district's Convention Center. Innovation is misspelled. You damn you if I didn't lose my terminal and CV. Nora's head has never hurt so badly. The holes in the onboarding process are obvious upon further inspection, but the real question is, why would she impersonate a guide? Is she a Lathian spy, a DoD agent, or a pair of eyes that DC is keeping on him? That imposter has already made contact with many corporations at the preview exhibition. Dealing with her now means broadcasting his negligence to the whole country. Besides, Gordon has no idea how much she knows and whether she has ill intentions towards him in Colombia. Gordon does not dare to think about it any further. Your gaze wanders when you speak, your voice is trembling, and you talk without rhyme or reason. I thought Mr. Tannen would want such an Oakley to handle promotion work. Don't bring Mr. Tannen into this, I tell you. Shut up. Perhaps you need a little time to calm down, Mr. Oakley. Come with me to the reception room to rest for a while. Why are there multiple Oakley? Mr. Tan and I. Listen up, I just pulled your activity records from the park here. It won't be hard to figure out just who you are. One more lie and I'm throwing you off this plate. It won't matter who you are when you're a puddle on the ground 600 meters down, you get me? Now talk, who are you? A guide. You got balls, I'll give you that. The kind of guide that the tourists need. My name is Fern, I'm a tour guide. My apologies, Mr. Oakley. Mr. Tannen will make sure that this matter is dealt with promptly. Do you believe me now? Of course, you can reach me through this terminal if you need anything. Now get some rest, I'll be going. Alright, so that's the real Oakley. Okay. Done. Read the room and avert potential risks for your boss. Another rule for secretaries. He said Oakley got himself drunk a month ago after a breakup, and he gave you his resume instead of his contact info, which gave you a chance to sneak into Propeller Paradise under his identity. That's right. Your client was an old banshee who somehow got lost in the bleached wasteland. Her memory was hazy, and it was difficult to communicate with her. Yes. You suspected that she was ill, and you were asking around for the guise of a guide to make her. Under the guise of a guide to make her journey a smooth one, which is why you looked like you were up to something. Exactly. You spent a whole month here. You know this is no ordinary place. If you're a foreign spy, the military take you in for questioning, torture, and you'll never again see the light of day. If you're an agent from the Department of Defense, DC won't let you off the hook. They'll disavow, distort, and even dispose of you, all for the sake of tipping these scales to their side. If you're a district plant, then you've learned too much. The ATAO taught me plenty of ways to help you forget. But you're just a tour guide who cares for a client. You're a good person. And Colombia will do good by a good person. You aren't going to press charges? Believe me, I'd love to, but too many corporations have noticed your performance at their pre-expo. You'll deal with the problems and get lost before they find out who you are. The longer you stay, the more I have to compensate for the. I have to compensate the poor guy whose name you stole. If all you want to do is clear the mind of the Banshee client, I can help. You know about Banshees? I know how to solve your problem. Floating mechanical unit connected. Bioelectrical signal detected. Charging drive unit. That's the smoothest these experiments have gone, isn't it? No, this voice, the short circuit protection has kicked in. Unravel. Unravel. You shouldn't touch an overloaded converter with your bare hands, Director. It's better than an incantation. How are the readings? By exhibition standards, the technology for high altitude energy transmission through plants is sufficiently mature. By the standards of your expectations for the project, however, not good enough. The energy transmission threshold for the floating botanical unit falls short of theoretical values. That prickly forked kid would chill out a bit if you said as much to him. Sky is inexperienced, but he was right about one thing. This vivarium is Kristen's legacy, and we owe it to her to do our best. You were always stubborn, going back to when we dug out the SHAFT together 5 years ago. You pulled all-nighters to ensure its structure integrity, enchanting the core materials with incantations. Nothing could get you to take a break, not even your favorite gummy worms. If you want to go fin catching, do it at Lake Silicon, assuming I approve your leave request, of course. Besides, I worked so many hours just because I was inefficient. I learned to write curses too late. My incantations suffer in strength and precision compared to my kindred, because they rely on sound as the sole medium. Is that why you modified your bone pen and used hole punch paper tapes to supplement your casting? Yes, I took a lot of wrong turns. As he takes out her bone pen, a plain, ornamented object resembling Ryan's technological creations, she inserts it into a sapling in the vivarium, and a white glow rises from the roots, through the branches and into every leaf. It is as though a command has been entered into a whole vivarium. Yep. Terminals begin to execute programs automatically recording plant energy conversion data. Such an efficient programming language, your incantations. Then we should make more efficient decisions at this bottleneck despite the risks. Do you mean review the report again? Thank you for your work. Yes, ma'am. Hello, this is Rhine Vivarium Lab. Hello, Director Lunoray. Mr. Tannen has asked me to express his gratitude at your reasonable accommodation that led to successful corporation the last time. There are some follow-up matters to be discussed. Do you have time this afternoon? Yes. Excellent. I will see you in the Vivarium in an hour. By the roadway to Blind Donut Station. Can't take the ring corridor. I'm in the right place, aren't I? It's dark in here. Where's the light? Good heavens, where am I? Intruder alert, intruder alert. Activating bioscan, analyzing results, species Terran, sex male, threat level pending. A talking fin beast. On your words, foolish Terran, I am SpaceFin054, say your business. State your universe ID number, immediately. Universe ID. Your corporate name, nitwit. Lucky 60 Beast Food and Beverage. So you are the partner that Sky Conquer was expecting. How unfortunate that it won't get a chance to test my laser cannons. Don't touch anything. The supervisor will be here momentarily. Supervisor. Oh. 5-4, make sure you speak like an extraterrestrial entity next time you do the client explanation thing. Why is he a drone? I don't know. It's a talking fish, apparently. Aye, aye, sir. Mr. Tannen. Don't huff and puff, the polite thing to do when you stand in this collection of unique curiosities, the likes of which you will not find anywhere else in Terra, is to admire it with your eyes. Look at the wall on your right. 5 years ago, I confiscated the possessions of a pioneer trying to illegally cross the border and found an unusual water circulation infiltration system in his trailer. He helped me find a core component in exchange for looking the other way. When the unit was assembled, I identified it as a locus of sorcery, a sarcast witchcraft weapon. My goodness, it must be dangerous. Turn around and look behind you. This is a Trident Arts unit from Lithanian created by Witch King cultists who wanted to amplify arts output so they could rip apart the fabric of reality and summon their master. Kinda crazy, sure, but its conversion efficiency is 50 times the max allowed by Propeller Paradise regulations. Even an onion could fly with it. Wait, so you solved one boost's technical issues with contraband? Contraband ATAO made up the stupid rule about only using parts made in Colombia. I don't know and I don't care about the reasons behind the decisions. All I know is that these rules are un-Colombian. They restrict scientists and force entrepreneurs to lie. It was a single humble ATO officer who imported inventions from across Terra into Propeller Paradise, forming the heart and soul of 1/3 of all levitating facilities here. So he sells illegal contraband on the side, huh? 1/3, you've run hundreds of smuggling operations without getting exposed. Every transaction, every deal has gone without a hitch under my management, and not even my secretary Mary knows my secrets. I need time to think about this, Mr. Tannen. Lucky Sissy Beast has 1 day left and I got other things on my plate. I'll give you 5 seconds. Lucky Sissy Beast gets the mongrel hard, or you let it die to your stubborn pride. Choose.
Need some lighting? All good. This light on my head will illuminate the path ahead. Long as it doesn't die out. I don't think it will. Probably. I'm here to help. Do we have my gather around me, guys? Real estate. I knew you'd apple pie with jar sound. Mina, onaka suita?
Oh. Oh, they damage the balloons, yo. Oh.
美味しいもの食べよう。We're counting on you again today, little apple.
全員の行動力を奪う。
フムの特製料理だよ。Do we have to send death anyway? I'm taking you with me! Genki datte! I knew you'd go rocket! Gospel! Fumu no tokusei ryori da yo!
Mission accomplished.
Is it Director Lunaray? Ryan Labs, the youngest director ever. Dr. Wright, former right-hand woman, and supervisor of this Vivarium and Propeller Paradise's engineering department. Is this the follow-up matter that you were talking about, Mercia? Oh yes, a guide can improve communication in the engineering department and promotional efforts for the Rhine Vivarium, avoiding another frosty reception for Rhine, like what happened at the preview. Here, the botanical units floating above Propeller Paradise get their lift from incantations rather than propellers. Not entirely, incantations that do not use sound as a medium need to be combined with machinery to maintain operation. Your bone pen must be extremely important to you. Would losing it have negative consequences, such as loss of memory or illness? Bone pen is just a tool. It does not have physiological effects. How do you relieve stress and recover your energy outside of work? Does a full course horn treatment help you relax? Which brand of horn care product do you recommend? May I touch your horn to see how well it works? You're asking questions that have nothing to do with our work. I'll have a researcher take you through the vivarium to answer any questions you may have. But there are some things that I need to speak with Marcia about alone. What is Gordon planning this time? Why do you ask? Mr. Tannen understands that Ryan's current circumstances may give competitors certain ideas, and he does not wish to see it impact the inspection efforts. He has the best of intentions. I thought he already traded his conscience for that fancy suit. Besides, I have a hard time believing that an official guy would ask such irrelevant questions unless she had ulterior motives to begin with. I'm not making any accusations. I know you have to protect your boss, but you know you can tell me the truth. I agree it's unusual, but I don't think Mr. Tannen is targeting you. Explain. We've only just recently come to an accord. There's no reason for us to put pressure on you a second time in such a short period of time. Mr. Tannen is a careful man. He would have told me about it if he had other intentions, if only to avoid accidents, unless he's keeping some kind of secret. He disappears from the office at certain times during the day, every day. At first, I thought he was going out to talk to potential investors. But I spoke to an investor a few days ago who complimented Mr. Tannen on getting a contract signed in a single setting. Yet he said his negotiations with this particular investor were rocky and needed more time. Why are you looking at me like that? You just violated the first rule of secretaries. Oh. Besides, you're not as tense as you used to be when going over the clues. Is that so? According to the rules, I should close my ears and mouth and think only about the interests of my boss, but now I'm not sure what he's thinking. Now, were you two talking about me? I'm glad to see the two of you getting along so well. Mary's a shy girl, and I thought she would have trouble making friends outside of work. Mr. Tan and I, this is part of her rules too. You're a hell of a joker, you know that. I hope you're not here for the comedy. I'm here to apologize. I know how exhausting it must be inspecting thousands of exhibits while preparing your own at the same time. I just wanted to do my part to help. You sent a very professional guide. It's only natural to be nervous when meeting your hero. I never knew I had a fan like that. As you must be shy, or maybe you were trying to avoid suspicion. What do you mean? Bring the guide, Mary. I have a few questions about Director Lunare that I would like to ask her. She's gone, sir. Say what? Director Lunare, nutrition supply to all planners have been cut, but there's no error from the control program, and no sign of hardware damage to the central control computer. It's almost as if the command to control them has been revoked. Yes, the converters that were supposed to supply energy to the planters are now running in reverse. The planters will die in minutes if the commands are repaired quickly. No, they've already begun to wilt. Oh, no. First, the leaves, then the branches and the trunks and the greenery that covered the lab walls is peeled off in a matter of seconds. Everyone stops to watch the disaster unfolding before their eyes. They all know what the shriveled, bony branches signify. It is not just the trees in desperate straits. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and move the saplings for the exhibition. Those are our last ones. Everybody freeze. What? Propeller Paradise Police will take control of the vivarium. Effective immediately, and begin to investigate into this incident. No one may approach the equipment until evidence collection is complete. Security. Oh, these guys. Yes, sir. Put the vivarium on lockdown. Yes, sir. I'm sorry you lost your experiments, Director Lunare, but I have to ensure the safety of Propeller Paradise. Your researchers have to leave the lab until the investigation is complete. I'll get someone else to handle the inspections. When did those guards show up outside the door? Before the alarm sounded or after? I don't know what you're talking about. The researchers can leave, I won't. Your timing was a little too perfect, Gordon. Oh, what did Fern do? Thank goodness no one's on my tail. Sorry, Mr. Tannen. I'll have to go back on my promise to meet you in the vivarium. I think I found what I need to help the Banshee. Fern opens up her hand. A white object is lying in her palm. 10 minutes ago, she was walking through the vivarium while thinking about what can help restore an aging Banshee's mind. It must be something that is very important to a Banshee, something that would awaken her instincts. The small object inserted into a tree caught Fern's eye as though ordained by fate. The white surface is covered in esoteric symbols, patterns floating around it like a glowing cardiograph. Its allure irresistible. Fern has seen similar symbols and patterns before. It's a Banshee bone pen. Sorry, Director Lunaray, but I'll have to borrow this for a while. I'll return it as soon as McLean has recovered. Hello, sorry to keep you cooped up in this room all day. I think I found a way to restore your memories. Ma'am? There's no one in the room, only decreased sheets show any indication that someone used to be here. Wind blows into the room through the open window. A black feather that fell from a horn quivers on the windowsill. She's gone. Oh.
任務完了。正確かつ効率のいい式だったな、ドクター。
Okay. Thank you for the hospitality. The pleasure is all mine. It's such a joy to see a Banshee these days. Why is that? Makes it easier for me to ask for an elegy when my family reached the end of the road. Not much has changed with Kazdel, but few banshees come anymore. Our departed kin won't find the myriad souls without your guidance. I'm sorry. I'll do my best. Just kidding, you came to treat that roosting tree of yours, right? It's just a branch. Incantation analysis failed to discover the reasons behind its decay. It is the pillar of the entire Banshee race. A friend recommended you as a child of soil and stone familiar with plants. Please, let me see what I can do. I'll get some dirt. Can you get a pot from the backyard? If you see any foul beasts stealing vegetables, just chase them away. Disperse. The foul beasts disperse, but the decrepit vegetable garden is not quite yet. A vegetable sprout vibrates violently in front of Vela. Then a black branch like horn emerged from the dust-covered leaves. Foul beast stealing vegetables, eh? Get lost or I'll rip your head off. You shouldn't yell like that, it's bad for your voice. No need to be afraid, I won't hurt a child. Young Banshee peeks out from behind the leaves, hiding a half-eaten piece of vegetable leaf behind her back. Don't you dare take my food. If it's your food, what's that in your hand? Before Vela can react, the young Banshee has snatched the roosting tree branch from her hand and began trying to eat it. Just a stupid branch that's been lying in the mud. It stinks. Are you hungry? Let me see. I made some pastries from the dew caps that grow along the shore of Mist Lake. It's the right season for them. Savor this ground food off the dead. Get away from me. You're not scared? Even those big mercs are scared of that sound. That is the sound of the banshees of our clan. I have not heard this note in the Song of the Banshees for a long time. Years ago, the last one who sang it. You are that child. You know who taught me that the sound, but I've never met you before. We don't come to Castel much these days. Our home is in a distant valley, a place where trees grow with fruit hanging from the branches. It's hard to find food. You gotta be ready for a beating. But let's say the place you're talking about really exists, where fruit just grows on the trees like that. What's the catch? Clever girl. Maybe you should come with me. You belong there. You'll like it. Even if you don't believe it exists. Why should I? Your name is Nasty, isn't it? Hmm. Is that the presence of a banshee I sense? And what's that? Withered decay. Ah, Luigi, you got her to level 90, I see. No, Nasty, are you? Are you trying to repeat the mistakes of the past? Oh. He's really strong. Ah. I gotta like save all my pulls for like the next for the limited banners, so I can't really put any more pulls onto her banner, sadly. Most of the Rhine staff have evacuated the Vivarium, sir. Only Nasty and a few researchers are staying behind to organize documents. They don't look happy. Are you happy? The plan wasn't to ruin the whole Vivarium. You said the tour guide knew too much about the Banshees. This was a chance to expose her and drag Nasty into it. Kill two foul beasts with one stone. Oh, they're trying. Oh. If it was a rough plan to begin with, isn't the Vivarium an accident convenient excuse to stop Ryan's inspections? Convenient, and where do you think we'll find that freaking guide? I know Nasty, she would never let something like this happen to the Vivarium, just accidentally. Besides, there's no way she would risk Ryan's exhibit with the exhibition right around the corner. The guy, she was gone before the alarm sounded. She must have done something. It's not enough to just evacuate the researchers. There's a good chance that Nasty's already onto my plan. And it's just waiting for evidence that I can't afford to give her. Tell your men to find Fern by sundown. Yes, sir. Deep breaths, Fern. Maybe she went off on her own. No, she doesn't even remember why she came to Propeller Paradise. Where on Terra could she go? But if that's not what she did, then someone must have taken her. Who's there? Miss, what are you doing here? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and move the saplings for the exhibition. Those are our last ones. All dead in 5 minutes. Mercia, reaches out to touch the withered tree in the middle of the vivarium. She sees a small hole at eye level. A natural cavity, no, a connector. The withered plants, the tree hole, no equipment malfunction. Tell me, what was that branch attached to you and where did it go? It was Fern. You took that bone pen from the tree in the vivarium, didn't you? It's plain, simple, unremarkable. You couldn't have known that it was a key that controls the entire vivarium. It wasn't your intention to sabotage it. Is Mr. Tannen waiting outside with his men? I came alone, miss. I don't think the responsibility for what happened to the vivarium should fall on your shoulders. What do you mean? There are some things that have to look into, but I've suspected that Mr. Tannen has been plotting against Ryan ever since he agreed to help the mysterious Banshee guest for no apparent reason. Either that or his own private interests are involved. You suspect your own boss, but he said Columbia would do good by a good person. He also said that there's nobody easier to deal with than a good person, than my client. There's a row of VIP rooms outside Mr. Tannen's office. You could try looking there. I hope your client just went out for a walk. I truly do. Gordon must be behind this. Altering the list of inspections, then sabotaging the whole vivarium and putting the Rhine exhibit on lockdown. What he gonna do next? Chase us out of Propeller Paradise? There's no problem with our systems or hardware. He sent someone to steal your bone pen. It's not like him. Why are you trying to use logic to explain the actions of a bandit? They don't operate under the same rules we do, except when they talk official ease. None of the corporations on Propeller Paradise do. We're closer to the barrier than anyone else. We're different. Countless tech firms fall by the wayside, but the business registrar rarely gets any complaints. Why? Because there is a consensus in the Sky Age. The higher you stand, the more respect you deserve. Gordon's interference with our experiment violates Propeller Paradise's consensus. He should You don't want to be bound by the rules, but you still want to exploit them. You're proving that Ryan is not yet ready to reach those heights. What? Stop working and line up, everybody. This is about today's incident and how we proceed from here. Cultivation and I have confirmed that the 72 trees waiting to be replanted, 350 saplings, and more than 1,000 ungerminated seeds are all dead. Propeller Paradise police are now in charge of investigating the incident. We don't know how long that will take, but there is no realistic chance that the vivarium can be restored before the exhibition. Senior researchers will have to stay behind and work on the incident report with me. The rest of you can enjoy a little time off. Any questions? Director Lunaray, you said the vivarium was our most important project, the culmination of data sent back by the Ring Lab. Does this mean that we failed to protect the last legacy of Galleria Stellaria? Dismissed. Dude, Sky has such an angry look on him, man. VIP rooms outside the office area. Here we are. Marcia has suspicions, but no proof that Mr. Tannen really... Never mind, the most important thing is to find a client. Try to run again and start breaking bones. There's someone inside. For everyone's sake, quit crying and keep quiet until the end of the exhibition. My head hurts. Let me get a smoke. Please, sir, let me go. I won't say anything about Mr. Tannen. Oakley, what are you doing here? Open your eyes. The imposter. I've got a name, it's Fern. Mr. Tannen said he was gonna treat you well and pay you compensation. What's going on? Treat me well? He freaking locked me up. And none of this would have happened if you didn't impersonate me. Hey, you're the one who begged me to take your number and resume that night, tears and snot all over your face. What did you say back then? You were lonely and you were a lonely soul looking for love. Alright, stop. Me and my rotten luck, it's a huge deal letting unauthorized personnel sneak into a high security experiment zone. That's why they wanted to shut me up. But how did you get out? I heard the guards say that Mr. Tannen was gonna deal with the troublemaking imposter. I see. Are we dead? I just wanted to see what life would be like in the future, but now it looks like I ain't got no future no more. Wanna join my tour, real Oakley? What? I got in unnoticed. I can get you out safely. You can? Man, alive, I went up for a smoke and a whole person just grew out from the floor or what? You can get in, but you won't get out. Not gonna let us go in peace, huh? You mean it when you say you can get me out? I'll join your tour or whatever it is, just get me out of here. Good, you won't regret it. Let me tell you about how I braved the dangers of Bleach Wasteland. Just deal with this guy. Damn, my hands are still tied. Don't worry, a good tour guide never makes her customers do her job. Welcome to Fern's Tours. Please be aware that you may encounter loud noises during this tour. Cover your ears or keep your distance from me. Now let's get moving. Run! Friggin' hell, after them! Don't let them get away. Alright.
Doctor, what do I do if my legs are shaking? Real estate question.
Okay, put that there.
This wonderful realm or a panoramic view of home. Apple pie with char sauce. I try and keep my eyes open. Last step. My idol image? Who gives a crap about that right now?
時間をかけるつもりはない。
Oh, I should try adding a jet engine next time. Do we have... If I'm dead anyway, I'm taking you with me!
The situation is crystal clear. Make your decision as ice yields to gentle.
お前の攻撃は想定の通りだ。
Maybe you didn't come straight to me.
うぬがみんなを守る。
Great minds think alike. Hark! Ne'er hast thou wait, for the snow shall bury this all. Make your decision. Wait, for the snow shall bury this all.
Mission accomplished.
An event where every single enemy's flying. Yeah. Oh man. I wish that there were more like Sky Ranger characters. True, yeah. How many Sky Ranger characters are there? Is there only like 2 or 1? I know that there's a 4-star Sky Ranger, but I don't know anyone else. Yeah, survival of the fittest, culling of the unfit. Since when has Ryan become one of the unfit? Oh, Mr. Jagger, what are you doing here? That's my line. What are you doing here when you should have already canceled Lucky 60B's registration? I'm not doing anything illegal. We solved our technical issues before we filed the cancellation. What a stroke of luck. You solved it? Why didn't anyone contact engineering? Maybe word didn't have time to get around because of how sudden it was. Anyway, Mr. Tannen announced that all technical inspections by Ryan Lab are suspended. I don't need to report to you anymore. How could they have solved it all of a sudden? What, when 3 days didn't do it? The Lucky 60B's luck. Quick, take the readings before the people come back. All the data is good, too good in fact. It's almost as if they were specifically calibrated to the benchmarks. Wait, these aren't Propeller Paradise standard issue screws, or are they? They're completely soldered, won't budge, the whole core energy module is sealed shut. But no power unit on Propeller Paradise sounds like this, no legal power unit anyway. Where did they get this weird non-compliant stuff from? I thought all procurement on Propeller Paradise goes through. I get it now, silly me for thinking that survival of the fittest was really the rule on Propeller Paradise. Still hoping that bastard put together the report for the accident at Rhine. Forget it, Director Luna Ray would just dismiss me for not having enough evidence. Who else can help? My ride will be there in 5 minutes. I'll bring you a Propeller Paradise mascot plushie if I find one. I'm not a kid. See you later then. You've been playing catch with your branches in the corridor ever since you stepped out of Sari's office. You're stalling, I can tell. There's really ought to be a law about invading an individual's privacy with a water clone. Not likely to happen unless there's another water elf in Columbia. The branches on Nessie's belt suddenly grow, pointing in the direction of the water elf, and twist open a tool attachment. As though rehearsed 1,000 times, Mule's Ice takes a step to the right, dodging the bionic branch robot's trick. You know I'm stuck in your rig and can't come in person. Maintaining a water clone at long distance is a draining task. Are you worried that it might flub up Kristen's legacy? It's you that I'm worried about, not some derivative of Galleria Stellaria. It takes time for a seed to grow into a sapling, and all the more so when you hope it will become a towering tree. Not even Ferdinand will complain about the results you're pulling, and that's because I blocked his email. You helped make Kristen's dreams come true by digging away under the Tri-Mount suburbs. Now it's your turn. Have you ever thought about... I'm not going back to the Convalis. The serene tranquility of the Convalas does not belong to a flawed banshee, nor can it inspire her. But it's time to go. Just a sec, here. A potted plant. Ecological dug it out of the desert. It's resistant to heat and cold, and just as stubborn as you. Call it a goodbye, Prezi. Now, no need for vivariums. Just remember to water it. It'll keep a watchful eye on you. Maybe even help you. In return, take care of the vivarium and yourself, and get me a Propeller Paradise mascot plushie if they really exist. The withered branches on the first floor planters have been cleaned up. This potted plant is the only one from the exhibit that survived. I'll take it. What about the underground plants? Transmitted data are as expected, but monitoring coverage is limited. We haven't had time to send someone to check on site. I'll go, thanks. Director Lunaray. Anyone from outside here? No, man, we've continued to simulate experimental conditions here. Just in case. Reveal. No signs of entry. It wasn't really an accident. We've compiled the report on the dead plants. Do you want to review it now? Alright, let's go. Nasty Luna Ray, Director of Engineering. Credentials confirmed. Welcome. Where the heck did those two go? Did something happen, sir? No need to be alarmed. We're just simulating missions on the Shadow Moon. Mr. Tannen's orders. Columbia keeps our people safe wherever they are. Split up, keep a low profile. Roger. So it was a drill. It's just like a Rangwood blockbuster. What was it called? Battlefield Shadow Moon, I think? See, those guards are Casimirzian Space Knights. Don't give us away. Now, skip the comedy, imposter. Where do you go next? Not many places to hide on the Flying Donut Station, while the ring corridor is in the back. It's perfect for an ambush. Then what do? I send you your tour contract. You gotta get me out of here. Settle down, real Oakley. You're on Propeller Paradise. Forget what you think you know about terra firma. That's a Volvar Koczynski jump board you're testing, right? Now, can we borrow it? Sure. What's that sound? Look up. How the frick did it get on top of a floating pod? Oh, I forgot. People look up on Propeller Paradise. What do? Shoot them down. Oh, is that simulating the air cannon the villain fires in the climactic scene? Wait, I think I smell Originium powder. Fire. Run. Trash all of them. It took so much work just to put Ryan down, but now we have a rogue tour guide on the loose. I would have gone after that feline myself if I didn't have business to do. Would you like me to eliminate those ignorant Terrans, Sky Conqueror, and show them the power from beyond Terra? No need, 5-4. She's a tour guide, not a special agent. First, report on Gustav. He and his retinue are floating around Cloud and the VIP area. They pass through the ring corridor, but no one has found the hidden door yet. Hold on a sec. Okay, whatever. When I first joined ATAO 7 years ago, Gustav would notice if I swiped the liquid Originium lighter from a stowaway. I thought he didn't like me because he used to be a soldier, hated crooks, and wanted everything to be done the right way. Only later did I find out it was because I left too many loose ends. I learned everything from him, his way of doing things, his way of talking, even how I dress. As for the result, this pod holds treasures from across Terra. It's much bigger than ATAO's dirty lockers. Gustav on one side, Nasty on the other, so what? I'm not the clueless kid from 7 years ago. They'll never find out what I did unless I hand delivered the evidence. Once the exhibition opens and thousands of exhibits fly into the sky, all the secrets and illicit transactions won't matter anymore. Everyone will know that it was Gordon Tannen who lit the fire under Propeller Paradise, not Ryan, not DC. Warning, Terran approaching. What's that sound? Don't blow it up, might be somebody below. Don't try to talk way out of. Oh. Gordon Tannen looks up at in the smoke and dust as he forces his teary eyes open, trying to see what is going on. A familiar figure descends amidst the rubble and dust, her legs flailing wildly, and he just ordered her arrest several hours ago. They are only about 90 centimeters apart, both their brains working feverishly to process the situation. Time itself feels frozen as Gordon and Fern stand off against one another, scrambling to take in each other's expressions. They really blew it up. Where the hell am I anyway? This place isn't on my map. There was a hidden door in the ring corridor. Yeah, why am I staring at Tannen right now? Was this a trap, or why is there such a look of surprise and shock on his face? And these exhibits on the walls. Wait a second, I've definitely seen these art units at the street stalls when I got dragged into the black market by the Sarcast. And that hat over there, isn't that standard issue for the Zayadan in Sargonian tomes? Shoot, is it too late to pretend I never saw any of this? Oh no, please don't hit the high explosive origin grenade. Or this entire pod goes up in smoke. Damn it, it's been one thing after another since this fake guide came to Propeller Paradise. Is she Ryan's enemy or nasty spy? She ruined my plans once at the Vivarium, and now she's doing it again. Completely by accident, dude. Was she looking at the active Originium Storm Guide beacon or the Zayadan's witchcraft helmet? Shit, she recognized these. What's she gonna do with the dirt on me? Is she gonna sell it to someone if Nasty or Gustav finds out? The delayed gravity pulls Fern sharply downward. Gordon has no time to save his collection. All he can do is watch as the feline approaches rapidly. The distance between them disperses as due to complicated thoughts flashing through their minds as they await the impending impact. There is only time for them to say a single word. Shit. Yep, that's fair.
An astonishing result. And here I thought myself inured to you bringing home a victory.
Oh, okay.
Teamwork が試される時ですわ。
Oh yeah, I saw that Ray got a new mod. Let me check it out. Is it? Oh, wait. It does more damage when ammo count is empty. Oh. Okay, so basically increases the attack on this thing. Oh. And what's the passive? Or this is not bad. It increases her damage is basically increased. Maybe we should get that. She will do more damage, right? So it's not that bad. Yeah, I'll bring her. Why not?
Sand beast.
I gotta get the let me see. I gotta get... okay, I have to deal 100,000 damage, yep. Okay. Didn't need any more damage. Oh man, she needs more damage. Yeah, I'll bring her, why not? Her third skill's the best one, right? I remember that being the best one, right? Alright. Oh, the second one is also perma. Ooh. Yes, okay. Okay.
Here, Sand Beast. We need to get going.
Wow, yeah, man. I said you can't go in. And I said I'm with Ryan Lab. I know the access rules for Propeller Paradise facilities better than you do, and no special permission is required if it's a cloud. It's a restaurant. You'll be correct under normal circumstances, but there is an important guest here right now. Let me in, I think this young man's looking for me. I take it the debriefing on the Ryan Vivarium incident is done. Nothing gets past you. I just happen to know a few people who are committed to Columbia's great project here. Including Gordon Tannen. I guess you're not here to try to recoup Ryan's losses. There isn't enough time before the exhibition now, even with the emergency funding. Please take a look at this inspection report. A tech startup solved a technical flaw that was discovered during inspections and received permission to stay on Propeller Paradise. What's the problem? Lucky City Beast never passed a recheck. They have to leave Propeller Paradise today according to the rules. But I just saw their owner and discovered that they solved the energy problem that had plagued them for months. On the eve of the exhibition, deadlines, science, miracles, classic potato chip flavors, so to speak. No, look at this page. I focused on several components that are not involved in standard inspection and found that their output is more than 10 times the standard values. Well, to put it in simpler terms, you don't need to explain technical terms to me. I wrote the manual of Colombian Originium component standards you're carrying. Do you mean to say that Lucky City Beast invented power components far exceeding national standards in the span of a few hours? Invented? They don't have the chops for that. I think someone transplanted a non-Colombian heart into that failure. You know the rules of Propeller Paradise. All Terran eyes are on our progress and levitation technology. All the parts involved must be made in Colombia to ensure security. I'm not accusing the ATAO of negligence. No ordinary officer could have let a corporation dodge Ryan's regular and random inspections, unless someone manipulated the engineering section's inspection order. Coincidentally, Director Lunaray came to an agreement with a CERN official, Gordon Tannen. He would stop at nothing to tie Ryan's hands because we are the true original proponents of Propeller Paradise, and the engineering section is a pair of eyes that could uncover his secret at any time. So you're speculating that Gordon Tannen has been running a smuggling operation behind the scenes. That is a serious accusation, young man. And it's why I had to come to you, sir. Until Propeller Paradise gets to DC, you are the only one in position to deal with your diligent subordinate. I'm curious, does your supervisor know about this? Now, things wouldn't have come to this if Director Luna Ray did anything. Good. What do you mean? You're a sharp, brave young man. Nasty wouldn't have let you stay behind to spend time with me if she knew. Sir. I'm the only one in the position to deal with Gordon. An interesting way to put it. He used to butt heads with me, true, but that's the folly of youth, and true enough of you too. The first thing I ever taught him was that we'll always be of one mind when we stand for Columbia. Hey. Young Ryan researcher can only watch as Gustav takes a report and turns to walk into the interior of the restaurant. He is shocked and angry. He wants to charge at Gustav, but the man makes a simple gesture and bodyguards twist the young man's arm, causing him to cry out in pain and frustration. Hello? What a coincidence. Sky Jaeger is taken outside by the bodyguards, not knowing whether he'll be thrown into one of the lower level jail cells or locked away in some secret room. He hears Gustav pick up the phone. The man must be calling Gordon Tan now. Sky Jagger regrets not leaving a copy of the evidence for Nasty. If he could just get back to the vivarium. Suddenly, the pain is gone. The bodyguards let go of him and push him into the elevator to take him away from Cloud. Hey, you can hear me, right? I swear I won't say a word about Mr. Tannen's smuggling operation. We really didn't mean to barge into his collection. Take a break, Oakley. You keep going like this, they're gonna start getting ideas that the best way to shut someone up is to kill them. You're crying again. Don't worry about it. Giving prisoners silent treatment is normal. Sounds like you know your prisons. Where do you think I got my silver tongue? Even if I ran into a bunch of Arcosaurus who could understand a word I was saying and had me surrounded with spears, I could still get my point across with nothing but winks and gestures. You really think we can get out of this jail? Have you ever been to Bleached Wasteland? No, I hear the sandstorms there tear through the toughest metal sheet and rip flesh from bone in an instant. True, all the guys say it's off limits for a reason and no travel agencies take tours there. But I didn't want to assume it was impossible just because of hearsay. Don't tell me you actually went there and got out alive. It's a great desert. The scorching sun reflects off the sand. You can see dark purple cliffs in the distance. Beyond the dunes, and the cacti grow taller than either of us. It is a dangerous place, and you can't even tell what you're standing on when the winds rage. But the sands aren't nearly as sharp as knives. Incredible. My dad used to say that impossible is just an excuse for the lazy and cowardly. I learned from him and became a guide unlike the others who dares to brave the unknown. You had a supportive father. I'm jealous. I did. That's why you should pick yourself up. Oakley, I'll grant your wish, and my Banshee client's wish too. Our journey isn't over yet. Get up, both of you. What are you gonna do? Stay back. What's going on? Come with me and don't cause any trouble. Mr. Tannen wants to see you. What did I say? This isn't the end. Yes, I understand. I apologize for the trouble, sir. Screw that condescending old fox. We've got a retirement age in Colombia for a goddamn reason. I'm not his coffee boy anymore, and I'll be damned if I'll let him yell in my face over getting this sugar wrong. Mr. Tannen 5'4" is it's going to burst if you feed it anymore. Oh, foams at the mouth. You take over the feeding. Not a single thing has worked out. We didn't get those meddling Ryan Lab eggheads out of Propeller Paradise, and now the old fox and Nasty's people know about my side hustle. And those two bastards showed up out of nowhere to ruin most of my Arts Unit collection. There's stuff there you can't even get anywhere else. Arts Unit hustle? So you were smuggling all that time you were away on unexplained trips. You think it's wrong to help tech firms find their footing in the sky? No, it's not my place to judge, but why are you bringing those two intruders over? Are you planning to deal with them? What's with the angst? I got bigger plans for them than just settling a score. No one can take Propeller Paradise away from me without evidence. The rest of my collection needs to be cleared ASAP before anyone else can intervene. You want them to smuggle the contraband out for you. But everything that enters or leaves Propeller Paradise is subject to stringent checks, even if you give in expedited order. Besides, the existing channels are out of service because of engineering's renovation work, and I can't wait that long. This is all Nasty's fault for that energy system modification shit. Floating botanical units and Ryan's people are everywhere now. Wait, Ryan? Well, if they're gonna block off my routes, it's only fair that I borrow theirs. You mean the engineering tunnel beneath the Rhine Vivarium used to transport heavy equipment and construction materials? Exactly. With the Vivarium on lockdown, nothing offers better cover than Rhine turf. I know where the old fox is, but Nasty. I'll take care of Director Lunare, sir, as long as you ensure the safety of the two intruders. You. I'm confident I can distract her while you carry out your plan. I only need one thing, the Banshee's bone pen that you confiscated from Fern. Get a move on, don't keep Mr. Tannen waiting. He's gonna have our heads for ruining his collection room. Just paying money isn't so bad, the real problem is if he wants a deal. We're here. I brought them. Thank you, sir. You may return to your duties. Mercia, my client. Unfortunately, it seems Mr. Tannen has had nothing to do with your client's disappearance. I'll do my best to keep an eye out. Where did that Banshee go? Just go through the door and forget about her for now. Make sure you do exactly what Mr. Tannen tells you if you ever want to leave Propeller Paradise on your own 2 feet. What's he planning? He's going to make you an offer you can't refuse. Skyjagger's steps grow slower and slower. He used to dash through this corridor and his colleagues laughed at him for being impatient. How could he not be impatient? He did not have the luxury of a traditional education, of having his path paved for him. His family circumstances forced him to waste too much time on things other than research. But now he stands on the shoulders of Ryan Lab at the pinnacle of applied science in Columbia, about to touch the very dome that has witnessed a miracle. There should not be any obstacles. No one has the right to hold back this great work. I must tell Director Lunaray about Tannen's secret and apologize. Footsteps. I thought all the researchers were evacuated. This doesn't come off at all. It looks like one of those centrifugal safety membranes that the revolving bar used. Don't touch it, you're not sure. We'll ask our new boss later. Is Nasty still in her office? I heard she was willing to lose the whole vivarium to save us and that grumpy kid. Shut your big mouth. Nasty's a good person. That's all we need to know. Grumpy kid, me. Thank you for your time. I think this is the beginning of a beautiful partnership. You're Gustav's secretary. What are you doing here? You must be Sky Jagger. I've finished my business with Director Lunaray. Excuse me. You're back. You apologized to Gustav. Yes. You gave up all of Ryan's engineering control and agreed to stop active inspections. Yes. Ryan Lab has essentially withdrawn from the exhibition and will no longer appear on the catalog. Yes. We'll need to store our experiment equipment here later. Come and help if you have the energy. Director. Yes? You knew I would screw up. You knew I was just an average Joe. That's why you kept me busy with inspections and botanical units, right? You were right. In the end, I'm just a muse beast in the gutter. I understood greatness, but I could never become a part of it. To be forgiven, safe, protected like all the testers here, I'm just an ordinary guy left in the dust. I wouldn't be here without your help. I needed new employees and an aide, that's all. I stayed with a group of pioneers when I first came to Columbia. They despised me for being a banshee who couldn't use incantations. I despised them for their lousy hunting traps. There was no passivity in our interactions. We forgave each other, saved each other, and protected each other. As we do now, as it should be. The vivarium is quiet, but the presence of the testers seems to have changed this piece of cold metallic rationality. A misshapen wire pull tab has been added to the microscope. Slide box's stubborn lid. A sheet of plywood hangs from the air conditioning vent, making it a little less unbearably chilly. A few watch out notes are pasted on the glass door that Sky tends to run into when he is angry. They remind him of his little sister, the average ordinary one who in his eyes must always be protected. He has never turned around to look back at her, not since he witnessed a miracle. If moving forward means we can't look back, how do we make sure we're still walking the same path that we chose in the beginning? What meaning is there in progress if it leads to a future that has been curated for only a select few? Why should ordinary people be left behind? I never took you for an orator, director. All I do is state the facts, ask questions, find a solution, and repeat. Get moving before you let big words and big ideals take you for a ride. Ooh, okay. What are those? Scorcher propeller, oh. Oh, wait. Is this gonna be like that one fucking enemy from that one event? What was it? I don't remember, but they do AoE burn damage continuously. Oh, I don't remember what event or enemy it was. Those guys were freaking annoying. Is it like those guys? Man, it... Ah, no. But this time, these guys are flying. Oh, no. Okay.
I'm here to help.
Oh, they do damage to enemies too. Okay.
You lot stay up there if it gets risky. We're counting on you again today, little apple. Okay, this is awkward, but I try and keep my eyes open. Do we have time to be writing? Wait!
Oh my. Okay.
Whatever. Take it!
Oh. Oh, they act as fucking balloons, bro. Oh, okay.
Or a panoramic view of hell. Which did you want to get?
時間をかけるつもりはない。
Oh, they take SP. Okay.
You
Oh.
lot stay up there if it gets risky. Lost the
お前の攻撃は想定の通りだ。
Broad sky shattering. Gather around me, guys.
迷っている暇がありませんわよ。
You lot stay up there if it gets risky.
ドクター、すぐにご決断を。
命令を無駄だ。
Okay, this is awkward, but I'm the only.
Why do I get the feeling that those guys are gonna be pretty annoying during CM stages? Sorry I'm late, I was busy today. Marcia, please, I must remember. Your situation is unusual. Your memories are like wilted leaves hanging from withered branches, wiping away the dust. Might restore some sheen, but if you press too hard, you'll only damage them further. By all rights, I should not even touch them if not for. Sorry, Madame Vela. I must know, I must remember. Your memories since leaving your homeland have not been happy ones. However, if you insist, close your eyes and we'll try again. I have no operators defeated by liberator trees. What are... Okay, sure. Marcia puts her old projector on the table with some effort. Her fingers glide as a glass slides drop into the slot, and the aging banshee becomes covered in an unfamiliar scene. I remember this place. Lithanian. She mentioned it. The spire shackles blood. Slowly indistinct memories begin to diffuse on the backdrop cast by the projector. Mercia can identify an elderly figure shackled by the wall as row figures come and go. The smell of blood, a terrifying melody that makes the marks of arts. Lithanian spire, were you imprisoned there as a test subject? You should have been buried beneath the tomes of a spire caster, if not for the aid of a lich. The Ecclesia Requietum in the Holy City, you were in the funeral procession for kindred who have wandered far, or the foe of your clan. But the angels didn't like it, did they? They want laughter at their funerals, not wailing. You were almost arrested by the Pontifica cohorts. You came to Columbia through the frontiers, even a bleached wasteland. The wind blasted land, which not even beasts dare to tread. And finally, you came here. Why Propeller Paradise in particular? What did you come looking for? Here, there is a tree here. The tree here is wilting, decaying. Wilting, decaying. I see. We have a vivarium here, and a terrible accident just happened in it. Wilt and decay, as you say. Master of the vivarium. She's a banshee too. Do you know this thing? The bone pen that caused the disaster at the vivarium, which was later confiscated by Gordon Tannen, now lies in Mercia's hand, white and innocent. Her. I sense her presence. You came to look for someone. I want to see her. No need to crouch so low, Oakley. The arts unit on your back is slipping. This is Ryan Lab's underground passage. The walls could have nano monitors listening to us. Besides, we have to worry about Propeller Paradise's warning system too. Why do we have to avoid the police if we're doing this for Tannen? Do you think he trusts many of his subordinates? Even the elevator guard could be a pair of eyes for some big shot if anything goes wrong. The trouble could go way further than just a few boxes of contraband. So the two of us being outsiders with no such interest in this ended up being the best choice to dispose of his stuff. Yes, but there is something I haven't been able to figure out. What is it? You got someone to do your job, and you got someone to meet them on the other side. Why not just lie down in your office, pet your fin beast, and put on some jazz? Aren't you worried about getting yourself in trouble if you're on the scene, sir? I came to see my little darlings off. What is it? Quit fidgeting. You almost hit the wall with the arts recreation unit. I told you to treat it nicely, like your life depends on it. Yeah, I remember. You better remember what you said too. If we deliver your darling safely and keep her mouth shut, then we're square. Great. Don't let your guard down. Nasty has refused to leave the vivarium. She's continuing her research in the middle of the room full of failures, pulling all-nighters. So she's right above us. I think I hear her footsteps. Don't worry, Mercia will take care of her. Mary? Yes, Mr. Tannen, I hear you. What's going on there? If something goes wrong, you got to keep Nasty distracted. Whatever it takes. Don't worry, sir. It was my negligence that allowed the accidents to happen. I'll keep a close eye on Director Lunaray and ensure she leaves the Rhine Vivarium buying as much time as for you as possible. Very good. See, even Mary steps up her game when it matters most. You two had better do the same. We're almost at the exit. Yes, sir. Fern has a keen sense of hearing. There's a risk that you will be exposed. Do you need the Emergency Management Council to intervene? There are better ways to use the Maylander name. No need to worry about me. Bring Mr. Tannen's secretary. Being Mr. Tannen's secretary makes an excellent cover. Oh, she's with Maylander. Report. Bravo's intel is that the Rhine's technical staff have evacuated the experiment zone. Director Lunare and her aide are the only ones who currently access this site, however. She spends an inexplicable amount of time here. Yes. Apologies are in order as members of your squad. We should have trusted your judgment. It does seem that Rhine Lab might be holding something under the exhibition hall. No need to apologize, my mission was to monitor the tech firms. Now what about Director Lunare, if we need to perform further investigation? I have a plan. We'll have at least 20 minutes if everything goes well. I prepared a gift that she can't refuse. Whoa. Again. Is this a system that the vivarium and floating botanical units run on? I knew that the banshees were good at manipulating objects from a distance, but to abandon sound as a medium, sealing incantations inside the module and repairing flaws through self-cycling. This is a revolutionary innovation. If it's all incantation driven, you should stop reading purely speculative papers. Most people don't know much about the banshees. I understand they rarely leave the Valley of Convalis. Did you live there before coming to Columbia? My memories are of Casdell. I was later adopted by one of my kin and taken to the Convalis. What kind of place is it? A peaceful, beautiful place. The riverbanks are covered in grass and shrubs, the flowers never wilt, and the fruit never falls. Not even rain disturbs its tranquility, much less catastrophe. Why did you leave then? Who could it be at this hour? Director over here. Is this your bone pen? Part of it. The conical tip, severed from the rest of the pen, rolls across the floor. Who could have done this? What happened to the vivarium wasn't an accident, and it wasn't a practical joke. Everything was planned, and they were targeting someone. Maybe the target was you, or maybe Rhine Lab itself. There is a way to find out. Guide. The fragment in Nassie's hand floats up into the air at her command, a white halo enveloping it. The pen tip spins a few times and slowly flies off in a certain direction. Looks like the other half of the pen isn't far away. Director. It could be a trap, yes, but it must go. I sense traces of a familiar incantation from the bone pen.
Look, I know this was our hard-earned collective victory and everything, but Doctor.
Okay.
Did I
give me a minute. I'll be right back.
Just show me which ones.
Alright, where are we? We're doing the story thing. Cool. Okay. Where's the exit? According to the map, we should be able to see the checkpoint machines now. Are we gonna keep going? There's nobody else here and it's so eerily quiet. Of course there's nobody else here or we'd be exposed. Get your act together. Red liquid. It's dripping from the ceiling. It fell on my face. It's rusty water from the pipes. Don't make me sew your mouth shut. Mr. Tannen, you said we'd be exposed if there's anybody else here, right? They look in the direction that Fern is pointing and see there's somebody else. An ethereal figure walks towards them slowly from the end of the passage, flickering like a ghost in a dim light. Something feels familiar. Oh shit. Keep walking. My authority over the Ryan experiment area is legitimate and absolute. It doesn't matter who's coming. Is that so? Yo. I would like an explanation, Tannen. Ryan experiment area is under investigation, Nasty. You agreed to cooperate with the administrative officers and the Propeller Paradise police. This is Meal's Ice, isn't it? How am I supposed to cooperate with an investigation that I know nothing about? Besides, it's news to me that guides the administrative officers now. The guide visited Ryan shortly before the lab accident. It makes perfect sense to have her along for evidence gathering. As for the lack of prior notice, it's entirely within my rights to make the decision to ensure the integrity of the investigation. Gordon Tannen considered every potential contingency, even in interrogation by Gustav. He knew he could not depend on Mercia, and he was confident he could handle this, but he cannot stop his thick tail from nervously slapping the ground, as though it senses a threat, something beyond its control. Nasty is gazing at him, indecipherable, seemingly hiding something eeriness and anxiety, because Gordon Tannen caused Gordon Tannen to tighten his left fist in his pocket. I was just supposed to keep an eye out with a water clone hidden in the plants. Nasty never told me the head of Propeller Paradise would be so hard to fool. I'd wear myself out arguing with him all night. Let's do this my way. Ooh. The sound of dripping water, which accompanied the trio their whole way down the tunnel, is suddenly silent. Water droplets break free from the constraints of physics and floats in midair. They feel a kind of coolness at their feet. Only now do they notice that the water on the floor has reached their ankles. Mr. Tannen, look, is that still Director Lunaray? Gordon Tannen cannot believe what he is seeing. Water streams into Nasty from all directions, carrying her higher and higher, looking down at the three invaders. Gordon Tannen has never seen such effects from an art scene. Prudence would certainly be in order if this was Banshee witchcraft, but there's something that scares him even more. Nasty bends down at him with a cute expression that the one by the name would never wear. There really isn't a single fresh thing on Terra, is there? I've heard this pre-written spiel 1,000 times. How about we talk about something else, like what's in those two big boxes of yours? Don't tell me they're presents for Ryan Lab. We still got a ways to go until Christmas, I thought. Who are you? Nasty, the director of Ryan's engineering section, whose vivarium you just ruined a few hours ago. Who else? She would never talk like that. And why do you look like you're saluting? That's a casting gesture, isn't it? You noticed. You can't fool me. I don't know what your arts do, but this underground passage belongs to Ryan, and anything that happens will only come back to bite you. You're not satisfied with just losing experiments. You're not satisfied with just losing the experiments for the exhibit, eh? You want to go to jail with the rest of your people. Let me remind you of something. Like you said, this underground passage belongs to Ryan, and you personally gave the order to shut it off. But I bet a whole lot of gold certificates that your people don't know about tonight's investigation. How many would know where to go look for your corpses? You dare. Run. It is nighttime. Nasty feels a daze as she walks the streets of Propeller Paradise. This place began as a proposal from Ryan, but Nasty personally, built by Nasty personally, but Nasty no longer recognizes any of the myriad inventions that adorn it. She even has to stop and think in order to figure out how the inflatable street lamps by the roadside work. Nasty cannot help but feel that she is walking into an unfamiliar life. It's like when I first came to Rhine. Emil's eyes emerged from the sink, teasing me for my ignorance as she walked me through sterile lab cleaning procedures. As he stops in her tracks, another fragment of the bone pen lies quietly in the gaps of the bricks, having guided her all the way here. She picks up the fragment as she once did when she walked into a new life for the first time. Young Nasty walks the floors of the convalescent, carrying a bag far larger than she is and stuffing it with broken twigs. It's been 2 weeks since she and Vela arrived at the convalescent, and Vela is busy with younger banshees who come to her with questions of every kind. Only when the banshees are all asleep and there is no one in the valley does Vela have time to take Nasty's hand and walk with her through this beautiful place. Finally, Nasty decided to build a treehouse on her own, but the bag of twigs is too heavy for her and she must wait for Vela to pick her up. It's been so long since the rainy season, isn't it time for another rowing competition? When do we... Let me clear the mud off the eastern shores of the lake. But no spin incantation on the boat this time, please. Teacher, one of the misstaple vines is getting in my house. Can I cut it? No, my child, nothing is better for wiping one's feather horns than the pulp of the misstaple. Perhaps you could guide the vine to grow in a different direction. It'll be a chance for me to see if you've been practicing the incantations I taught you. How long has it been since we last received a token from outside, Custodian? We've only had 5 or 6 this month. I dealt with them when I was in Castell to ask a child of soil and stone to treat the roosting tree. So few. Isn't it a good thing? It's been half a year since you taught me the elegies, but haven't really had the chance to sing for anyone. Can I go next time and help our kin? Alright, let Vela rest. It's alright, this is what I'm supposed to do. The children call you teacher and custodian. I never conferred these titles. What you've done for the Convalescents over the past 2 centuries puts me to shame as the Lord of the Banshees. You know the reason I have to keep working to distract myself. Did Ducarael cause you any trouble during your audience with Her Highness? He's been hostile towards our people ever since we retired to Convalescence. He's hostile to everyone, but speaking of Her Highness, she showed me the early fruits of her exploration into the nature of Originium. Perhaps she has already chosen a mere resolute path. What about us then? What about the Convalescence? The Convalescence is no longer associated with the future of the Sarkas, even if Her Highness really has changed her mind. It remains the Banshee Sanctuary. You brought a girl back a little while ago, didn't you? The daughter of a stray sister. I should have found her 5 years ago. Efenio keeps asking me when he can come and see her. He's so curious about everything beyond the valley. The boy. Please tell Efenio that Nasty is rather timid and needs time to get used to the Convalescence. It's not true, I'm not timid, you know that. Yes, but you'll be living with other banshees for a very long time. They'll share fruit with you rather than throw rocks at you. Living with them will be very different from living in Castell. That's why I want your meeting to be more formal. Give me time to prepare, won't you? Understood. But what are you preparing? Does it have something to do with the token from the outside? That you were talking about. The things in your house, those black blood crystals, dirty shrouds, and dried up hearts. But why do you say there were only 5 or 6? You always stay up late peering at them with a deep frown on your face. Nasty. Do you like this valley? Yes, there's no blood in the mud, no black rocks and houses, no fighting, plenty of food, and no one ever disturbs you. Do you want to stay here? Yes, that's why I want to build my own treehouse soon. Have you decided where? There's a big, beautiful tree deep in the valley, right? That's, what's the name? The roosting tree. Yes, it's the Banshee's final resting place. Everyone lives there, right? Even though you've never taken me there. I want to live closer to that place, can I? And when will you teach me incantations? That way I can move this bag of twigs myself. No need to be so hurried. When will you teach me how to play the bone whistle? That way I could play in front of the others when we play together. I took one from your house, but I couldn't make a sound with it. No need to be so hurried, my dear girl. The tired Banshee suddenly seems so unfamiliar to Nasty. She knows where Vela always starts with polishing her own feather horns, and how many nearly indistinguishable black dresses she has. But she can never tell what Vela is thinking. Nasty stops asking questions and raises the bone whistle, obstinately blowing on it in futility until a soaring melody covers up the muffled sound she is making. You want to play the whistle for the other children, don't you? Now, one does not need a bone whistle to accompany a smile. Come, child, I'll teach you. Nasty does not understand how that simple leaf in Vela's hand can make a sound, much less why that sound is so full of sorrow. The sky is blue, the water's a mist like lake murmur on, and everything seems perfect. As he follows Vela's gaze, the branches of the roosting tree are just barely visible in the distance, swaying like reeds, like fate. Nasty's still in the Rhine experiment area and is preparing to kill Tannen. Stay behind me, Miss Celine. Run faster than Mr. Tannen. Should we really get into a fight with the Banshee? But that Nasty was just a potted plant. A water clone. Mule's here. Just a little gadget enchanted with water elf arts doesn't actually do much. The combination of Nasty's image, Mule's inspiration, and home field advantage, no one could have predicted it. No wonder those three were scared away. Should we evacuate with Mr. Tannen then? No, keep going, following the traces left behind by the water. According to the blueprints, we're almost at a dead end. There's nothing except the watermarks. Maybe that was indeed a bluff by Mule's. Nasty is a genius engineer. It wouldn't be hard for her to leave a hidden space out of the blueprints. Besides, the presence of the water clone itself is a sign that there are potential secrets here. I've been thinking, why is Nasty the only one here when there are two Rhine directors working on the project? By all accounts, the vivarium should fall within Mule's domain, shouldn't it? Unless by its very nature, it's something only Nasty can do. You mean, if your potted plant suddenly died, sorry, purely hypothetical, would your first reaction be to keep checking the time on your watch over and over again? No, I would be more concerned about the cause of the death than the time. But that was what the most experienced researchers near Nasty did when the incident at the vivarium occurred. Check the time. It was almost as though they expected the wilting to happen. It just didn't happen at the expected time. Therefore, Rhines claimed that they were studying plants that can survive at high altitude based on data from the Galleria Stellaria. It's a cover story. I think Maylander has found Rhine's true secret. Rhine doesn't need the plants in the vivarium to live, it needs them to die. Not the life that the elf celebrates, but the death that the Banshee knows well. But why? Death will water. A tree that is even more special. The elderly Banshee stands in the shadow at the end of the street. She has waited a long time. The night is longer than the 3 centuries that she has lived. She watches as the familiar figure approaches. It is taller and sturdier than she remembers. The facial features look different. The clothes are of an unfamiliar style. Not so familiar anymore. Bela's head begins to ache. Her chaotic memories are like mist lake in deep winter. The cold and heavy mist swallowing her in an instant. Separate. Guide. As he places fragments of the bone pen in the center of her palm and recites the language of the banshees, the incantation separates the scent that does not belong to her, but is very familiar and leads her to the source. Now there's no wind, but the bone pen begins to sway. All will be answered soon. Then, Nasty, careful. What's the situation over there? There's someone else. Mr. Tannen, stop. I think we're lost. I think we're lost too. I can't believe how much space Ryan has beneath the experiment area. This has got to be against the rules. Usually, when scientists leave so much space in their labs, they're either saving it for a big plan or it's from a big plan that's already gone off the rails. Sir, is it just me or is the ground's cracking? Looks like it's the former. Somebody help. When did the door behind us close? Damn it, please tell me it's not a giant missile, Nasty. The concrete beneath their feet shatters as though they were made from crackers. Now Gordon Tannen tries to hook the pillars with his tail, grab the wall with his hands, but all he finds is a single twig glowing dimly. Beneath him, a canopy made from a metal and withered wood expands in the darkness. The glowing tree rises up silently into the night sky as if 1,000 stars are rushing upwards. This thing. Does it have a propeller and engine? There isn't any sound of machinery. How could it possibly fly? Nasty, Ryan Lab, I'll be completely damned. Shit, why do these guys feel the need to shine lights into the sky just because some humongous thing is taking off in the middle of the night? Who the hell trained them? Oh right, it was me. Great. Would you say we're exposed, sir? I would say we are, given that everyone who's awake in Propeller Paradise right now is seeing us hanging off a tree with 2 big boxes of contraband. You think there's a chance if I yelled that I found some dangerous Ryan experiments to the people below? No, not a thinking chance. I can't let this thing get ruined until I figure out how on Terra it could fly. Okay, it really is over now. What has happened? I think our intrusion might have awakened something. But now there are no secrets on Propeller Paradise anymore. Is this another miracle director Lunare, or is it a stillborn miracle? No need to say anything, I can see it all from here. I'll head back right away. A moment of hesitation and the elderly Banshee fails to say the name. Vela watches as the young Banshee departs. She looks in her direction and sees a huge glowing tree slowly rising to the sky. The roots of the tree are not secure, swaying in the night breeze. At this distance, they sway like weeds, like bait. Is that the roosting tree? Hold on, let me check something. Yeah, there's Contrail. Sky Ranger. Oh wait, no, there's 2. Oh right, Tippy is also a Sky Ranger. Yo, I forgot about Tippy. All right. I don't think I have anything that I can like promote her immediately, do I?
You're running out of time to boss me around.
Oh no, this is for skills. Yeah, I got Tippy. Dippy is also Sky Ranger. Hold on. I do have this. Is there any like, ooh. Ooh, that's nice. Nice, yep. Yeah, I still got this thing. Oh, that's for, Fang, yeah. Oh shoot, yo, this is for Ray? Should I get this? Should I get this for Ray? Looks good. Yes, okay, let's get it for Ray then. Hell yeah. As well, I'm using her now, so. Yeah, look at her. Hell yeah. Okay, let's see. Oh, what the freak is with that tree up in the air? There are only a few days until the exhibition. How many stands does that thing take up? Ryan Lab didn't apply for upper level exhibition rights. Ryan and that ATAO must be colluding. I saw Gordon Tan on that tree that night. Gustav, former ATAO director, promised in a broadcast that he'd have an explanation the next morning. And what actually happened? Not one word from the committee. I bet they're stalling for time. Please remain patient. The credibility of the Propeller Paradise in administration and engineering departments is at stake here. We need to deal with this carefully and come up with a plan that can satisfy the hundreds of corporations that have an interest in the project. Who's asking you to deal with it carefully? Yes? Who gives a crap? It's not like this is another ring lab. The engineering department's inspections have stopped and the administration's vetting is over. Who cares if Propeller Paradise officials are doing their job or not? But the hearing is a necessary part of the oversight process. Investigations and trials, those are your problems. We just want to know the results of the hearing. The Air Expo Columbia, we expected to make a splash in the Columbia and even all of Terra. Is it going to happen or not? Out of the way. I said out of the way. You really think that sitting here puts your illegal equipment out of our reach? It remains Ryan Lab property until the hearing is underway. Besides, what are you calling illegal equipment? Don't you recognize a floating botanical unit when you see it? Sapling floating around you are no different from the one behind us. You insolent little, I need more men over here. Sky, we don't have the numbers. We can only hold out for so long if they decide to use force. Besides, we don't know whether this tree, like the device behind us, is legal or whether it's safe. After all, it's only been 2 years since Control Right. I'll ask you one question as a scientist. Are you willing to just hand over the product of Director Lunar Ray Sweat and Blood? No, but then take action, leave no regrets. If only we had more people, but Ryan only has so many people on Propeller Paradise. Did you forget that we're Ryan Lab people too, Mr. Jagger? Hey, the testers! I didn't want to drag you into this. You're worried about the hearing. It's not like we haven't seen our share of trumped up charges. Those guards wouldn't have gone onto this platform if you called us sooner. Bunch of slum slugs trying to play the hero. Possession of illegal equipment, destruction of property, aiding and abetting. There's enough to keep all of you locked away for years. I'd already be locked away if Director Lunaray didn't take me in. You want to touch a tree, you have to go through us. Don't threaten me with a good time. Ryan researchers and testers from form a wall against the guards attempting to enter, while curious onlookers on the outside look up at the towering tree. A tall dark figure walks past the rear of the crowd, footsteps clanking. Oh, who's this? So this is Ryan's tree. It's an honor to see you here. Oh, you flatter me, Mercia. I've been on an extended holiday, and it's about time I got back in the saddle. Are you here for the hearing? Yes, the design of the Mainlander Emergency Management Council badge is pretty nice. You should try one on. Is my mission over? Our mission has only just started. What are your orders? No rush, these past few days have been quite eventful. Other than Nasty and Gordon Tannen, are there any other stories that I should hear? No. Good. See you at the ropeway station in 5 minutes. There's so much going on with Propeller Paradise that I'm sure I'll need a local guide. Understood. Sorry, I should have closed the window. Company reps and testers are protesting on the streets. The longer the hearing takes, the more restless they get. Are you feeling better? You're in poor shape. You've already seen Director Lunaray. Perhaps I should send you back to the Convalis. No. Another no, just like last night. Things will only get messier on Propeller Paradise in the coming days. It'll be even more difficult to leave. They got locked up again. We're in jail again. They didn't even bother to change our cell. The time of the hearing keeps changing. You think they might be looking for more evidence and stack even more charges on us. Bro, they ended up back in jail again, huh? Look, if they ask, I'm telling the truth that you're the imposter. Come on, say something. You're scaring me. You know, nomadic prisons on the barren lands could become tourist attractions. The only problem is that it's much easier to get in than out. You're still thinking about tours at a time like this. You've already lost one client and now you're putting your other one in jail. I'll find her and there's no need for you to worry. How do you figure? No trial, no ID check, no notice to appear. You think the guards are just stalling for time to find a way to charge us? Yes. I don't think so. I think it's a sign. You and I are not the focus of this hearing. Byrne and Oakley are in jail. Mary hasn't been seen since last night. All the phone lines on the registrar are busy. Everyone in Ender Originium slugs are looking for me and Nasty. It's time I put what I learned from the old man into practice. I'll have an answer for everything. I have nothing to fear. Looks like the old fox has lost his touch. No one's coming to interrogate me yet. Wait a second. Alright, I still show up as a chief executive of Propeller Paradise on the terminal. Sky Conqueror is currently under excessive stress. Please remember your health. We are on a long journey that leads beyond Terra. Damn it, are they gonna start that hearing or not? Everything would be over and done with if I were in charge. That old coot just keeps tripping me up. It's been this way for 7 years. Why haven't you gone one bit better in the past 7 years? Gustav. How would you do it if you were there in charge? You thought you could pat yourself on the back for stopping the Ryan inspections, thinking you could continue to run your little hustle worry-free. What do you think ATAO was a kindergarten? Is that how you ended up this naive? Everything would have gone smoothly if not for that bloody tree. This is all Nasty's fault. Smoothly? Even a junior assistant under Nasty saw through your tricks. The whole country would have seen your dirty laundry if he weren't every bit as naive as you. So much that he came to me for help. So tell me, how do you plan on dealing with it? Please help me, sir. Whatever the reason Ryan had to build this floating unit, we can't let them continue to find their own creations. The administration should have full authority over this, but this has been excluded from the assessment, thanks to your incompetence. You mean we'll need a third party? A scientific consultant who is objective, professional, with the appearance of impartiality. Oh damn, dude, this guy, holy. Mr. Tanny, it's a pleasure. Dude, when is he a playable character? He has the makings of a fucking playable character, I swear. He doesn't look like a scientific consultant at all. Can he really handle this Rhine stuff? I visited the floating platform in order to familiarize myself with the assessment subject. It's certainly an impressive tree, and there was plenty of activity in its shade. Over our cold dead bodies. Mr. Jaeger, just bluffing. Did radiation from beyond the star pod fry your brain or something? You really want to bleed for this? You'll get your wish then. Stop. Hey, uniform, you're with Mainlander. We are with the Mainlander Foundation. Emergency Management Council. According to the bylaws of Propeller Paradise, the council has the authority to take over all administrative and management functions in the event of an accident or disaster. You can check with Gordon Tanyan and Gustav. Emergency Management Council. Yes, Mr. Jaeger. We understand your position, but we advise you to avoid any reckless actions. We are authorized to take extraordinary measures against you and your colleagues if necessary. So Propeller Paradise is in a state of emergency, and your preliminary investigation has defined yesterday's event as a special incident. Yes, the council has established a special investigation team to obtain evidence from the scene and persons of interest. The investigation is ongoing. A hearing is the only fair and just course of action in the absence of an official judicial institution. We thank you for your patience. Does Ryan keep possession of this floating botanical unit until the hearing? Of course. I hope your investigation is as fair and just as the conclusion you just reached. There is no need to worry. The safety of the temporary floating platform has been ensured. Bravo is resuming patrol. Are we just gonna leave, Mr. Jaeger? Mainlander's authority looks real, judging by the reaction of the guards. The hearing keeps getting delayed and things are still in flux. We won't learn anything if we stay here. Besides, have any of you seen Director Lunaray? Okay, let's see here.
Please, this is no time for excuses.
Good scenery here, Doctor.
The outcome has already been decided. They simply cannot see
Sky Strider Porta Potty. When defeated for the first time, crashes and becomes debris with extremely high defense. They'll find one buoyancy on a levitatable zone. Oh boy, okay.
I have to get serious now.
Put this here.
lot stay up there if it gets risky.
Dude, she uses a guitar. Hell yeah. Okay. Let's see.
Got my bolts kitted.
Oh shit, whoops. Right, only one buoyancy.
You'll hear from me as
Whoops.
needed.
Put this here then.
Everything is under control.
Got my bolts kitted. I'm hearing movement. We're counting on you again today, little apple.
Great mind. Thy trampling of this hallowed ground shall beget. Hark! Ne'er hast thou questioned the road thou strayed upon.
If I make it back in one piece, I win. Point where I'm cleaning up. I have to get serious now.
Great mind. Hark! Wait, for the snow shall bury this all.
時間をかけるつもりはない。
I've been in plenty of events, but this is the most chaotic venue ever.
Great minds think alike. Make your decision. Make your as ice yields to gentle warmth's embrace. Thy trampling of this hallowed ground shall beget bitter rue.
Do we have Ivan?
お前の攻撃は想定の通りだ。
And that's as far as you go.
Great mind as ice yields to gentle warmth's embrace. Great mind. Hark! Ne'er hast thou questioned the road thou strayed upon.
Point where I'm thread of my position. Yeah.
お前の攻撃
Thy trampling of this hallowed ground shall beget
Nice,
bitter
okay.
rue.
A small sand beast in the forest caught my attention. My knowledge told me that this creature usually makes its habitat in the barrens. The frightened beast escaped into the bushes. I pursued it through thorn and briar, driven by curiosity, and found myself gazing upon the unexpected landscape. I don't know, next. Wait, was there a middle in that stage? No, it's the next stage, right? Do you see it, Fenny? Yeah. The great desert in the sky, pink where they meet on the horizon, is totally different from the pictures in the textbooks. It smells sweet. That's your mom baking cupcakes. They'll be ready soon. Tell me again about your adventures in the Eastern Wasteland. No, tell me about the city in the sky. There's no rush, Fanny. We have plenty of time and plenty of adventures to talk about. You'll see everything that I've ever seen when you grow up, and your feet become quicker, I promise. Stop spinning tall tales to my clients. Don't blame me for you being boring, trainee. They like my stories better. My job is to take clients to see places that actually exist. You think only the places that your company marked exist? What about the things I saw in my youth? I told you you shouldn't just read from your tourist manual. You need to walk a path that no one else has ever seen. And achieve nothing in life, get laughed at by the neighbors, and spend my old age spinning tall tales to children. I believe your stories, the flying Beck beast, floating city, golden pink desert, still always be precious memories. But you believe in your stories too much. Fern, come back here. Congratulations, Miss Fern Barn. Your application has been approved. You are now the owner of an independent travel agency. Thank you. It's a big first step, even if it's a one-woman company. One woman, I thought there was another name on the application. Barn, my dad passed away last year. I'm sorry. No need to apologize. I wouldn't have decided to start my own travel agency if not for him. Even if we won't be able to travel together, Martin Barn will always be an important part of this company. I'm sure he'd be glad. Have you decided your first route? I can recommend a few popular spots. Is there some place that no one's ever gone before? Most my peers think my slogan of going into the unknown is just a gimmick. Only my clients and I know how many wonderful sights we saw and how many amazing things we did together. Our destination was Propeller Paradise. I wanted to see what future would be like, while my client had an ambiguous wish. I swear I didn't mean to sabotage Ryan. My client was in good shape, and you were the only other Banshee I knew of. No need to apologize. I'm not here to put you on trial. I just wanted to know who you and your client were. I'll be happy to read your autobiography if you ever publish one, but right now, time is of the essence. You're worried about the hearing. I don't think the investigation is complete yet, since they keep pushing the date back. The trial will come sooner than you think. Tell me about your Banshee client as succinctly as you can. When did you meet? Why did you come here? And how is her health? It was 2 months ago in the bleached wasteland. It's really cold at night. The sand's black, completely different from what Dad said. The outskirts of the bleached wasteland aren't as scary as stories say. My flesh hasn't been ripped from my bones, and I haven't heard the ghosts of the dead wailing. Wait, what's that shadow on the slope? Don't tell me there actually are ghosts here. Is this Columbia? Guide. Guide. Oh. Are you alright? Pulse and breathing normal, doesn't seem like dehydration. Well, can't hurt to try. Am I back in the Convalis? No, I haven't seen her yet. Do not mourn me, I must not roost. Calm down, do you remember your name? No. Where are you going? You're in the bleached wasteland in Columbia. Do you remember what you're here for? Wasteland. No, she's not here. What are you looking for? Maybe I can help. Fern's tours will fulfill your every wish, even the ones you think won't come true, and our prices are fair and reasonable. My dad always said that if it hasn't come true yet, there's always a chance. He also said, ma'am? She's lost consciousness. Featherhorns, what's this banshee looking for? And how did she get lost in the bleached wasteland? What are these floating symbols? What language is this? And these golden patterns carrying tiny leaves. Is this her arts? The leaves are moving, pointing towards DC. Her memory got fuzzier and fuzzier. I didn't know what was wrong with her, and I got desperate. You can't stop time. It's a symptom of age, but her memories. I've seen this before in the Convalis. It goes hand in hand with death. If a banshee who's starting to lose her memories showed up here, then perhaps it's her last wish to keep what's left of her mind together. Do you mean you're trying to fulfill her dying wish? She came all the way to Columbia, walked through the bleached wasteland on foot just to fulfill her final wish. What is she looking for? An object, a truth, or someone she cared about? I see. Every cop on Propeller Paradise is looking for you. Ryan needs to give everyone an explanation. This delayed hearing is extremely important to you. Yet you came to look for a guy you've only met in passing, asking about her client. Unless you already know who she's looking for, or is it you she came to Columbia for? Thank you for caring for my mother, Fern. She must still be somewhere on Propeller Paradise. I'll help you look for her. We're out of time. Please come with us, Director Lunaray. A few more minutes, please. Wait, your uniform. It's not Tannen who sent you. The Mainlander Emergency Management Council. Your new uniforms look just like the old ones. The council has completed its investigation concerning the flight of the illegal device that occurred last night. Please accompany us to verify the findings. Please communicate any objections that you may have to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings and waste of time at the hearing. The investigation is complete, then why hasn't the hearing started? We've been waiting for several hours. The hearing is delayed, but the trial has already begun. I can understand if a scientist doesn't like to talk. Have you forgotten how to speak too? I remember how I was on a short list for a promotion. The next day, you transferred an official of the same rank over from HQ. He was young, superb, made all the candidates uneasy. We climbed over each other to prove to you that we were the best one for the job. Same old story, isn't it? In the end, you were the one who got the promotion. I was supposed to get it. Nothing is ever supposed to happen, kid. You really think the chief executive of Propeller Paradise is an important post? No, people will only remember the one who gives the opening address. Doesn't necessarily have to be you. Gordon has his eyes on the Kuranta behind Gustav. The spikes on the Savra's tail rise up on their ends, swaying conspicuously. He is off guard. He knows that Gustav is intentionally agitating his competitiveness, but after so many years at ATAO, he just can't stop himself from provoking his competitors. In order to leave ATAO, he took on tasks that were not his job, pulled strings everywhere, and bowed his head to Gustav, his tormentor. He must not stop now. What do you think Ryan's device is, Mr. Consultant? Maybe a variation of a floating botanical unit. Excuses. No, floating botanical units are electrical cables in the sky. Light, weight, and mobility are paramount. Now, what did I see on my way here? 2 empty slots on the tree's internal activator. My guess is... Oh, anyone can tell it's waiting for 2 keys. It doesn't look like the tree will fully activate until a second Ryan Lab section director is present, unless someone else sneaks into Propeller Paradise unnoticed. What do you mean? People might have many theories and speculations about this device because of its appearance and the Ryan name, but I see nothing more than flying a tree, Mr. Gustav. Are you done? We're not here to write Ryan's paper for them. The delayed hearing has brought us time, but the reason Nasty concealed the tree's existence, how Fern sneaked in, and my side hustle, everything needs an explanation. Enough. Impatience is a sign of fear. Questions are a sign of incompetence. Our consultant here has already given us the answer. What is it? Ryan's device is pretty low risk, but also invites all kinds of speculation. Therefore, our definition of it can't be as big or as small as we want it to be. What else do you need me to do, sir? Do as you're told. All you need to do is what you're told. Now stop pushing. Please let me through. I have something to ask the desk. Don't waste your time. They don't know when the hearing is. I just want to know if I should come forward to the investigation. Listen, we're impatient too. No one can do anything to move the hearing process forward unless you're actually involved in the case. Let me guess, you took out the Sky loan, didn't you? Yes, there were 6 grocers like me back home. We spent our days betting drinks on the direction that Tumbleweed rolled until 2 years ago. The Sky, the Star Pod, the Life of Originium, a brand new frontier for Columbia. I didn't understand a thing that the TV and newspaper said, but I saw the light that night. I sold my shop, abandoned my wife, took out a huge loan, and went into Propeller Paradise without ever looking back. I've already heard a dozen stories like that today. Take a banner and go join the protest instead of hanging your head here. Aspen looks down at the protest banner in his hand. The fabric is silver and reflective material commonly used by flying machines. Lucky Sisty Beast's furniture uses the same materials too. Aspen does not understand how it became so popular so quickly. The sofa reflects his face whenever he walks past it. It is patently absurd. Yet the sight of the silvery fabric also causes his heart to leap, as though the future is really in his hands and luck is really on his side. I'll make it through this hearing. Even if I'm put on trial and thrown in jail, I'll make sure that the name Lucky Sisty Beast and my exhibits stay on Propeller Paradise, where everybody can see them. Now things will turn out fine. Lucky Sisty Beast will bring me luck. He's never been late before. Was he delayed by the protests, or did he get lost on the way? Now, the structure of Propeller Paradise is certainly complex, but it's not so hard to understand if we see it as a massive Rankwood film set. I remember the Pioneer era classics that you starred in. People still think your metal body was some kind of special effect. You have a good memory. Transportation on the levitating layer is very interesting. The combination of steel wires and ball pods seems like some sort of amusement park. I apologize for the delay. I had to make a few rounds to humor these Three Stooges. I haven't had a chance to greet them yet. No need to be nervous. Young Maylander agents always attract too much attention. It takes someone with a calmer demeanor like you to play the part of a secretary, but I can't help but feel like you're starting to go too far with the seriousness things. Hannon isn't an easy customer, is he? He has a personality. It's not hard to read. Good work. Your timing a few days ago was impeccable. Single squad eliminated 2 major risks before the exhibition. I'll be sure to make a note on your annual assessment. I'm flattered. The suspension of Propeller Paradise's administrative and engineering functions has created plenty of room for Maylander to operate. Gustav's desire to work with us is clear. He has already sent people to deal with Ryan's devices, and he intends to personally instruct his subordinates. I guess all that's left is a hearing to placate the public. You have questions about the delay of the hearing, don't you? It's not like Maylander to stall. Since when did you pick up an impatient streak? Everything happens in due course. We're not only here to investigate. Such a beautiful futuristic city. I leave Colombia for a few months and all sorts of new stuff pop up. How long will it take to make a full round of the levitation lair? Less than an hour by ropeway. Very good. I would like to enjoy a nice view of Propeller Paradise before the hearing.
Leader, don't forget to invite me out for drinks on your
Oh, I
account,
unlocked.
okay?
I guess I cleared one of her conditions. Yep. I guess getting 100,000 damage was fairly easy. Okay. Alright, so I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go do something real quick, so give me a few minutes. Okay, there we go. Oh, the earbuds on this thing is low. That's why it disconnected. Okay. There we go. The wind blows on the leaves in the young banshee's hand, and voices fall from the breeze. One more story. How about the tale of the wandering metal hero? He even graced our valley once. In fact, the mist that shrouds Mist Lake was actually blown from his big pipe. Retract your feather horns like this, and you can shield your eyes. So we can use them as an eye mask to sleep during the day. No, of course not. This is so you can easily weave your tears into elegies at funerals. Another recording ends, and the young banshee keeps her leaves in a chest pocket, yet her gaze suddenly turns wary. Eavesdrop again, and I'll throw you into the concrete mixer. Was that a banshee's incantation? Yes. You've journeyed thousands of miles from Castel to Columbia, yet you record your people's voices to keep by your side, listening to them over and over. Is homesickness hard for you to comprehend? No, but it's rare I find someone concentrating on nostalgia the same way she concentrates on a blueprint. You're trying to decipher the Banshee's language and behavior. Why? To find a new path to solve your entire race's plight that has endured for millennia. I'm not that arrogant. I only hope to take a burden off the shoulders of a particularly worried individual. I see, though, that's pretty much what I just said. So any breakthroughs? I'm not in that much of a rush. It sounds as if you've replayed that countless times over and over. Speaking in the same old corpus until you drown, unable to develop new language. The limits of vision and thoughts drown us in a pool of common sense, and then everything turns into so-called destiny. I thought you left Castel knowing this. Erasing those recordings is a cruel suggestion. It's rational. Hello, I'm Kristen, control of Rhine Lab. Nasty. The talented Banshee, freshly recruited by Sterli Construction Co., who completes projects 3 times faster than regular engineers. Provoking rumors of you imbuing witchcraft into blueprints. We're currently establishing an engineering department at Rhine Lab. Might you be interested? I happened to overhear your chat with the boss yesterday. Rhine Lab is a biotech company, yes? Look up, Nasty. Do you see those foul beasts and the morning stars behind them? I'm only looking for some kind of power to break through the sky. The sky. Per your prior suggestion, if you wish to accomplish something that exceeds the borders of common sense, then perhaps the power you need doesn't come from our side. Rhine Lab should be looking into a scientific investigation department instead. A rational suggestion. Can I take this as a first proposal fielded by our director of engineering? Miss Lunaray, I thought you'd send me straight to the hearing, or perhaps a more confidential cell, but here we are waiting for a cable car at the ropeway station. Are we to visit the levitation layer next? Your visitor has indeed arranged for that. Long time no see, Nasty. So it was you. I just got here, and what a fine place it is. I still have half the place to see. Shall we have a look together? All right. Why is it raining only in the area we just passed through? Cloud projections, thanks to the sky simulator system developed by Rankwood. Wait, 5 minutes and you can even enjoy it in Aurora. A century ago, that fellow known today as the father of projections once lamented to me on a film set, wondering when we could actually shoot a film up in the sky. Sky fever has truly set the revolutionary gears of film tech in motion. Quite an atmosphere here, nasty. Personally, I take civilization's rapid developments as commonplace happenings, and now I can't help but be moved by the Colombians' creativity. It's hard to believe you'd still be in the mood for fun and games. According to the laws drawn up for Propeller Paradise, relevant authorities must call for a hearing within 12 hours of an emergency event happening to investigate the matter and notify the public. Gordon barged into Ryan Labs by Vivarium, wrecked our research wrecked our research projects, and exposed his shady dealings to public scrutiny. Evidence and testimonies provided were complete and accurate. Your people arrived quickly, yet you've been dragging your feet to begin this hearing. There's no procrastination, nasty. 2 years ago, the Colombians never thought they'd fight the clouds for the right to dwell above, but now Propeller Paradise has become the hottest topic in all of Colombia, and its name tops the special plate registry records. Take a moment to ride the cable car as it circles around, look at the facilities around you, and at the company representatives clogging the entrance to the registration center. All of this already tells us what sort of judgment the hearing will produce, no? Propeller Paradise, you get it. Paradise representing a zealous ambition to fly high up into the skies, while Propeller has an exact implication too. There's no stopping. A smuggling network exposed revealed to be led by the chief executive, involving nearly 100 companies, numerous irregularities found in the park's research work over the past 6 months. So once we begin investigating, the exhibition will have to be cancelled. You're right, Nasty. The hearing must convene, and everything that's happened must be accounted for. That's all they need in account. And Ryan Lab is the most appropriate party to provide that. After all, the Sky Fever began that night in Triamounts. Anyone could believe Ryan Lab will do something like that. Never the silent technician connecting nothing but cables that your peers say you are. Though this isn't exactly a false accusation against Ryan Lab now, is it? Your mystery tree still floats in the sky, putting aside your botanical unit and other excuses. How are you going to explain that? It sounds like I don't even have to attend the hearing anymore. You've already made up your mind after all. I'm sorry, Nasty. I'm not sure of the exact time frame, but I'll go home eventually. Someone's waiting for me. Before that happens, Ryan Lab can become one of the stops on your journey. It doesn't matter if you want to develop a new language, create a new convalesce, or change the so-called fate of your clan. No one will get in your way of your goals. On the contrary, Ryan Lab will fight for everything you need. After all, we have many like you. And the catch, or perhaps I should ask the cost. Nasty, I don't ask company employees to view Ryan Lab's operations as some sort of grand undertaking worthy of personal sacrifice. If you want to accomplish the unprecedented, we are already on a path strewn with enough doubt and loss, so we must never stop, ever. I consent to join Ryan Lab then. Seeming as we're still on the cable car, I'm sure there's room for discussion. The hearing must take place and everything has to be accounted for, but it's merely an accounting. All of Colombia knows that the Horizon Arc project from 2 years ago, Kristen stole funding from the DoD, but Ryan Lab as a whole was not fully involved, though I was certainly her accomplice. Pinning the blame of endangering the entire park on a company versus an individual has entirely different implications, Nasty. Are you willing to sacrifice yourself like this for Ryan Lab? Sacrifice. Kristen and I aren't fans of the word. Everything has a price. This is what life in the Convalesce and Castell taught me. There's no way I'll willingly take the blame for one of Maylander's plans. I won't make it hard for the other Ryan Labbers. Nor that tree for the matter. Do as you wish for the device, but let my assistant take the data. Since the research isn't finished, he knows nothing about my project, so don't worry about him tampering with it. We're here. The agents at the station will escort you where you should go. Right, there's something else. When I return to Castell, I went to Convalesce. Bela is here, I already know. I had planned to hurry to find her before I went to the hearing. Vela is in the park. Mercia, so I see. I'll send someone to look after my old friend. Thanks. The hearing on the sudden accident on Propeller Paradise has just concluded. Suspect Nasia Lunore abused her position as the head of the park's engineering department to conduct unauthorized experimental projects, and this nearly led to a disaster. On the night of the incident, the suspect attacked Gordon Tannen, the park's chief executive, in an attempt to cover up a crime with an unidentified tree-shaped device. According to Mr. Tannen's testimony, the suspect not only deliberately tried to harm him, but she also abused her engineering privileges to tamper with exhibits. She forced her subordinates to conduct illegal tests, deliberately suppressed rival tech companies, and forced dozens of outstanding companies to leave the park. Now, with the ATAO's backing, the innocent corporations implicated in this incident have returned to Propeller Paradise and will continue to contribute to Columbia's aerial operations. The suspect Nasia Lunore is currently in custody after confessing to her crime. She will be sent to DC courts to face justice. From now on, Propeller Paradise operations will be overseen by Gordon Tannen and Gustav, supervised by the Maylander Emergency Management Council. The highly anticipated Air Expo Columbia will not be affected whatsoever. Madame Vela, was that too loud? My apologies. Nasty, what happened to her? Don't you mind that, madam? Let your final memory of Director Lunare be when you saw her last night. The young agent places his hand on the old projector and gently turns its dials, as if manipulating delicate strings of memory. Maylander Emergency Management Council intervenes in all of Columbian's incidents, in the name of monitoring the emergency measures of government agencies for incidents produced the easiest facts to manipulate. The Tin Man always jokes about how the council's methods are more extensive than Mama John's stock lists, and this, of course, includes Mercia's Originium Arts, erasing memories. Mercia has done the same actions hundreds, thousands of times, but now her hand turning a dial freezes up. No, at the very least, I shouldn't do this to an old woman with already fading memories. Besides, the facts have been tampered with enough already. Late hearing satisfied corporate reps, my fellow agents infiltrating the crowd. What exactly is the Tin Man's mission this time? The more people on patrol, the less I can do for you. It's only a matter of time before he discovers my deception. But if you can't stop worrying over Director Lunare, I'll figure out a way. Nasty, my daughter, I'm sorry. It was I who left you homeless. Where the torches are lit, the myriad souls be. Bones to bones, souls to souls. Let's conclude the funeral here, Vela. Our people have returned to the courtyard, and night is falling. 3 months, Demoy spent 3 whole months in the wooden hut under the roosting tree before death finally came. I've done all I could, but I could not alleviate the pain of slowly turning into an empty husk. She was never the sorrowful sort. The reed beds along the lake shore would sway to the sound of her laughter. But every pleasant memory from the past 2 centuries vanished completely within the first 3 days after she moved into the wooden hut. I couldn't retrieve them as much as I wanted to. In those final 3 months, as her remaining memories abandoned her, all she could do was force out broken hoarse whispers from her throat. In her 2 centuries of life, she certainly knew laughter in full measure at least. But why did she have to end up meeting death in agony? In these 200 years since we settled in the Convalis, every banshee that has left us has experienced a long and painful period of losing her memory before death. A cruel joke, simply put, to the departed, banshees are the last ones to remember their existence. It is not in our nature to forget, but to remember. Forgetting is indeed a new phenomenon of the last 2 centuries, but you shouldn't blame yourself for a chronic disease we have yet to comprehend. A chronic disease or a cost. Every time every person without fail, first loses her memories of life in the Convalis, as if the life was created we created was mere stuffing made of cotton, a substitute that replaced the life we were originally born to live. But in the end, when it decays completely with time, the people it once filled are left as empty husks. Is that not what we have always wanted to do? To create a different life for the Banshees, the Sarkas, a life accompanied by song and pastry rather than war and death. Remember what Her Highness promised us as we deal with all this in the Convalis. She, as the King of Sarkas, will guide our people to bid farewell to our omnipresent, vengeful, and bloodthirsty nature. You personally told me that Her Highness has turned to Urginium for answers, along with that dame. I had a few more conversations with Her Highness after that. She never forgot our original dream. She only changed to a more decisive method to fulfill her promise. If the day comes where her flowers can cover the land, all the more we Sarkas will need a new way of life. I hope the Convalis will hold on until then. The roosting tree is still withering, its roots have long since rotted. Neither the Children of Soil and Stone's witchcraft nor my own incantations have been of any effect. I'm sure there's a future for our roosting tree. I only hope you'll be there to see it. These past 3 months, have you gone even a single night's sleep as you kept Demoy company? Her moments of peace were thanks to your soothing incantations. She could gain respite from listening to the boats on Mist Lake. But what about you? Now that Demoy is gone, the only Banshee left to experience the war 2 centuries ago are you and me. Only I can pay the price. What about the children? Is that why you sent Ephaniel to Kazdel? The Banshee's future should be left to the children. Whether our decision was right or wrong, we shouldn't let our children pay for it. Is that why you didn't let Nasty join in the funeral rites this time? And good that it didn't, if the Convalis life is but a fragile existence made of cotton stuffing then. Nasty grew up fighting for her life in Kazdel. To her, death is nothing but origin and crystals sprouting all over the ground. Her attitude toward death will spread doubts to the other children. She has a bright mind. I'm sure she'll understand your intention. I remember when she wanted to build a hut of her own by the roosting tree. Though in the end, you had her build it in the Mistaple pulpwoods. You hardly bring her to the courtyard gatherings, nor do you allow her to formally study incantations and elegies. How do you explain all that to her? I found the children too loud, so as the custodian, I had to move further away to find some peace and quiet. She saw how busy I was, and she believed it. At least, she said nothing. Alright, Lacara Maline, you should go. And you? I wish to stay a while longer. You've sung this elegy long enough. I don't know what else I can do. The Convalis is headed towards decay, and beyond it, the souls left homeless by my mistake can only weep. Now you can still go back and keep Nasty company at least. As a mother, we might not be able to pay the cost of always shutting our children out. You close the door and only to hide cruel truths, but to the child, you're pushing her away. These days I've been getting the feeling that Nasty will leave. But I thought the day would come. But I never thought the day would come so soon. Yes, it is. Yes, it is an abrupt decision. Flimsy boat drifts downstream out of the valley, propelled by an old banshee's incantations. Reeds sway as a thin mist veils the fallen leaves on the lake's surface. With the season indiscernible, the farewell is bereft of a seasonal undertone. I hope for you to spend the rest of your life peacefully in the Convalis. It was my mistake not finding you earlier than I did. You already gone through so much suffering. When I decided to bring you back here, I should have been responsible for you, but in the end... Please forgive my conflicted heart, Nasty. I'm not leaving because of you, Vela. At least not for the reason you think. Unlike those children, you know how Casdell is even now. The living still fight in the market, teeming with the stench of rust and excrement, while crystals sprout from the dead like untended weeds. It does not hold the answer I want. But what is your question in the first place? Where are you planning to go? I don't know, maybe I'll use half-baked incantations I picked up from you, cast a few stones at the valley entrance, and let them decide a direction for me. Lithanian, Laterano, Columbia. I heard those strange names when wandering in Castel. Those places. They're very far. So, take care, child, eat well. After a long silence, Vela only manages one sentence. The old banshee who has traveled far and wide, bearing word of demise, only realizes now how unfamiliar those places sound to her. Her adopted daughter is about to embark on a journey, yet she has no idea how it will end, or what sort of advice to impart. As the boat gently glides to the murmur of water, Nasty does not turn around. Farewell, mother. Hmm. Hold up. Wait a second. We'll put you here.
I'm here to help. Real estate question. This wonderful realm or a panoramic. We're counting on you again today, little apple. Apple pie with char siu. Point where I'm cleaning up.
What are you? Only attacks ally units in aerial state. Oh.
We're counting on you again today, little apple.
Yep, I can see that. Yep.
I try and keep my eyes open. Now set my idol image. Who gives a crap about that right now?
Rip metal. Oh, wait, it's those things? Oh, right. Hold on. Wait, yeah, no, there's metal in this thing. Hold on. This is those things?
I'll keep watch behind. No one.
Oh, wait, then let me do that again then. Okay, so I don't let it, so I don't let an operator die to those things? What are those things called again? Balloon, no, oh, squirt, wait. Oh, this stuff, oh. Okay, wait, let me try that again then. Hold on, I have an idea.
Need some lighting? All good. This light on my head will illuminate the path ahead. Long as it doesn't die out. I don't think it will. Probably. Real estate question. This wonderful realm or a panoramic view of... Yeah, you'll hear from me as needed. Divine Judgment Traditional! I try and keep my eyes open. We're counting on you again today, little apple. Point where I'm cleaning up. Do we have to send that anyway? That's as far as you go. I have to get serious now. Oh, I should try adding a jet engine next time.
Do we have to come dead anyway? I'm taking you with me! Point where I'm cleaning up, and that's as far as you go.
I'm in position. No need to guess which position.
Point where I thread at my position. Yeah, not anymore, Sid. Mission accomplished.
Attention all company representatives and testers, Propeller Paradise will link up with DC in 2 hours. The park's broadcast will begin once we're in range at the Intercity net. Please make sure your exhibits are all functioning optimally. Air Expo Columbia is about to begin. Look, that's Tower Mountain's Finby's airship. I heard they made a lot of last-minute modifications and greatly improved its heat resistance. And that solar-powered hover kitchen kit. With a power source that even works beyond the star pod. I've been curious ever since I first read the brochure. Whoa. Is he looking out the window? Good thing you only hit the window rail instead of getting your whole head stuck in there. The expo's about to begin. Aren't you nervous at all? Relax, professionals always have an escape plan ready. I'll get you out when the time's right. You want to leave already? No, sir, of course not. Whatever, I'm just here to hand over some stuff. That's a lot of papers. Are these records and investigation forms and the name on them Fern Barn? Vandalizing public property, theft of cultural relics, trespassing, impersonating a guide. Why is a little indie guide worth your trouble to scrutinize 5 years of work history? We just need your signature down here and you'll spend the rest of your life in jail introducing folks to handcuffs and shackles. What do you want? The expo is about to begin, but we need more hands on deck. We can't afford to lock up the park's only 2 guides. Why? That would waste time and resources, but there are too many records with your name on them and you're connected to Nasty Lunare. So you've decided to threaten me. Stay in line and this is a chance to wipe your rap sheets clean, you know. Seems like I don't have a choice. Save your thanks for Gustav. He was the one who proposed it to the Mainlander Emergency Management Council. The 2 of you would be missing out on this expo, marking the beginning of a new era without him. I'm sure you've heard the broadcast too before the park plate drives into the Intercity net's range and begins the live stream. Make sure you're fully prepared to introduce the future to every Colombian out there. I get it, I'll finish all the studio work and won't leave the park before the expo ends. Good deal. Then come on out, you two. Time to get to work. Oh, it's this guy. On behalf of all Athenians, I express my most sincere congratulations for the upcoming Air Expo Columbia to be held on the experimental propeller Paradise. Take a guess who signed it in the end. Conductor of the Gildenus Gesas, Guardian of the 9 Crace. Anyway, one with a string of titles neither of us could pronounce. The Kaiserin. The late Mainlander Senior always said that those with a keen sense of politics never lose it, and it seems that holds true. Miss Wilson. I'd rather keep a keen sense of for wine tasting, honestly. Laterano took half a century to hold their Summit of Nations, an event you could say was the largest diplomatic event on Terra in nearly 2 centuries. Yet Lathanian only sent over a few insignificant dukes as delegates. But our tiny Air Expo Columbia has got a personal letter of congratulations from the Kaiserin. Mr. Vice President Propeller Paradise has sent over a gift, a bunch of balloons in the shape of the president, most of which are already decorating the hallways. Thank you, Pavard. Perhaps you could return the Kaiserin's wishes with a balloon like that one. And let the Gesatsa Wachter and Spirecaster spend 3 days carefully dismantling it into rubber scrap. I probably butchered that name. I don't know. It seems to be an average balloon for decorative purposes. I fear that it is no longer the case since the letter was penned by the Kaiserin. It'll transform into the most cutting-edge military tech, an aerial bomb disguised as a balloon, since floating into another country's airspace. Oh, and how many congratulations like that have you received? Let's see, Victorian Grand Dukes, the Earth Sign Speaker, the Grand Knight of Casimirs. I'll run out of fingers to count on. The VP before me spent 4 years worrying about immigration and tariffs, but me. Impregnable cities got captured, and a never-changing city got ripped open. A never-changing sky got ripped open, and a long, silent ocean began to speak. After all that, the core nations unanimously decided balloons were always aerial bombs in the skies. And what about us? Oh, this balloon of ours can't even fly. Before the balloon were sent over, the flammable hydrogen got replaced with regular air, for safety reasons, of course. How safe and careful we Colombians are. This sounds like a serious matter of national security, and you're discussing it with a retiree. Inside the state building, the finest reception hall in all of DC, even. It's hard to imagine retirement making things any different for Jara Booker Wilson. My hospitality is hardly befitting the once eternally shining star of Orion's Lab's former director of HR. These days, people seem more willing to be moved by a legend or miracle than politics or promises. Even the most rational congressmen are no exception. If you're referring to the few meetings I had with Congressman Wayne, I believe you've already expressed your gratitude with those unique souvenirs from your egg. That was just a personal token of my gratitude. Besides, I later realized the scientists at the observation station must have sent you something similar before. If you show up and give the right people the chance to put hydrogen back into Columbia's balloons, I'm sure I won't be the only one in line to thank you. To my understanding, the most suitable people to do it would be those who made the balloon in the first place. I've stepped in on their behalf quite a few times. Researchers are as sincere as children. I can never bear to see their hopes dashed. You're right, that retirement has made no difference to me whatsoever, though. Of course, we all know how important Ryan is to you. Look, Propeller Paradise, you don't even need binoculars to see it anymore. We need to wait and see what they'll turn Columbia balloons into. Look, this high-altitude adaptive balloon in the shape of the president is one of our hot souvenirs. A thin film on the balloon surface automatically adjusts its molecular structure according to the environment so it won't explode, even if it collides with the barrier. Think about it, miss, just how many balloons we could fit under the barrier. I remember agents are required to pass the university level physics fundamentals exam. Isn't this park supposed to push the boundaries of physics itself? Are you implying those samples and snacks on you are for research purposes? Just for disguise purposes, I'm about to buy some fresh cotton candy planets over at Platform 4, a small vacuum chamber that can simulate the birth and development of Terra. Don't you think it's romantic? At least that's less boring than having to transport a special someone. Special, you mean that Banshee? Yeah, the one you're in charge of before. So the Tin Man already knew. He said you had an urgent mission to handle, so we'll talk over evacuating the special individual. Bela is in bad shape. You'll have to be very careful. I know an old banshee has to be skilled in witchcraft. No, we'll set up cognitive interference detectors to make sure nothing goes awry. Cognitive interference, but she's already being tormented by her shattered memories. Man, where are my colleagues at? We have to evacuate all personnel from the levitation layer in the next half hour, or I won't get to buy any souvenirs. This is the last chance we'll get to see such weird stuff. I think you should go buy your cotton candy planets. They won't be coming. Huh? I'm at the roadway station. Right, I gotta go to platform 4 or I'll miss out on the cotton candy. Oh. And avail of my apologies, but I only brought you 30 minutes. Act on your desires, you're free. The door is open, guiding me home. But where is Nasty? There's still an hour before the broadcast begins. Which necktie should I wear? Is Gustav still deciding who will make the opening speech? Drag it out any longer and we'll have no time to prepare the script. An hour won't be enough to list all my countless contributions to the park. There are also many organizations and departments to thank for all the help they've given me. They deserve the recognition. Everything will go as planned, surely. What am I thinking? We may not get along, but there's no way he'll side with a Kuranta he's only known for a few days. Even at the very end, Gustav never changes, using every trick up his sleeve to keep his lackeys in line. Just to make them do as they're told. We're like a bunch of kids getting all nervous over a little prize we deserve. How come 5-4's not back yet? Wasn't it supposed to just check the office for any news? Who's that? A letter. I knew it. After hesitating for so long, he settles on the obvious choice, me. How much effort did I put in just to snatch the opportunity to transfer here? How much did I have to finagle to climb the ladder from my lowly admin job in 6 months? I'm the chief executive of Propeller Paradise. I'm the only one who can front it. Oh, he even wrote a speech for me. That sly old fox never leaves anything to chance. My fellow Colombians, I'm Gordon Tannen, the chief executive of Propeller Paradise. I'm sure I've kept you waiting in front of your screens for some time now. Now it is with heavy heart that I announce the official cancellation of Air Expo Colombia. A major accident occurred in the park, and as the one in charge of the place, I bear an undeniable responsibility for this. Oh, Gustav wants him to take the blame, the full blame, right? Wait, an accident? Is this a mistake? This is a public apology, yeah. Alert, alert. Patrol complete, letter not obtained. Part of the path has been blocked by a group of Terrans. Based on their travel route, they are presumably heading toward the levitation layer's experiment zone. At the same time, detecting several high-powered originium products on the move bearing cargo identification tags. They belong to Gordon Tannen. By tags. An apology letter and news brought back by 5-4, this is no mischievous prophecy, but indisputable reality. Shock, panic, anger, countless emotions fill Gordon's chest. Is Gustav about to cause an incident on Propeller Paradise? The expo all of Colombia has been eagerly waiting to see. For what reason? When did he begin planning this? What sort of pawn is Gordon Tannen to him? Apology, amends. Gordon is also familiar with these words, ostracized by his colleagues, and driven by the eccentric hobby. He was always violating the rules. The thin sheet of paper before him reflects the culmination of his work over the past 7 years. He wrote hundreds of self-reflection letters during his time at ATAO. He remembers every single time Gustav would demand an apology from him and how he slid from defiance to compromise. The reward he deserved, things he begged Gustav for like a child, were accusations against him all along. Did you get the speech, Tannen? So, can you do it? His carefully chosen necktie tightens it like a torture device. All I have to do is do as I'm told.
Flawless victory! I was pretty good, wasn't I, Doctor?
Platform 3, secondary patrol complete. Target pod in position, no suspicious individuals detected. There's no one else left on this little platform but us, but what's the situation on your end? The 4 pods engines have undergone breakpoint testing, and the park's about to enter the intercity nets range. Now remember the official line to the public: the gathering is only temporary and they can all return to their respective exhibit areas once the broadcast's intro segment is done. Understood? You sure everyone's gone on your end? The Tin Man stressed we had to make sure all park personnel are safely evacuated before we send the operation signal. The main road was sealed off an hour ago. The support platform's emergency jump pods are all shut. And the cable car routes were all diverted to only go in one direction last night, so no one's been able to get in. Better play it safe. Railway station needs backup. The Rhine research assistant is blocking the access hub with a group of testers, and it's hard to get around them. Now go back them up. It's crucial we time this right. Every preparatory step has to be complete before the broadcast begins. What was that? Look over there. A soda bottle cap. Probably rolled off the table from the floating pod shaking. It's probably nothing. Let's go. Mr. Aspen, what on earth is your obsession with that balloon? The couch is small enough without you hanging on to that. I almost got squished flat. I'm sorry, Miss Barn, but I begged you to take me here just for this balloon. You have no idea how much effort it took slipping right out from under their noses and then getting you here. Really sorry about that. Could you hand me the toolbox from the closet? The evacuation announcement came so suddenly I didn't have time to make sure the floating pods would be alright during the stream. We want the lucky Sisty Beast on display at the expo that badly. Ignoring the public hearing, signing a temp contract with a tour guide with multiple charges under her belt, and helping her escape park security just so you can have her bring you back to sealed off levitation lair. You guys all nuts for the sky. I'm drowning in debt here. The only way to clear it is to have the lucky Sisty Beast at the show and draw an investor. Yeah, the sky will answer every future seeker and all that jazz. The Propeller Paradise's slogan is plastered all over the place, trash can lids in the slums included. Even if it's blind faith, I'm not going to give up now after coming this far. Nothing wrong with the components, they'll last till the show ends. Let's go. Why is the door locked? Wait, did you hear that? I did. Don't tell me something really up with my product. No, I don't mean the exhibit from under our feet. Oh, they're gonna blow it up. Or Mainlander's gonna blow it up. Why isn't the line moving? Drag this out any longer and the broadcast is gonna start. Now calm down. Mainlander guys are on their way to handle it. They've got someone surrounded. Seems like the Ryan Lab researcher, judging by the uniform. Let me through. The tree's hard drive. The motherboard hasn't been removed yet. Don't push your luck. Allowing the Ryan tree at the expo has been our biggest concession to Ryan Lab, and we've even been so generous as to let you copy the data for future research. What more do you want? I just need 5 minutes. I promise I won't pull any tricks either. Hasn't the ATAO's science consultant issued a report on the tree? It's completely harmless. No, all levitation layer personnel are to return to the ground to ensure the exhibits are finalized and only return after the opening speech. Besides, the uplink cable cars aren't operating now, so there's no way you can reach the Rhine tree. It's at the highest point in the park. I didn't realize how much effort Director Lunare put into this experiment until I saw the core code, and now I remember how she never abandoned her dreams for the sky. Even if it only saves a little backtracking time later, I want to help her somehow. You have to let me through. Mr. Jagger, one more move and we'll have to resort to more special methods. Ooh. Wait, the tree looks strange. You used the same excuse 10 minutes ago. No, it really looks weird. Look for yourself. The expo is about to open with the Colombian sun shining brightly. The crowd follows Sky's finger and spots a dazzling tree. The branches wrapped in special material should have been completely still, like tiny insects trapped in resin. However, right here and now under the sunlight, the broken branches seems to glow green. Organic materials don't photosynthesize. The park handbook states clearly it is common for exhibits to transform in high altitude environments. Rhine stuff doesn't do that. And it doesn't give you an excuse to go back up there. Going up there won't solve the problem. I have no idea what exactly is going on. But I know who does. Oh, he just left that easily. Levitation Layer 11 main platforms and 20 support platforms have been inspected. Jammers and backup detonators have been installed in 9 smaller levitation pods, which will crash one by one when activated. Personnel evacuation is complete. Scouts have done multiple calculations of the fallout curve based on current wind direction and force, and have confirmed falling debris will not reach the square, serving as the evacuation spot. Now all areas progressing well. Gustav sends word from the Cloud Restaurant's cockpit that Propeller Paradise will be within DC Intercity net range in 5 minutes. Your order, sir. Anyone has seen those 2 newbies from Bravo? The ones responsible for that Banshee. Positioning shows they're still on Platform 3. That's not in the plane's operational range. Should we send someone to check it out? Seems like their mission's been taken over. Platform 3 is far from the detonation target, so don't worry about that. I'll handle it later. All teams sync Chronos. Phase 2 begins now. Jail cell without window, or the jail cell window crops the sky into its tiny square. Or whoops. The ordinary yet mysterious tree centerpiece of Nasty's research, the Rhine's lab. Core project is now hidden from her view by strangely clothed figures and floating balloons. In a few minutes, the expo broadcast will begin. Without Nasty's involvement, her bone pen and mechanical devices were seized earlier, so all she needs to do now is play the role of a helpless sinner. If Mule's Ice were here, she'd probably summon 8 water clones to scold her for being silly, but Nasty does not regret her decision, though there is one woman on her mind. Vela leaving the Convalis had always left her uneasy if the chance came. Who's that? Director Lunare, you have to follow me to the tree platform. You're supposed to be keeping the device data and core code safe. What are you doing here? But the tree is growing now. Growing? That's impossible. So that's not supposed to happen. If it affects the levitation module, it'll definitely be dangerous to anyone on the ground. The levitation module runs independently with the backup power supply that can last for 5 days, but the abnormality you mentioned, the only way to find out why it's happening is to go inside the tree. Come with me, Director. The security cams have been rigged with delayed feed. That should buy us at least 20 minutes, and I'm not sure why, but the cell smart locks are unlocked, so that's because the chief executive of Propeller Paradise opened them for you. Oh shit. Dude. Gordon. What's all that on you? A DIY high-altitude face shield, modified propellers, and a second-hand insulated spacesuit. Did you loot them from the park's scrap and recycle plant? Your distorted testimony at the hearing is still up on the park's bulletin board, but now you're helping us escape. Don't tell me you've had a sudden attack of conscience. Nasty, I got your bone pen and devices here. Sorry about the hearing. I'd rather stand in the defendant's dock with you than recite that prepared speech after all. The confiscated devices were my goods anyway, so I'll take the blame for that. Who are you and what have you done with Gordon Tannen? What happened? My dear citizens of DC and those watching this live broadcast, it is my honor to introduce Propeller Paradise, an experimental park that is sure to leave its mark on Colombian history. We don't have much time. Nasty, you've done deals with Gustav. I'm sure you won't doubt the intel I'm about to hand over. Your old boss is planning something with him Mainlander, correct? You're even sharper than I thought. Seeing the park's chief executive here when he's supposed to be making a speech in half an hour is proof enough. Friends, look out your windows up to the sky. No amount of marketing bluster can compare to what you'll see with your own eyes, where the future among the clouds is waiting for you. They want to can the expo with an accident that'll kill the future Propeller Paradise, though I have no idea exactly what their plan is. If Mainlander's involved, they'll move fast. What was that? God, am I seeing things? Something's falling from the levitation layer. Is that the Lucky City piece floating pod? No, there's more. 3-4 is this part of the opening ceremony. They didn't mention this in the script if they really come crashing down. Wait, the pod stopped falling as if something's gripping them firmly. Huh? What was that? Oh, it seems the tech companies have prepared a surprise that even got me. We have just witnessed Propeller Paradise's breakthrough in the field of levitation with no need for papers or data, and this is only just the beginning. No wait, there's no emergency stop module even in ongoing projects that could have done that. Sky, your field measurements are more precise. Where were the falling pods supposed to land? From visual estimates, they would have probably crashed into platform 2, blocking the connecting lower layer tunnel. That's the only path we can take to the tree. Gordon, I accept your apology, but I have no time for your plans. That miracle was no stroke of luck, might have been something to do with you and your invention. Is that a threat? Trust my just my intuitive judgment and on all rule breaking. I don't need your help with Gustav, but I do need a bargaining chip to make sure Propeller Paradise stays afloat when everything's done and dusted. So my tree, letting you handle something only you know how to handle is part of my plan. Got it. Ryan Lab staff will cooperate with you. However, whatever it is you're planning to do, to go to the tree at first sign of danger and I'll come get you. Everything's ready, 5-4. Preparation's complete. Let's go, I have an opening speech to make. Alright, let's go do this.
即戦即決しよう。俺の貴重な時間を無駄にしないためにもな。
I'm here to help. Gather around me, guys.
Real estate question. This wonderful realm or a panoramic view of hell? Which did you want?
Yeah, you'll hear from me as needed.
Fucking gospel!
I'll try and keep my eyes open. I'm done rambling in the dark. Ooh, I have to get serious now.
全員の行動。
My idol image? Who gives a crap about that right now?
迷っている暇がありませんわよ。
Got my boats kitted, and that's as far as you go.
命令は無駄だ。
Do we have my idol image? Who gives a crap about? I have to get serious now. I have to get serious now. Got my boat thread at my position. Yeah, not anymore soon.
Doctor, 人形がかりそめの命を宿す。
分かった。お前の攻撃は想定の通りだ。
Almost dozed off. Gather around me, guys.
The situation is crystal clear. Make your decision. Hark! Ne'er hast thou questioned the road thou strayed upon.
I knew you could this, right? Judgment traditional!
Point where I'm hearing movement.
Make your decision. Hark! Ne'er hast thou questioned ice yields to gentle warmth's embrace.
What's going on? The jammer and our backup detonators aren't working. The transmitted signals show the devices are all activated, but the 9 target pods core engines have stopped. Somehow, the received signals are all messed up. Even pods without transmitters attached are sending signals. Get a team to investigate this, have them remove all traces of our work from earlier, and retrieve the transmitters. Captain, that's equivalent to calling the operation a failure. You forgot how we do things at Mainlander. If reality happens to significantly deviate from our plans, cease all action immediately. We're not some Rangwood espionage flick heroes trying to be tough. Seems like someone is biased against blockbuster hits. We don't get reshoots. It's not as if we have no other option. Or no other choice. Don't send anyone to the pods. It's probably the Banshee's incantation that's keeping those toys from falling straight down. But Nazi should be in jail right now, right? She's not the Banshee I'm referring to. The incantation has fundamentally changed how the levitation layer facilities are connected. The malfunctioning receivers prove this. You're telling me the Banshee's incantation is able to connect to the levitation layer's power supply structure, send signals and synchronize commands. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. Nazi designed the entire park's conduits and systems herself. After all, she didn't become one of Ryan Lab's 10 solely on her engineering talent. Though if we utilize the upper level's power grid and detonate just one engine, that will cause the entire layer to fall. The entire layer. So you mean the park is connected with DC in 25 minutes. We'll have to present a reverse firework display on Propeller Paradise. Change the plans, those on the upper layer, mobilize personnel and connect the support platforms surrounding the levitation layer to the common power grid. Those on the lower layer calculate the crash zone and prepare for evacuation measures at any moment. I'll let Gustav know of this and have the admin staff coordinate with us to delay the opening speech. Also send a group to the jail to confirm Nasty's position and deploy at least 3 elite squads to the elevator square and any ascendable routes. It's only a matter of time before she returns to the levitation layer. Are you not going to join? Oh, I have to go supervise an agent of mine. Mainlander has quite the troublesome evaluation systems. After all, I'll join the rest of you once I'm done. Alright, teams move out. A giant broadcast screen hangs in the Cloud restaurant, incessantly switching between gaudy company logos and the newest levitation devices, while Oakley's agitated voice booms from the speakers. The lower left of the screen is a real-time feed from the control room. A small red dot representing Propeller Paradise flashes, heading for Max DC. 2 cameras stand on a cloud like carpet, pointing at a lone chair like a defendant's dock awaiting Gordon Tannen's attendance. You're late. Why did you come dressed like that? There's no time to prepare a new outfit. We only have 20 minutes until your speech. The tie on my ATAO uniform was too tight. I remember 6 years back when you just got a set of clothes after your promotion to a full-time role. I personally adjusted it for you, so giddy from joy. You were You told me I had a lot to learn to be worthy of that uniform, and then I stayed in the same entry-level role for the next 6 years. No newbie's first skill is writing self-reflection letters. It's not that I've never regretted helping you into that uniform. And what about now? This outfit, the blame for causing the accident, who put them on me? Oh, so you figured it out. You seized 2 crates of my goods the night I was exposed. I thought you were helping me dispose of them, but I found out they ended up in the hands of you and Maylander. I bet this apology speech wasn't written that night either, was it, sir? Go on. Importing originium devices into Colombia clearly violates ATAO regulations, and if security is compromised, I'll be the sin eater for the whole park. So you still think this is a personal grudge? Am I wrong? I've always been a slum boy to you. I had a bad little rule breaker as I climbed through the ranks on my own effort. You only came to hate me more. Your own effort? Do you honestly think a useless bum with disciplinary records and hundreds of self-reflection letters on file could manage to transfer to the highly coveted levitating experimental park on his own? What? You disappoint me, honestly. Even now, you still have only a superficial understanding of our current situation. Your title, investments, achievements, and results from the very moment you stepped into Propeller Paradise were all gifts from me to you. Gordon Tannen, have you ever wondered how you managed to procure foreign originium products so easily? You knew about my dealings from the start. Even your stock lists were meticulously picked by my hand. The Trident Arts units from Lithuania are secret equipment used by the Gestas Wachter for military training. The power shields used by Kazimierzian campaign knights were disassembled into 3 parts, and you put them into the exhibits of 3 different companies. Anti-originium engines and arts core sourced from foreign military equipment if the park blows up because of them. You aren't the brightest bulb on the chandelier, but you have good eye. Propeller Paradise is indeed a giant testing ground, but it's not testing those toys in the sky. Give it about 10 more minutes and the sky fever you help ignite will burn into Colombian flames, a fury for foreign spies. The countless exhibits in the sky with the core technologies inside them, they are all military reserves for countering our foreign foes. Naturally, Propeller Paradise will become a base for arms testing. Military? I thought you would have considered ATAO's interests at least. We'll always be of one mind when we stand for Colombia. What matters is our country, man. So this apology speech is your stepping stone to a new role. I might even be able to pull some strings to get you a new role at the Department of Defense. While all the honesty, not worried I'll sabotage the speech. The fact that you've shown up here with the speech in hand means you've already made the wise choice. To be honest, I wasn't sure you would make a qualified piece on the board, but now that little monster beside you has answered that question for me. Same as the rich love their cigars and watches, simply enjoying the sense of superiority with their little hobbies. 5-4 isn't a toy made to cater to sky fever. Sure, but you're no longer the reckless young man, only concerned with invention and modification. ATAO sanded down your edges, educated you in the ways of the land, made you think to operate with the rules you set yourself. It made you like me. Go get your little monster ready too. Let's have it join your public apology. It's a fitting symbol of what Propeller Paradise represents: gimmicky, kitschy, useless, and absolute waste. Altitude readings are stable and the pod show no sign of falling any further. While the engines aren't making any strange sounds, we should be safe now, right? 50 meters, lucky Sisty Beast pod fell 50 meters. What's that, Aspen? 6 months ago, I was at the crowded registration center going through the paperwork. I was first in line and chose the most conspicuous levitation pod for my lucky Sisty Beast. The closer you are to the star pod, the more lucky you get, and that's what everyone in the park thinks, even if your pod is only a few inches higher than your neighbors. I lined up overnight just to get the spot closer to the sky. I hired over 100 testers to secure an exhibit spot and got smuggled contraband just to keep my lucky Sisty Beast running. Miss Barn, I can tell you're no fan of the competition, but this is the basic law of Propeller Paradise. I'm sure you've seen it yourself on your tours. I get a list of companies and corporate data updated daily, and there are people with who just complain about their terrible lives only to head back to their misery. You only got here a month ago. To you, this is a place you just happen to visit. To us, it's our only path to a future, and only a few will survive. Maybe you think I'm just desperate, a sick man talking out of his ass. But when the levitation platforms rise alongside thousands of pods, we just feel the excitement coursing through our veins for no reason, don't we? I poured everything I had into Lucky 60 Beast, and that's why I have to win this gamble. I know even the incantation can link multiple platforms and pods through the power lines. Its range is still limited when calculated outward from the tree. Varian, send signals to Sky's team. Tell them we found a pattern of the power connections. Varian. Oh shit. The scientific mind truly is brilliant, don't you agree? Thanks for helping us locate our mission objective. Inform our engineering experts to stop their research, centering on the platform beneath the tree. Not beneath my feet. Have the personnel stationed at the perimeter immediately cut all backup power in an attempt to connect the supply lines through alternative methods. Also, it is highly probable the Ryan Labbers have discovered our plan. 2 researchers were found on platform 4, but have been dealt with. All patrols speed up. Report anyone you see ASAP. Your colleagues in the broadcasting studio will buy us time by switching the camera feeds. Act fast. Those agents are effing persistent. Can those mainlander guys fly or something? How are they everywhere? Good thing we lured them away and there's no one here. No. Oh shit. 5 testers and 2 Ryan Labbers found on support platform 17. They have all been dealt with and will be sent to detention on the lower level 5 minutes from now. The operation is going smoothly. They lack the numbers and are scattered like headless houseflies. Well, everyone excels in their own fields and they lack communication equipment or anyone to direct them. What about Nasty? She escaped from the lower level cells 10 minutes ago, but no contact has been noted between her and any of her staff. Now she knows the park structure. We're at a disadvantage with such tight time window. But hide and seek is not a single player game. We'll continue our patrols. A smattering of testers and researchers will not significantly affect our operation. Stay wary and report back promptly. Wasn't there one more person here just now? You didn't notice me. Thanks for pulling me back, Mr. Jagger. You're welcome. You good? Truth be told, seeing the others knocked down so easily still has my knees feeling like spaghetti. Can you run? I can. Let's split up here then. No time to slow down. I'm here, sir. Let me have a smoke first, Mary. You can look at those screens while I'm at it. Marcia fixes her gaze at the dozen or so monitors on the wall and sees the high-altitude elevator, the floating platforms, the roadway station. Almost every inch of Propeller Paradise is displayed on the screens. The bright and bizarre structures in the sky seem to pop out from the screens, a strange sight in the dark room, as if Marcia was attending a postmodern art exhibition instead. Displays. What of it? Nothing. I just didn't think Propeller Paradise would have such a sealed off space. Reminds you of your interrogation room. So may I know why you were looking for me? Look at the upper right monitor. You heard the explosion earlier, didn't you? The nearly 10 floating pods connected to that Ryan Labs tree. Should have been smoking heaps of scrap metal in the waste by now. Mary, I'm sure you know what sort of force keeps them in the air still. An incantation. I kept this secret from you, sir. Our colleagues at the Emergency Management Council have only just captured the dangerous criminals responsible for the explosion, and now they have to clean up the mess caused by their own people's negligence. You've seen it, the Banshee's incantation has changed the way the levitation layer connects to the other platforms, the pods, and any other incidents happen, and it'll affect more than just 9 pods. The situation is dire, sir. I shouldn't be speaking to you like this as a secretary or a Mainlander agent, but I understand my colleagues and I know how the council works. Just now, I was looking at the surveillance footage and they were busy munching on cotton candy, and efficient methods of deception like that should be forbidden on such serious occasions. I've completed my mission on Propeller Paradise, both monitoring Mr. Tannen and the many tech companies and exposing their secrets, but now I see. These missions were never to ensure the expo ran smoothly. Be it the secret from the start, the explosion just now, or the so-called other incident you mentioned, they've all been part of your plan, yes? You're keen, you pass. So what exactly? Let's sit down before we continue. Sit down, sit down. Come on, you three, some manners would be good. It is Mainlander's trial for a traitor, or... Or have I finally found time to handle Junior's troublesome evaluation process? Don't worry, I'm just an old fart who wishes to impart some wisdom to the younger generation. I'm curious what that wisdom is. Oh, Mary, I'm sure you'll hate this raw nonsense. 1 year ago, Ryan Lab submitted a proposal to DC, a project developing tech from Galleria. Stellaria, the congressman, Street was inspired to expand the project for the whole country. His secretary burned the midnight oil to prepare a slideshow showcasing what the congressman saw in his dreams after having seen the sky over Trimon's being torn apart. Holding and biting on Mercia's hat, foundation stones built on the clouds. Walking while twirling Mercia's bow, rain or shine, it'll be under our feet. Swinging midair while holding onto Mercia's hair. Tour groups leaving the star pod one by one as the twin moons are covered with Colombian flags. And so on and so on. Congress voted. How did that turn out? 273 to 65. More than 80% voted yeah. And the government is eager to water and fertilize these fantasies. I'm sure you know better than I do just how many companies and testers were scrambling to get into Propeller Paradise at any cost. After that, Mary, not too many to count. Nearly half the companies in Colombia have added a sky-related department, and even air fryer manufacturers have been trying to add clouds to applicable product lines. Tin Man, don't forget about the stocks. There are over 200 subcategories of sky-related concept stocks with the longest registered validity period extending 300 years in the future. Companies willingly apply for loans with interest and rates several times higher than the prevailing market rate just to secure a spot on Propeller Paradise. I remember looking through Gordon's case files and coming across a certain Aspen who brought contraband goods with them just to clear inspections. Now, it wasn't because he didn't know the law, it was because he was divorced, he had sold his family assets, and was burdened with hopeless mountain of debt. The so-called Lucky City Beast is a high-stakes gamble that will decide the rest of his life. What a shame. A shame. He used to run a grocery store in town by the shipping routes near DC. Even now, there might be some pioneers out there still using the tools he peddled. But here he is with his with this invention, that floating revolving bar where the people turn, but not the beer. Now, what else can you even do with that other than invite your foes for a drink? Simply put, what he's done is akin to a student frantically writing compliments in the margins, hoping the teacher will give him a perfect score. Take the future as a real test. Who's going to be the examiner? You, me, the generals at the DOD, or maybe Congress? Maybe it'll be Casimirs who just equipped all their campaign knights with power armor, or Lathanian with their recent addition of a basic arts tactics course to all school curricula. Or perhaps Ursus with its growing army, their mighty force that's left their minds empty. Could it be Aegir, currently shelling the Iberian coast with artillery along with the sea monsters. Among these parties, I fear it is the sea monsters who are the most likely to visit a floating revolving bar. So you mean to say that the Colombians' fanaticism for the sky is completely meaningless? Compared to what's happening everywhere else right now, I'm afraid so. Colombia has always been driven by fanaticism. I'm sure you're crystal clear on this, given your background, Mercia. Without a fanatical drive for freedom, we wouldn't have had our frontier rebels 80 plus years ago, and we Colombians would still be living under Victorian's heel. Without a lust for wealth, our mass pioneer movement would not have happened, and nearly half of Colombian land today would remain in untraversable wilderness even for the strongest burden beasts. But this time it's just a waste. Seizing Propeller Paradise should take the blame. Why would I? It has already accomplished its mission perfectly. Well, it's one step away. It stirred up Colombian zeal more effectively than I could have hoped to. Now it just needs to redirect it through its ruin. Through it being destroyed. By who? Who else in this park could? Wait, Mr. Tannen's goods smuggled from all across Terra, Casimir's Lithanian, Sargon, and even Castel. They'll become weapons planted by foreign spies, deliberately intended to ruin Colombia's display of achievements and destroy our people's fantasies of taking to the skies. 80 plus years later, the Colombians' rage will be reignited once more. Casimirsians might not want to see the tax money turn into knight armor, while Athenian children might just run away from boring basic arts tactics classes. But Colombians, we have our fervor. As we move to the future, we move forward together, tens of millions strong. As long as we can direct the zeal onto a proper path, collate our wills and seize the truth of everything. Sir, I remember you telling me your story. I thought you always hated war. It's been tens of thousands of years. The number of lost souls in the hands is no less than the casualties of military campaign. The reasons I didn't burn in Castel's furnace is that I hate meaningless sacrifices. But this time, an arms race might just be the beginning. You and I know it won't end there, just like how the Great Expansion didn't end with the discovery of some ore. So the sacrifices Colombia needs for this competition won't be enough for just this park, correct? I told you before, right? This is a whole bunch of raw nonsense. Mainlander Foundation didn't have to explain all of this to you, my dear agent, but the day will come when you'll have to accept the truth, even if you don't agree with it. Don't forget your family name, Mercia, you're a Celine. The elevators connecting the park's upper and lower levels have been sealed off, and the only ropeway station leading to the tree is also out of service. Nasty has exhausted herself just by getting here. Floating pods by her side are riddled with cracks, black smoke billowing from within, a sign their core energy modules have been destroyed, and they should have all crashed to the ground. But the pods stubbornly remain amongst the clouds, piercing together a precarious path as if an invisible pair of hands are holding them up. Nasty. Update the others, I'll go get her. The agent rushes towards her, but just as he takes a step forward, the bricks under his feet shift. Oh. Target sighted, location Flying Donut Station requesting backup. We tried to intercept her, but something's up here. I think they were just ran out of existence, too. Disorder. Nasty recalls the river at the mouth of Convalis of the Banshees, still and calm, where even a child could safely row a boat on their own. However, unassisted intruders find a dense forest on both sides, constantly shifting positions like a mobile labyrinth, with the distant riverbank always hidden beyond the thick mist. After a momentary silence, Nasty steps out of the pod and into the empty sky. Brick and stone immediately form a floor beneath her. Disorder. A path held together by an incantation. Convalescent banshees often isolate themselves from outsiders or decorate their own courtyards with this method. She also used the same tactic to momentarily stall Saria back in the ring lab. This is a path specifically paved just for her. To her surprise, the whole area centered on the tree has been reconstructed by the incantation, but she fails to find the caster within the tree's core among its roots. Only the roots of the tree are breathing just as always. Please verify your credentials. Nasty Lunare, Director of Engineering Rhine Lab. Hey Shadow. You're so good. Oh really? Oh nice. Oh yeah, it's out now, right? Nasty Lunare, yep, I read that. Nasty dashes towards the roots. She must confirm if any abnormal changes have happened while she was away. This is what is left of the vivarium, and the secret Rhine lab has been protecting at all costs. No matter how the unrest in the park ends, it is the only bargaining chip in Nasty's hand. She touches the roots, allowing data to flow into her fingertips and gather into branches around her waist. Mulze's always teased Nasty about being a human computer, and she always took it as a praise. In the current situation where biotechnology has fused with the Banshee witchcraft, her body is perhaps the best data cable to use. The branches begin to vibrate quickly, a sign of the device overclocking. Almost simultaneously, Nasty feels some sort of a temperature shift, not chill of condensation, not the heat of electricity, but body heat. She experiences a strange feeling out of nowhere. Here and now, she's no longer director of Ryan's Lab's engineering section, checking if a device is still operating normally, but a banshee touching another of her kind. Just like so many years ago when that woman held her own hand and taught her how to blow a leaf whistle. Nasty abruptly looks up. Dude, am I gonna have to fight Vela? Nasty, my child, you're back. I'm gonna have to fight Vela, aren't I?
Leader, don't forget.
All right,
to
I'll
wipe
be
me out
right
to
back.
drink
1
from
minute.
your tab, okay?
Okay, I'm back. What's the map? All right. Yep. Report. Our pods on the levitation layer are now connected to the detonation web. We have people on the lower levels evacuating people from the square. People are very passionate about the exhibition. Things will take some time, but it will not delay our plans. We will detonate the levitation layer as soon as Propeller Paradise docks with the district. Any movement from Rhine? We've taken 23 into custody, a dozen are still at large on the platforms. We have control of the 8 observation points. Those people are going in and out of the exhibit area and the roadway stations. No special Rhine equipment other than standard maintenance gear. They're just playing hide and seek, no plan B. Keep an eye on them. They don't know the details of Mainlander's plan, nor do they have any means of communication. Any last gasp effort is doomed to fail. Understood. The outline of Max DC, the most vibrant nomadic city in Colombia, is already visible from the roadway station's waiting area. The agents have not had a chance to enjoy the view of Propeller Paradise until now, with an excellent visibility. All the elaborate facilities of the levitation layer are brimming with vitality. Pods float in mid-air like aquatic creatures. Floating botanical units line up orderly between small platforms, forming a power grid that supports the entire layer. Wait, where did you say Ryan's people were? Exhibit area and roadway stations. Where exactly? Show me. Looking at their movements, there's no way they can reach the platform where the tree is or other companies' pods. Could it be they're not trying to take back the turf at all? But Ryan's people, the testers, and the company's reps, they all seem to be flying around blindly in the dark. What's the point of it all? Agent casts a casual glance at the nearest planning unit. The unremarkable Ryan creation stands quietly. He suddenly realizes that the warning lights on their edges are easily visible even during the day, and they have been blinking irregularly for quite a while now. Spotters report that all the Ryan people have disappeared from sight. No, they didn't disappear. They're going in the same direction. There's a pattern to their movement. Everybody listen up. Destroy all the planting units you see along the way. They're not decorations. Ryan is using them to communicate. Cut off the exhibit area from all the roadway stations and find every one of those people playing hide and seek. Find out where they're heading. You've been looking outside the window for a while. You said you must win your gamble, and you have a reason. Yes. I'm in the middle of a gamble too. I have a rough idea what's going on in the Propeller Paradise, given the look on your face and the freefall that we just experienced. You wouldn't run this kind of risk with me for no reason, but there's nothing I can offer you now except... You want the Lucky Sissy Beast. You could say that. I want the contraband that Gordon Tannen sold you. Now, coming to the broadcast room to bother me when you should be preparing your own speech, you sure have a thick hide, Mr. Tannen. I would have died from a long time ago if all my enemies refused to work with me ever again. Work with you? I'm afraid I can't. A Mainlander has a laundry list of violations that I committed during my career. I don't want to spend the rest of my days giving prison tours. Neither are you looking for a peaceful life. Besides, my proposal has something to do with Mainlander. There's no better vantage point than here on Propeller Paradise. Oakley's too excited to notice, but I doubt you would miss you would miss what's going on. Well, if I gotta say it, the broadcast screens of the levitation layer are switching too quickly. They say it's because they're doing testing, which I'm not convinced about. There are a dozen testers on the square whom I don't recognize, and they don't look like they're taking a stroll. They look like they're patrolling. Like they know that danger is impending. Are you trying to trick me into another plot? There's a plot afoot on Propeller Paradise, alright? That's a fact. It's also a fact that I won't let Gustav make a mockery out of this place in front of all of Columbia. You have 10 seconds, yes or no. What are the chances of success? 10%. That doesn't sound like a gamble you'd take. I don't have a choice with that old fox sitting across the table holding all the cards. A plan almost certain to fail. Interesting, tell me about it. I need you to convince as many people as possible to return to the levitation layer, retrieve originium equipment and arts units on the list. All contraband that you sold. They have far more potential than just sitting under the spotlight. You want to escape and take all the Propeller Paradise with me. Gustav and Mainlander never intended to allow the exhibition to go ahead. The opening ceremony was just a smokescreen. The levitation layer will fall a second time soon, but miracles don't happen a second time. The lucky city beast can't afford to start over. Neither can most startups on Propeller Paradise. Escape and take all of Propeller Paradise. It's the only way to save both Propeller Paradise and the people on the lower level. Propeller Paradise has been traveling on the barren lands for 7 days. Fuel is short, and the plate is operating in safe mode. The basic propulsion module is not enough to change its direction. But the arts unit that the Lucky City Beast got was just a transformation stabilizer. It can't supply enough energy to turn the plate. Correct. But it wasn't the only item that Tannen smuggled. You mean, get all contraband devices and build a makeshift propulsion module to make the plate deviate from its course. Not deviate, make an about face. About face? Have you any idea what you're saying? It's the direction of the borders. True, the procedure for cross-border travel is a little complicated. It would be treason. No, I can't go to jail. People need to see Lucky City Beast on the broadcast. My wife in Northville needs to see it. In the interest of full disclosure, I must inform you that people won't see Lucky City Beast on the broadcast whether we succeed or fail. No. I'm sorry, but I'm taking the unit whether you give it up voluntarily or not. We don't have time. What's the point? We can't even leave the pod. Someone has unlocked it remotely. What? You see the floating botanical units outside the window. 3 flashes is a distress call. The current message is cycled after 5 continuous seconds of being lit. Right now, 3, 4, 5, 7 flashes. It looks like the other units on the list have been retrieved. Everyone is rendezvousing on platform 7. Wait. The light went out. What does that mean? It means Mainlander knows what's up. We're in danger. Mr. Aspen, you can either come with me on your feet or you can go to sleep right here, right now. People like us never get to choose, do we? Sit down. Gustav looks at the Savra, who has butted heads with him for 7 years, who now sits stiffly on a chair like a potato wrapped in foil. He knows young officers well. They are angry, flamboyant, unhappy about everything, and frustrated about the about being restricted by rules. In the end, however, they all sit in the same chair that rectifies their young spine and become a proper member of the upper stratum of Colombian society. As Gordon, Tan, and Will. Once Mainlander's plan succeeds, the broadcast room will switch over to cloud. Don't screw up. Put your usual attitude away. Sound sincere, devastated. It's the Propeller Paradise you built. It won't be hard to stir the appropriate emotions. Tomorrow, that sorry face of yours is going to be on the front page of every Colombian newspaper. Look the part, won't you? And stop staring at your little freak. I know, you don't want to be a Propeller Paradise's sin eater sharing this same spotlight as Nasty, but your little hodgepodge trinket isn't going to save you. So I'm sitting in Gordon Tannen's defendant's seat. Yes, I can follow you to the DOD once I apologize according to the script. Do as you're told and you'll rise quickly through the ranks. Yeah, guess what? I don't give a shit. What was that? I don't like this seat. It makes my scales itch. Broadcast countdown. Cloud restaurant standby. Broadcast now. Impossible. No movement on the levitation layer. Did Maylander screw up? Who's operating the broadcast? 3, 2, 1. Do it 5-4. Yes, sir. What? I fucking punched him. Yo. As broadcast cuts to the Cloud restaurant, Space Fin 054 leaps at an unprepared Gustav, pinning him to the ground. Yo. The screen in the restaurant lights up and Gustav sees his own face writhing in pain and shock. He notes that his face is being displayed on every screen in Propeller Paradise. His contingency plans flash before his eyes, but the Maylander's plan is in its final phase, leaving little room for distractions. His communicator lies in pieces on the ground, destroyed by Space Fin 054. Gordon stretches his neck and wrist, crushes the defendant's seat with his foot, and leisurely lies down on the sofa next to it. Oh, that felt good. By the way, tomorrow, that sorry face of yours is gonna be on the front page of every Colombian newspaper. Look the part, won't you? Hold on, I'm gonna let it pan out for a minute. I want to get the screenshot. While that's going on, I just gotta drink my drink here. Oh, actually, hold on. While it's still panning out, I'm just gonna be right back. Okay, it finished panning out. Let's see. Nice. You didn't expect to be immobilized by a little hobby made to fuel sky fever. You're the elder statesman of ATAO, planning a new chapter on the Department of Defense. You made the rules of Colombia when you were young, and you continued to serve your country even after your retirement. First rate, ain't you? Maybe you've grown into thinking that your enemies will always use the rules to fight back in smart and clever ways. Did you forget that Gordon Tannen is a bandit who never gives a shit about the rules? A piece of trash obsessed with his toys. Dude, that fish over there looks too happy. I guess I shouldn't be surprised you don't even recognize 5-4, even though I didn't change its voice module. Hello, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Arts Units, and Originium at your service. To check the progress of an application, press 1. To report a safety risk, press 2. To be connected to an operator, press 0. An ATAO answering machine. It says Spacefin 054 wasn't a rich man's cigar, and it won't be smug just because it obeys the rules I set down. 7 years ago, I sat on a tiny chair that made my ass hurt, writing my first self-reflection letter late at night, wondering if I should quit. Answering machine 054 started giving off an unusual noise, and it racked my brains trying to figure out the problem. I started studying every arts unit and origin device that passed through my hands, just to give 54 the ability to operate and communicate and think on its own. Now, you think the hundreds of self-reflection letters I wrote were the symbols of my submission, but 54 is the real culmination of my 7 years at ATAO. You're full of crap. You didn't learn the tricks of bureaucracy for your little invention. You think I've never seen you negotiate or threaten, arrogant, vain, ambitious? I know them when I see it. I can hear shadows of my own speeches even now as you're talking to me. I never thought I was perfect. Maybe I will never be able to get rid of the bad habits that I learned from you. They disgust me, but they weren't mistakes. Only mistake was to define my transactions as smuggling, as I shouldn't have allowed myself to accept the rules you have taken from, that have taken form, rules that don't make sense. Foolish boy, you don't understand what's at stake. Listen, old slug. I don't care what high and mighty reasons you have. Propeller Paradise isn't supposed to be a breeding ground of war. Sure, kinetic engines and high-powered arts unit could become a proper weapon, but what they're supporting now is the dream of life in the sky. Until Propeller Paradise docks with the distinct I'm its chief executive, the man who built this little piece of heaven that still has a semblance of freedom. I will decide whether it should be destroyed or whether it should escape. Take his passcode 54. Yes, sir. It's no use. The central control console is locked. You can't stop the plate from docking with the district, even if you have my passcode. Who said anything about stopping? What? I said escape. Not only did the former head of ATAO not disable his passcode when he retired, he used the security access it granted to disable the urban identification code system on the Colombian border. Cool, isn't it? You're going to commit treason for this stupid, pointless children's playground. You were right, you didn't learn a single thing from me. Let me remind you that Propeller Paradise is running out of fuel. You can't operate the plate steering system, and you don't have enough energy. Even when you're pinned to the ground by the robot I built, you somehow managed to forget that I've always been an inventor. I hope they deliver the goods on time. The sound of rotary motors has never been so clear. The skies are clear. The overly pristine self-cleaning artificial clouds combined with natural clouds to form a wondrous scene. But the people on the platforms are oblivious to it. Some 50 Propeller Paradise guards and Maylander agents back off every passage and cable connections. Forming an impregnable cordon line with their bodies and weapons. Hold on a sec. Hold on, man, I just gotta like plug something in real quick. There we go. Beneath their feet, the classical black and white tiles from a former chessboard, the two sides separated by a 10-meter long open-air passage. The eyes of the agents are fixed on the support platform on the other side of the passage. The Rhine staff and testers who had at one point disappeared from sight now assembled there. Platform 7, the analysis was correct. This is where the hide-and-seek converges. Our people are ready, but there are more of them than expected. They took Out of our guys in the broadcast room, the intel was not accurate. We're putting in everyone we have. Strength in numbers alone isn't enough. Be on your guard. They have an advantage when it comes to new weapons and lay of the land. Propeller Paradise is about to dock with DC. Do not let anyone pass. Use force if necessary. I'll take responsibility. Yes, sir. 6 elite squads. We have numbers, but the guys on the other side are hard to tell people to keep going when they're exhausted. Get a word out to the others. Yelena, anyone who's too tired to move, give someone else their core components, pick up any hover unit, and stay behind to guard the support platform. Hey, you're betting on them being wary about unknown new products. I hope it works. Made it. Are you sure you want to go this way when it's like this? Yes, this is the only way to Cloud. Take my parachute, things might get dangerous. What about you? Me? Fern gazes at the Maylander blockade with interest, as though she's going to meet an old rival. The camera drones left platform 7 half an hour ago. Nothing that is about to happen here will be seen in the broadcast room. Everyone knows that conflict is inevitable. Neither side wants to delay. Their eyes are fixed on each other. Everyone is waiting for a sign. My tour is waiting for my signal. Nice. Suddenly, yellow and black warning flags raised. A young feline woman leaps out from the crowd's loudspeaker in hand. The first day I snuck in onto Propeller Paradise, a kind guide told me that no one in this place can be stopped, if even the sky is no longer off limits. From the exhibits to the underground lab, I memorized every strange and curious invention, the complex ideas behind them, and hundreds of thousands of words of descriptions. I could tell you who made the flying toaster above our heads, its model, and its generation. I could go on and on about how wonderful they are, but to be completely honest, I find the levitating place less interesting than the sunset of bleached wasteland. Then I remember what my father used to say to me: a story is always more interesting than an explanation. I've had my frustrating experience in the years that I worked as an independent guide. There's nothing wrong with seeking truth, but many people subconsciously disparage exaggeration, inspiration, and dreams yet to come true. I swore I would never again label things that I've never seen as myself as impossible and laugh at my own family with my neighbors as I did a few years ago. It was not until the day my father died that I truly understood what he said. If Propeller Paradise needed a guide, I would rather tell the people of Colombia about the people I met here than about their stories. Ricebush. Huh? A cobbler from Bunker Hill whose dream was to leave a footprint on each of the twin moons so that everyone who looks up with a telescope would see his shop's logo on the shoe prints. There's no bigger billboard than the sky after all. Owen Fredericks. I'm here. Hardware store owner who wants to put his own screw on the second ring lab and earn a spot for his family when space colonization becomes reality. Hey, it never hurts to be prepared for the future. Aspen. I'll tell it myself. Aspen grocer from Northville. After being tricked into taking out exploitative loans, I divorced my wife and left home so the creditors wouldn't go after my family. My wife and I came up with the name Lucky Sissy Beast together. We haven't spoken to each other in 2 years. She was worried sick when I left. I promised that the name Lucky Sissy Beast would be on TV so that she'd know I'm safe. Now I know that the exhibition was one big fat lie, but I want her to at least see this red balloon with the Lucky Sissy Beast logo on it, even if all the pods crash. Aspen and all of you, the things we want, whether they're based in reality or just pipe dream, whether they're the result of blind conformity or superstition, they're much more important than Maylander and Gustav think they are. Run, jump, fly will overcome everything that tries to block our path and change us without ever trying to understand us. We're the ones who'll decide Propeller Paradise's path. Fern dashes forward like a foul beast, loudly blasting her signal as the rest of the pack follows behind, charging at the Maylander blockade. Exhibits fly over the heads of the pushing and squeezing crowd, carrying all kinds of contraband toward the sky. Absurd and flying free. Now, finally out of the woods. Good work, guys. Now we have to hang in there just a little longer. 34 contraband core components, all intact. Looks like the landing module works quite well. My work is almost done. All that's left is to deliver this to Gordon. Hope all is well on his side. Next, put it down. Turn around. You're Gustav's science consultant. What are you doing here? Oh, this guy. Outside the window, the pinnacle of the DC government office and Colombian flag are already visible. Gordon's eyes are fixed on the bottom left of the broadcast as the red dot on the map gets closer and closer to the district plate. According to the plan, the device on the list should have been delivered to Cloud more than 10 minutes ago. He forces himself to not look at the door. Gustav is bound to notice any signs of anxiety. The plan isn't going the way you expected, is it? You're calmer than I expected. Give me a sec. Give me a minute. Just gotta check something here. Okay, weird. Okay. Anyway. Being willing to take risks is not a bad thing, but you're not good enough at assessing risks. You didn't have time to prepare a plan B for your reckless plan A. All of you will pay a heavy price if it fails. And what's your plan B? It's all good and well to rediscover your confidence, but never forget who you're competing with. I told you that getting carried away will cause you to overlook fatal flaws. What do you mean? You're late. I was delayed. You're science consultant. More than just a science consultant, I needed insurance for my plan. The tall, dark Caronta walks towards Gordon. The box holding 34 originating devices safely contained by protective material seems almost weightless in his hands. He lifts his arm and hands the box over to Gordon. What you wanted? Thanks. Ooh, what are you doing? I learned a lot from you, of course. I knew what your trump card was. A rival to provoke competition, a scientific consultant with both brains and brawn, a fair and impartial outsider to give legitimacy to the hearing and plan. Too bad you picked the wrong guy. A gramophone made from the tentacles of fossilized seaborn, decorative or specifically functional. What's for? I see automatic tuning with the seaborn sound producing structures. The grooves on the edge indicate that the designer even tested whether seaborn adjust their biostructure based on the music. An interesting idea. Where does this golden skeletal hand come from? The one on the wall is from Sar. It forms a pair with the heavily corroded one on the shelf, doesn't it? The construction of the joints and the level of wear and tear indicates that it originates from the western deserts of Sargon. This ruined dagger is a familiar face. They were supposed to be a pair. I got it from a Sami snow priest who said the pair of lovers put a curse on it with their blood. It's driven by witchcraft and cuts through iron like butter. I know the other one was once impaled in my heart. It no longer cuts through iron like butter, but it's still good enough to carve a walking stick. Mr. Consultant, I apologize for any offense I might have caused, and I understand your desire to recompense, but I don't have time. I brought you here for a serious purpose. If we take off part of the structure of the gramophone and combine it with the sensor module on the metal skeletal hand, we might have created a new type of voice-guided navigation module. The witchcraft-driven A witchcraft-driven blade can serve as a low-loss needle, and here this high-powered Originium internal combustion engine, legal only in Rimbilton, can provide 30 times the power of standard Colombian equipment. If only we can find a Victorian transformation stabilizer, which is no longer in production, and locus of a sorcery that was once seen on the Colombian barren lands. We'd almost have all the parts necessary to put together the initial core assembly of a nomadic place mobility layer. You know what I'm planning to do? Trying to modify an entire place power source with a single device is extremely risky, but not impossible. You're not one of Gustav's guys, who are you? You're the one who said you don't have time. The real question is, what do you need me to do? Gordon glares at the Quaranta standing at the center of the collection room. The Quaranta recognized all of Gordon's collection, saw through all Gordon's thoughts, and nonchalantly revealed a glimpse into his own past, as though he had pursued death across the land. To Gordon, the Quaranta seems to stroll through the halls of his thoughts like a king that knows nothing and everything. Once again, the spikes on the Savra's tail rise up on their ends, swaying conspicuously. This time, it is not because he is on guard, but because of the excitement of victory being in sight. How's the stability of the power unit? It will last no more than 3 days, or 1 day and a half if fuel is insufficient. Good enough. You don't actually plan on driving it out of Colombia. You don't think I would shit on everyone's future for a grudge. That's what you want people to think to allow you to protect as many people as possible. Is that so? Treason is a serious crime. You should look up my file. I've got enough charges against me as it is. Come help me take this stuff to the control room. The wings of a foul beast, the horn of a burden beast, the teeth of a mangler beast, the hide of a sand beast, and the blood of a beck beast. What would happen if you took something from 34 creatures and put it all together? Sharp, weird, chaotic, dangerous, malicious. These are the thoughts that flash through Gordon's mind as he gazes upon the power unit he just created. But he is also filled with excitement that threatens to drive him mad. The place's original power system has been turned off. The device is now connected. You may now decide the course of Propeller Paradise. I swore an oath when I got my transfer notice. I would be the one who lights the fire of everything new on Propeller Paradise. I would do everything I can to make even the stupidest ideas come true. No one would ever again feel the pain I felt at ATAO to be forced to admit their own uselessness in rules set by others. Now I'm still the one who lights the fire, except I'm doing it to the engine of Propeller Paradise and let it run into the empty wilderness. Gordon grabs the fierce-looking lever of the power unit and takes a deep breath. Say goodbye to Max DC Propeller Paradise. Tin Man, that Fern is leading a group on platform 7. I see it through the monitors. Looks like Tannen got one up on Gustav at Cloud. Hearing from the guys monitoring the Rhine tree, Nassie has broke through the blockade. Our guys are trying to follow her, but they're being blocked by something that feels like sarcastic witchcraft. Vela, send a team over and get the situation under control. I'll deal with the matters on the Rhine side. Looks like we're going to meet an old friend, Larry, Curly, and Mo. A mad banshee on the brink of death might be a bit of a headache to deal with. As for you, Mary, you can choose to stay here or help our colleagues outside. You should stay a little longer. Hey, you three. Tin Man hears no answer from his revenant friends. Old Curly is literally waving a stick and dancing an impromptu tap dance. Big Larry lies on top of Mercia's head with tears in his eyes, recalling memories of who knows what. As for little Mo, he is howling and yelling, and Tin Man can hear. He seems to think he is back in Castel, taking out a revolver and emptying it into the Elder Revenant, trying to stuff him into the furnace. My legs are numb and I'm a little dizzy. Perhaps you've been lax about your exoskeleton maintenance. His brain isn't supposed to rust. Your arts have improved considerably, huh? You managed to drag these three into the whirlpool of memory even though old Curly had confiscated the projector. Or was it dumb luck? Did all the memories of their overly long lives make it easier for you to manipulate? It will take a long time to play through the movies of your lives, even at 320 times speed, not to mention all the moments that need to be paused and replayed. I apologize. You understand that the effectiveness against me is limited. Yes, I'm sure you'll break free of the shackles quite soon. I've read the Huliak reports. She could not fully incapacitate you even after lopping your head off. Therefore, all I can do is stall for as much time as possible and delay your intervention. You're outstanding Agent Mary. You've always been doing an admirable job helping people forget what they should, be it through arts or other means. But this is the wrong time, and you've chosen the wrong target. You told me not to forget my family name. I've never forgotten. Any Celine who grew up in that old house would never forget. The orphanage of Maylander Celine, predecessor of the Foundation. It was our home. We truly considered Mr. Celine our grandfather when we were little. Do you know what my most vivid memory of him is? When I was 8, I came home from school one day to find the doll that should have been in my room spinning in the middle of the garden, watering the grass around it. It was the only thing that I had that reminded me of my mother. I don't remember her face, but I remember her thimbles gleaming under the lamp when she sewed the doll for me. Grandpa turned it into a sprinkler without a single word to me, as though the doll was always meant to do that. The children who grew up with me all have similar stories. You were Grandpa's best friend, you know that. To the founding father of the Federation, there are only new things in Colombia, the youngest nation on Terra, rising out of frontiers. The only reason the old things to stay is to be used for pioneering. It didn't matter if we were Victorian immigrants or Gaulish refugees, whether we were children or debtors or criminals. Grandpa wanted us to become the children of Colombia, become Celine's. That was the only reason for our existence. However, that's exactly why I can't accept what's happening right now and take it for granted. What do you mean? I can't begin to imagine what you experienced in the long course of history. The Maylander Foundation, the president, the vice president, they'll have more things to think about. I've seen the analysis on Casimirzian power armor. They've reverse engineered the technology of the Gaulish Vanguard, achieving results that surpass the transmitter using the flesh and blood of knights. I've read the textbook of Lathanian basic arts tactics courses. It will not be a surprise if in a decade every citizen of Lathanian is a soldier, as is the case for Laterano. I can understand why Maylander thinks Colombia is falling behind and how a timely arms race could bring us back on the right track. Judging by the standards that Grandpa taught me so many times, there is nothing more efficient. From the perspective of national development, it's not that I don't understand these fallacies. Indeed, if I was asked to deal with these problems, I would draw a blank and I would be able to do little else but cry. But I just can't take it for granted, not now. If orphans like us, who had nowhere to go, could all become children of Colombia, then why should a mother who walked 1,000 miles in search of her daughter, a merchant who put everything on the line so that his wife would not be hounded by creditors and testers who are simply trying to earn a living, why should they be sacrificed for the sake of Colombia's progress? Our job is to make people forget, but this time you decided to pay a price for Colombia's progress. You shouldn't be allowed to forget. You should remember the lives and dreams that were part of the sacrifice. Don't think of it as no big deal. As she gazes at the indistinct figure within the winding branches, the figure of her mother, Vela's limbs have been replaced by gray white branches, bark climbing up her clothes, and skin like scales printing countless indistinct visages. The glowing resin pours down like waterfall, obscuring her face. Many desperate hands reach out from within, clutching her throat like clutching at straws. Both the tree and the person within seems almost unrecognizable. There is only one thing that Nasty can be sure of. This was not a natural occurrence. You merge with the tree. Falling, I see your road back falling, collapsing. I must make sure you can go home. My incantation could not reach the broken path, but the roots of this roosting tree will. I harmed it. Sarkas, unravel. Nasty's incantation goes unanswered. The tree's design was based on the grammar of the Banshees. It remains flawed in many ways, but it has never before rejected my incantation yet now. Branches continue to spread around Vela, dragging her floating silhouette towards Nasty bit by bit. Please, Vela, stop. Let me analyze what's happened to you. Nasty's plea goes unanswered too. All Vela does is ask questions in an urgent, trembling voice. There's no misstable pulpit outside the valley. How do you polish your feather horns? Nasty. Never taught you incantations, but it looks like you've learned it on your own. A kind of imitation. How did you? In your bone pen, your... That's not important, Vela. What I need to know is what happened to you here. Not important. Vela is suddenly silent, and the creeping branches come to a standstill. An instant later, they start to spread in the opposite direction, encroaching upon what is left of Vela. The fusion is progressing. This roosting tree has shared your memories with me, where you went, what you did. It can share more important things. I saw you dig for answers in the Great Library of the Lich for days and nights. You ruined your eyesight, but the curmudgeon Vermont kicked you out in the end. I should have told him that you were never a foolish child. It was because of me. I saw you bind your horns and attach foul beast feathers to them every day just to sneak into the city of the Sancta to find food. But it was bad for your horns. That's why the one on the right stopped growing, isn't it? I saw you sleep on metal scaffolds where there were no leaves to give you shade. You didn't build a treehouse either. You just used a simple metal plate. How could anyone sleep like that? You get sick. Nasty listens to her go on and on. The voice is distorted, barely recognizable, but the words of concern are familiar. Vela used to say these things when they lived in Convalis. Nasty realizes that she's not looking at a problem that needs to be solved, nor a patient who needs to be treated. She's looking at a worried mother who needs to be understood. Nasty lowers her bone pen. Byrne told me how you looked like when she found you. There were burns from arts, holes from bullets, and gashes from sandstorms all over you. You walked the path that I once did, only harder and more painfully. You could have died. You should have stayed in Convalis. There was nothing more I could do for the valley, for La Carameline, and for the children. You've already done so much. The lies you weaved for the sake of all of the Banshees. I knew it, they couldn't fool you. I began to sense that something was off soon after you brought me to the Convalis. I've kept the lie going for 200 years. This is my greatest achievement as custodian of the valley and my greatest sin. 200 years? Do you mean that war? Yes. The king of Sarkas at the time was old and foolish. It was not just the royal courts. Even outsiders thought they could turn him into a puppet and thus control all Sarkas. It was already a bad year. Catastrophe raked the land once, then the Alliance guns raked it again. The green feline appeared on the horizon, leading a wall of steel that stretched as far as the eye could see, which were the Steam Knights, which were the Spire Casters, and which were the Vogue Vanguard. I couldn't tell. I don't know when they learned to build ships of steel and tubes that breathe fire. All I remember is that the towering Wendigos could only whimper as they were crushed beneath the ships, and our kin fell burning from the sky like broken kites. No one who heard the wailing that day. Would ever forget it. Wailing of the Banshee. We couldn't tell if we were delivering death or delivering the deed. All we could do was wail and howl, hardly able to put together a single coherent elegy. There were less than 1,000 of us left when the Allied forces withdrew from Castel. Half of us lost our voices. Because of our nature, the Banshees have never missed a single war of the Sarkas, but such losses were unprecedented. I survived by sheer chance and left the blood-soaked land of sorrows, trying to find a place where life still remained. The Convalis. The Convalis, the vast mist lake, separates it from the outside. The season came to a still in the Golden Woods. It is a quiet place, one that seemed like it didn't belong to the Sarkas. There was nothing that shouldn't belong to Sarkas. Yes, we believed it at the time, me, La Carameline, and the new king chosen by the crown. We believed in a new life for the Sarkas. La Carameline and I took our remaining kin to the Convalis, built a dock by Mist Lake, and built our court in the forest. For the first time, we added symbols of life into the song of the Banshee, guided the trees bear rich fruit, and the vines to weave themselves into bridges with incantations. For the first time, the Banshees settled in a single place. They no longer had to sleep with only the night sky as their blanket, traveling from one death to another. But tokens from outside soon came flying in like snowflakes. Tokens announcing death. Yes. Not even Theresa and Theresis could solve the problems left behind by war overnight. Yes, death lingers long after the smoke has cleared. We made dried fruit out of the first harvest. It was barely enough for a few hundred banshees to make it through the coldest month of winter. But the tokens in my room, the murky blood crystals of the vampires, tattered shrouds of the Naxxerers, the shriveled rosen hearts of the Dejaj become, they soon piled higher, much higher than our dried fruit. I knew that if we went out to deliver the dead at that time, we would return to our old path. The catalyst for change was one with the lives of thousands upon thousands in war, so you made a choice on behalf of all banshees. I made the choice. I convinced La Carameline. I concealed all the tokens announcing death coming from outside. Occasionally a banshee might leave the Convalis to deliver a kin, but I chose the people carefully and sparingly. La Carameline faced much criticism outside. For a long time, we believed that we could cast aside our nature and lead a different life. If the Banshees could do it, so could all Sarkas. Even if the price was that the owners of the tokens would never find their way to the myriad souls, even the price was that the Banshees, having violated their nature, are swallowed by a lifetime of emptiness, destined to endure a long and painful journey of forgetting upon their deathbed. 200 years passed, 200 years we had endured until I met you. That's why I had to leave. How many deaths did you tell the others about each month? More people die in Castel every day. You could fool the others, but you knew that I knew from the beginning. La Carameline was right. You were too smart and you grew up in Castel. I could not have fooled you. But I hoped you could live in the Convalis. Not just because your mother was one of the many thousand souls that I turned a blind eye to. Not just because I owed you a happy childhood for failing to respond to the last wish in time. But also because I hoped that the Convalis, with the sanctuary that was built in the hope of seeking new life for the Sarkas, would at least be able to take in a child from outside after 200 years. I took the child who was most likely to expose my lie in as my daughter. You carefully kept me away from other banshees. Ultimately, your hopes for the Convalis fell through. I made many mistakes in my life, but there's none that I regret more than your departure. You were always a smart girl. I've thought about it many times, that if I told you the truth about things, you would have understood and played along whatsoever. If that was the case, then perhaps you wouldn't have. No, I would have left regardless. I remember the day we parted. You called out to me. I didn't turn around, but I looked down at the water. There was no wind on Mist Lake that day. The boat sailed across the water like a knife cutting through a piece of paper. I saw your face clearly, reflected in the still water. You wept when I said I was leaving, but let out a sigh of relief, so small, so imperceptible, that perhaps you didn't even notice it yourself. Deep down, you wanted me to leave, didn't you? We were co-conspirators in departing. Haven't you realized that, Vela? It is the Convalis, not me, that is truly your daughter. You discovered it and trusted the Sarkast's future to it, and built it with pavilions and boats, fruits and cakes. Your love for it grew as time passed. There were two reasons why you brought me back to the Convalis: to make amends for the price you paid for it, and to verify whether it has grown the way you hoped it would. My departure brought relief because the one who could expose the fragile lie that ties the Convalis together left. But my departure also brought anguish because it proved that the valley could not carry the burden you hoped it would, even after 200 years. It was too fragile to accept a child who grew up in Castell, much less become the future abode of all Sarkas. Nasty, don't. Do you know the answer, Vela? You left the Convalis, came here and merged with this tree, which is like the roosting tree, yet different. Did you do it for me, for yourself, or simply out of obsession? What are you running from, Vela? Are you running from death, from the failure of the Convalis, or from the fact that you are dying and there is nothing else you can do for the Convalis' failure? Tell me, help me understand, and put an end to this error. Ah. Okay, let me see here.
Let's go!
Okay, so tooth there we could do.
I'm here to help.
Real estate question. This wonderful
I have to get serious now.
apple pie with char siu!
You lot stay up with us and dead anyway. We're counting on you again today, little apple.
Oh, yep, there she is.
Point where I'm cleaning up. Whew, almost. I have to get serious now.
Actually, hold on. Remove this. Remove that. Actually, it's here. There we go. I'm sorry. What is it doing? Oh God.
I've been plenty
I knew you'd come scratching! Gospel!
Got my bolts. I'm hearing movement.
Oh wait, where's it going?
Got my bolts kitted. Oh, I should try adding a jet engine next time.
I knew you'd come scratch, guys!
Target eliminated.
Oh, okay, there's an arcade. Oh, I'm sorry. What's happening? I'm sorry. What's happening?
I'm in position. Target assigned. Point where I'm cleaning up.
Cool, okay. I'm a little worried about over here.
It's
here. It's fine, okay. Bro. Oh boy, okay. So if all the balloons go, then so do the platforms. Okay, holy crap, man. What is that?
Go ahead. Target eliminated.
Point where I'm cleaning up. Point where I'm cleaning up.
ドクターと私ドクターと人形はかりそめの命を宿す
Okay, not gonna lie, this was pretty easy. I got it out. This boss was pretty easy, not gonna lie. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. Hold on. Alright, I'm back. Okay. No sudden moves. You know, I'm not sure we can talk, I'm sure we can talk about this like reasonable people. Outriders are here. Shut them in the lower level jail. We'll hand them to the course when we arrive in DC. It's almost time to double check your parachutes unless you want to end up in a puddle. What? Did someone press the detonate button early? Impossible, we're less than a kilometer from the district. Wait, the government buildings are getting smaller. We're moving away from the capital? Looks like events are moving faster than your plans can catch up, aren't they? You never intended to stop the explosion. You were just stalling for time for the plate to turn. You'd think we had the means to go toe-to-toe with well-trained units. Events moving faster than the plans can catch up. Change of plans. Lower level evacuate by the plan routes. Upper level protect the civilians around you and prepare the parachutes. Point 0 detonate. What's going on? The broadcast has gone dark. Are the screens outside getting signal? You're still thinking about the broadcast? Didn't you hear the Emergency Management Council's evacuation warning? A serious accident has occurred in the levitation layer. All floating facilities will fall from the sky in less than 10 minutes. Hurry up and get yourself to the emergency shelters. Fall from the sky? Oakley looks up to see hundreds of floating pods turn into fireballs in the sky, marring this clear sky with smoke and ash. Without the gentle touch of sunlight, the cloud-like pods turn back into chunks of metal crashing down on the lower levels. Look out! That was a close call, thanks. You're a tester? Which company? I don't remember you. Now is not the time for introductions, Oakley. The streets are exposed. You risk getting hit by falling debris. You should go into an emergency shelter quickly. Alright. Falling. Tumbling down. Fern's heart is beating so hard, she feels like it might escape her ribcage at any moment. She tries her best to control her breathing, the straps on the sides of the helmet slap her face, inflicting just enough pain to fend off the fear of falling. In an instant, the signal from the detonator travels to the connected conduits, igniting all the floating facilities at the same time. Fern leaps from platform 7 before it loses all power. Damn! The falling pod streaks past Fern like a black meteor. The bright colored paint is burned off. The advertisement has burned off the advertisements, and melted cables flail in the air, giving off a bitter smell of tar. The whole levitation layer sweeps meekly in the air like a deflated balloon. Luckily, Sissy Beast one boot beach brella. Lucky Beast, yeah, yeah, whatever. Oh no, wait. It said Lucky Sissy Beast one boot beach brella. Fern watches these company logos fall together with her. Now that is a scene that rivals Sunset in the beach wasteland, she thinks. Hold a parachute, Fern. Oops, almost forgot. The updraft lifts the feline slender frame. The parachutes come together to form a massive cloud. Did we do it? The people on the ground don't know what's happening. It must be a shock for them to see their investments and products turn to ash. You're safe, at least. The pieces of the levitation layer would have fallen on top of their heads if the plate didn't turn around. Besides, they'll never find out that they were scheming and plotting to stop them from dreaming. Where do we go next? You could certainly go back to Northville to see your wife. Sure, what about after that? After that? Let's just talk about when we get back to standing on terra firma and looking up at the sky. The light of burning fire illuminates the people's faces, and there's little regret in their hearts as they gaze upon Propeller Paradise, now beyond recognition. The remains of Propeller Paradise are scattered across the barren lands between the district and the plate, like gifts that have been returned. Fern closes her eyes in relaxation as she comes back down to Earth with Paradise. The elderly banshee said her kin were like brothers, like broken kites that were like broken kites as they fell burning from the sky in that war from 200 years ago. Now, though she is like a kite that has too many strings attached, the branches and roots tugging at her as she floats in midair. A kite nothing could ever ruin as she had wished. The roosting tree, that was the name I gave it. I built huts beneath it and made it the abode of every banshee. But all I felt was fear when Lakara Maline brought me to its roots. It was like a great void that could not be illuminated by the moons, by candles, or by fireflies. It was still and silent, sucking away my memory a little bit at a time. I could smell decay in the darkness, a decay that we could not reverse, not even the children of soil and stone could. It was a constant reminder of how pathetic the Convalis was. At the very end, Lady Theresa and Lady Theresis found a future for the Sarkas through war and death. Meanwhile, Apheniel continues seeking a new future for the Banshees. But me and my valley, it is nothing more than a failed sanctuary that quietly awaits death, and there's nothing more I can do for it. So you ran away from the roosting tree, ran away from death. Why here, though? Ever outside the Convalis was the same, gray and chaotic, impossible to navigate. There was only one path that I remembered, those unfamiliar names that you said, Lithanian, Laterano, Columbia. I followed the names, followed your scent, not knowing to what end the path lead and what I would do there. I just didn't want the tree to turn me into an empty husk. But you chose to go into another tree. I was filled with sorrow when I saw that you planted another roosting tree here. When I felt the spread of decay, I thought you were going to repeat our mistakes. Even if we couldn't save the Convalis roosting tree, I wanted to do something for this one. Even if all I could do was stay its decay and save you from sorrow for a while. But when I saw it with my own eyes, I realized there was nothing I could do for it, but it could save me. The roosting tree only takes memories, but this one shares. It shares the story of the Convalis and of your journey, and makes me feel that I'm alive. I'm sorry, Nasty. I had fused with the tree before I stopped the path from collapsing. Once again, I deceived you. That's why you're so lucid. That's why the tree rejects my incantations. You rewrote its grammar and changed its operating logic. It keeps you alive and you keep it running, even though neither of you are what you used to be. You're like a program that relies on a bug to keep running. Bug program. Like a withered tree that relies on a parasitic vine to remain standing. It's not so bad, is it? If this can keep me from withering, then I finally done something useful for you, for the Banshees, for the Starcast. I can bring it back to Convalis, bring you back. That would be pointless. Why? Why is the tree not responding to me? That means it's working. The outer casing of the device Nasty's carrying on her belt falls away with cracked paper. Tapes pour out, laying themselves out around her as though following an invisible blueprint, forming an elaborate and organized framework. The tapes are filled with tiny holes that represent incantations coming together to build Nasty's unique language and safeguard her unique rules, rejecting the anarchic spread of the branches. I said I must understand before I could put an end to this error. Now I do. Nasty raises her pen and writes down a function in incantation. Reconstruct. No, the memories that the tree shared with me, they're disappearing. Nasty, what are you doing? Wiping the preloaded data in the tree, all that is shared with you was only temporary data for experimentation. I know that you don't want to forget, but what you truly want to remember and retain are not these hodgepodge data put together for experiments. Even if it's so, please don't make the last thing I see be the sight of you destroying your life's work. You've walked such a long road and suffered so much for it. To you, the Convalis was your life's work, but I've never had one. I have a goal. This tree is the means to it. My judgment of it is not based on how much I committed to it, only whether it can achieve my goal. You hope that fusing with it would keep it from withering, but not withering won't make it any more useful. Just like the roosting tree of the Convalis. I don't want to be cruel, but the roosting tree never truly consoled the dying. It is no more than simple wait, how do you say that word again? Phoebe tree? Yeah. Bent under the weight of incantations. It's native to the genus Phoebopsis in the family of Targangles. Cimarope, yeah, whatever. And its wood is commonly used for buildings in southeast Terra. I had an elf colleague verify its nature after I joined Ryan Lab. It became the roosting tree of the Convalis because he saw it as a symbol and mourned its change. It has withered because it has reached the end of its natural lifespan. That is all? Even the colors of that run through its branches is merely the result of exposure to incantations over the years. I don't remember how it used to look anymore. But Nasty, if it's truly so, why does your tree look so much like the roosting tree? Because it reminds me of you, just as you think of me. Do you know why I planted this tree? I remember the day we parted. You were calling to me, but I didn't turn back because some words can no longer be said once you see the other person's face, but I couldn't help but look at your face reflected in the water. I wanted to remember how you looked. New tears flow across the lines made by old ones as though it was a picture of your face. I spent more than a decade with you in the Convalesce, never saw you without tear marks on your face. Life in the valley was good. I would have chosen the Convalesce over Castell every time, 100 times over, but Bela. Was there a single moment that you weren't in pain over the course of your 200 years in Convalesce? At first, I thought I could wipe away your tears and make you smile with simple methods. You spent a whole day wiping my face with Miss Staple Pulp. It was only later that I learned why you were in pain. The source of your pain was the decision to lie. The kin who suffered because they defied their nature, the kindred who could not return to myriad souls because there was no one to deliver them, they were the source of your pain. To solve your problems, I must solve the problems of the Banshees, the problems of the Sarkas. The answer lies outside the Convalesce, outside Castell, and in a place that I don't know. As I indulged such fantasies, I saw you and I sailed in the sky, the reflected sky. It was calm, windless day, but suddenly the water rippled without warning, wiping away the eternal tear marks on your face. You almost looked like you were smiling. And so I began to think about the sky whenever I thought about how to make you smile. Perhaps. The sky is where we can find our sanctuary and abode for our souls. The Sarkas' promised land could also be in the sky. All the things you did, this tree in the sky. That's where it all began. Access security camera image. Fallen like a broken kite. Looks like Maylander successfully carried out their plan. The entire capital will bear witness to the fall of Propeller Paradise. But the tremors came from the ground plate. Did Gordon? Will we fall too? Not sure. I've done the fusion and reset the tree, restoring it to an operable state, but the tree itself is not yet complete. At least save yourself, Nasty. 3 years ago, Efenio added a condition to my hypothesis. When he delivered the myriad souls 2 years ago, a friend split the sky and showed me the path to the future. But I'm still one step away from the answer. What is to come will depend on whether we find it. We're in the sky, but I don't see the answer. Everything has fallen, the sky is empty. Yes, sky has always been empty. It is we who must fill it. For you, Vela, I don't think the answer is in the sky. It's in you. I can hear the roars, the hatred, the cries that surround you. The kin I delivered or failed to deliver vampires, Naxxarars, the Jaj, and the Banshees. I have wiped all the preloaded temporary experiment data from the tree. It's your own frustration, rage, and sorrow that binds you now, like every Banshee that you sent away the last 200 years, like every Sarkas that returned to the myriad souls since the beginning of time. That is why our people are made empty by painful oblivion. That is why the myriad souls are always roaring, always angry, always wailing. But if we leave behind residues of information in death, and the myriad souls are merely the collective of such residues, why shouldn't it be joy and song that remains? Does our nature prevent it? No, to process residues of information built server. If coverage on the ground isn't enough, raise it into the sky, not just sanctuary for the living. The tree will become the abode for the departed as well. This time, however, we decided that we'd leave behind. Perhaps it wasn't function that the tree was missing. It was command, a decision, a sincere wish. Tell me the answer, Vela. What is it that you truly want to leave behind? The tree, I will preserve that memory for you. Oblivion will never claim what you want to leave behind. I don't know, you don't know. At first, I just wanted to save our kin from pain and from anger, from sorrow. But I no longer know how that can be achieved. If neither the Convalis or nor the Roosting Tree can accomplish it, is there any meaning to leaving anything behind? Vela. Nasty wanted to do something, to say something, but no sound comes from her lips. She is normally not one to deal with hypotheticals, but she could not help but think if she finished the tree and looked and took her people to the sanctuary in the sky sooner. Would her mother have had a comforting memory to cling to? Hundreds of pots fall burning from the sky like black meteors, like heavy raindrops, like broken kites. Mother and daughter gaze at each other silently as they hoped it would make this moment in eternity. No, you were never one to stop walking, Nasty. Once you've decided on the path, you'll see it through to the end. Don't stop now. Don't let me take away the meaning of what you've accomplished. My life may have had no meaning, but there must be some meaning to all that you've done. If this tree is the new abode for the souls of the Sarcast, then let me be its first denizen. I gave you a home 20 years ago, and now you've given me one. When the children stand around the tree to listen to its voice, I want it to be your laughter that they hear, not your weeping. And I want you to remember your smile when I think of you. Nasty, my child. I've had good memories that made me smile. I remember it was. She cannot finish a sentence. Half a year has passed since she realized that she was beginning to forget and fled her hut under the roosting tree, following Nasty's trail all the way to Columbia. A journey far too long for a dying banshee. It was not the reunion that she had hoped for, but as the obsession that carried her to this point falls apart, death has finally caught up to her. Countless scenes fade from Vela's memories and become more vivid before Nasty's eyes. The banshee ore lies still in her hands. She hears a lament. The king who painted the same dream with her has passed in a faraway place that she cannot see. The banshee stands still beneath the roosting tree. She spent 3 months witnessing her kin fall victim to oblivion and become an empty husk. The price they paid for her lies, and there was nothing she could do about it. The banshee kneels still on the floor of a dilapidated house. She promised to deliver a gargoyle and help her who helped her in the past, but all that was left was the tip of a petrified tail. Banshee's sorrow and regrets are infinite, flowing past Nasty like a river without end. After all of these memories have faded, there is one last thing that's left, one tiny brief fragment. The Banshee is putting a child to bed, a girl whom she brought back to the Convalis. Her eyes are filled with fatigue as she looks at her old friend, but all she could talk about was how lovely the child is. She used to be a child once. She opens her eyes and sees this land for the first time. She does not know whether it is good or bad. But now she can see that she is smiling. Time passes through the Banshee like the wind across the surface of Mist Lake, leaving nothing behind. Vela fades away into the sky. A leaf gently drifts down. I'll catch you and remember you, Mother. As he catches the leaf gently as her mother once picked a leaf from the tree for her. One does not need a bone whistle to accompany a smile. After a long silence, she blows a tune with the leaf. Like threads, the notes weave the gentlest incantation that she has ever weaved. Be at peace. I'd like to make a bet with you, Miss Wilson. How many sky stocks do you think young Pavard, that honest, sincere secretary of mine, will go and buy once he delivers the balloons? 0, the end of the line at the stock exchange was 2 blocks away when it came. The last time I saw this level of excitement in the district was when the Department of Defense decided to send troops to Bolivar. I still have one of those goddess hats in my office. People went into the streets wearing those hats, shouting slogans and turning the veins of the DC green. I haven't seen those hats in a long time. No one wants the taxes turned into guns, not since Robert McKesson and his feat of saving Bolivar from the Bolivarians became the butt of evening radio's jokes. Everybody wears a propeller on their heads now. A blue propeller hat that spins. It's awfully noisy, to tell the truth. Here, there's a new version that automatically plays that rock song every Colombian knows when the propeller spins. I grew up listening to Terra Bless Us and Cityway 66. I once thought that the song of our time would be Good Night Arc 01. Turns out it would be Good Night Kristen Wright. The obsession that Colombians have the future will never change, but the one they're following seems to have changed while we weren't looking. Kristen never intended to become an idol. The Department of Defense never intended to become a joke. It never occurred to any of us when we raised a glass to the failure of the DOD that it wouldn't be just the DOD who loses credibility. The people listening to late night radio over a pot of mac and cheese don't differentiate between the DOD, Congress, or the cabinet after all. As you said yourself, these days the masses seem more willing to take inspiration from legend or miracle. Sometimes, however, we need to turn their gaze back to the soil that nurtures miracles. Back to Colombia. Finally, we lay our eyes on Propeller Paradise. Not a day has passed that we don't think about it ever since that fateful night 2 years ago. This synchronized aerial turn that we just witnessed is a testament to the skill of our test pilots, even in times of peace. Now Propeller Paradise reveals its miracle to us. It's this wonderful spectacle of the Colombian dream, demonstrating that, declaring that, it has blown up. Yep. Silence. Every media outlet, every channel, voices rich or coarse or sharp or warm, all fall silent at the same time. The entrepreneurs, investors on the streets along the thousands upon thousands of ordinary people fall silent too. For a few minutes, the only sound in Max DC is the sound of their propeller hats. The rustling sound they make, like falling leaves, is the only accompaniment to the spectacular disaster witnessed by millions in the capital. Turn their gaze back to the soil that nurtures miracle. Back to Colombia. A terrorist attack. A premeditated act of terror. Investigators confirmed that the explosion was caused by a batch of arts weapons smuggled in disguise as general parts. The weapons can be traced to numerous from nations, including Hazimirs, which has long since abandoned their ways of chivalry, and Lithuanian, the ancient nation of casters, have used their despicable tricks against us. The voice of progress falls silent today. It is the darkest day in Colombia's 80 years of history. The nation is waiting for me to speak. I should tell them they have destroyed more than just an exhibition. They have destroyed the hopes and dreams that every Colombian entrusted to it. We should tell them the shameless, heinous act was committed by those who envy our splendor, trying to make our people timid and afraid. I should tell them they're doomed to fail, but they're doomed to fail. Colombia will never be defeated. No conspiracy can stop the lamp and star from shining bright in the west. And then Colombians will eagerly turn their taxes into guns again. Everything that they fervently devoted to Propeller Paradise, all those sky stocks and spinning propeller hats, will turn into shields and swords. When the smoke clears, the empty sky will be more inflammatory than any speech. The winds on the wilderness of Colombia have never stopped, mercilessly blowing away the smoke and cloud that surround Propeller Paradise. The sky feels even emptier than before. After all, things bright and beautiful have fallen, but it's not entirely empty. This is still playing tricks on my eyes. I see it as well as you do, Mr. Vice President, as do millions of people here in DC. Floating platforms supporting by a complicated system of massive hot air balloons. And propellers have fallen, floating labs of many shapes and sizes have fallen. The ropeway system that connected the levitation layer has fallen, along with hundreds of pods. The saucer-shaped tower that linked the ground and the sky has fallen along with the elevator that it supports. Only one thing rises through the clouds into the bright skies of Columbia. Message from Mainlander, sir. Propeller Paradise has stopped moving toward the capital and is now headed for the southeastern border, accelerating. Mainlander believes they are trying to escape Columbia, which would be an act of treason. Mechanized units on the border are moving to cut off Propeller Paradise's potential routes. More importantly, the unknown object in the sky has already been locked on by our defensive artillery deployed along the district's route. With your speech about to begin, they want to hear how you define it. The Department of Defense recommends opening fire immediately and sticking with the current narrative. Mainlander has raised the possibility of conveying a different message through the survival of this facility, but they also note the risks of doing so. The facility was created by Orion Lab after all. Before they do anything, I would like to get a good look at this thing myself. A tree. A tree? A tree. Yep. Ryan certainly has style, doesn't it? Tree-shaped facility. Do you know what it is? I have no idea. I suppose I'm just here to lighten the mood while you vent about Ryan. Well, it doesn't matter. What it is will soon stop mattering to the people, just like the balloon that couldn't fly. In the DoD's game, it will become an infant slaughtered by knights, an envoy killed by the Witch King. Its fall will drive the rise of the people's wrath. In Mainlander's proposal, it will become the next symbol of the Colombian spirit, its silhouette printed on every hat that leaves the factories for the next decade. As so, all I see is a tree. You see those foul beasts brushing their feathers and honing their beaks. They've accepted that it's a tree. A tree that they can roost on. A tree rising from the wounds of Colombia. How should people understand it? They don't have to. Just as you didn't need to understand the mobile mining platform on the wilderness that you skipped classes to watch when you were young. Did you know it was carrying a group of ambitious pioneers or desperate debtors? Did it return with a full load of riches, or was it simply drifting aimlessly? All I know is that I really didn't want to take a test that day, and the mining platform happened to be chasing the setting sun. Mining platform chasing the setting sun and a flying tree. They're not so different, are they? What is your position, Mr. Vice President? I'm the Vice President of the Colombian Union. With this position comes responsibility. I can't skip classes to watch a mining platform chase the setting sun, like I used to. Still, that was indeed what made me feel something about the soil of Colombia for the first time. If the sky is the soil that nurtures the future of Colombia, I'm sure there's enough room in it for a flying tree. Nice. Oh, did he get it trimmed? Is it trimmed? I got one other medal. Oh, it is trimmed. Oh, damn. Be defeated by Vela of Convalescence, return to oblivion. I don't think any of them got defeated. I don't think any of them got defeated. Okay, and then there's the epilogue. Most remarkable speech, Mr. Vice President. People were moved to tears, even in Ryan Lounge. I didn't think I would move the most eccentric, most maverick scientist of Colombia. But I've received enough flowers, banners, strongly worded letters of support, and soldier figures painted in my likeness over the last few hours. Not from Ryan. Just for better, I suppose, let's get back to the topic at hand. How should we define that tree floating in the sky from a scientific perspective? If you really want to know how the scientific principles behind it, I could spend the whole afternoon explaining how its roots will spread across the land and its branches and leaves across the sky. From a scientific perspective, however, all you need to know is that when it's fully grown, it will be able to collect energy and information from across Colombia and process it centrally. You mean an energy wheel like the SHAFT, but on a national scale. In the server to bi-directional to boot, the roots and branches go both ways, not only from the ground to the sky, but also from the sky to the ground. No need to force yourself to understand these things. You can zone out the way you did when you visited our Trimount's headquarters. It was our words that saved the tree when dozens of guns from the Department of Defense and hundreds of cameras from mainlander media were pointed at it. Miss Wilson's words were truly tugged at the heartstrings. Even an old man like me couldn't help but think back to the wild days of youth. I see. And there I was thinking that it was because you didn't want to give away the chance to define the tree to mainlander or the Department of Defense. An exhibition speech, sky fever, and patriotism have made you the overwhelming darling of public opinion over the other candidates in the span of just a few hours. But have you thought about the future you would need to paint in order to not let your supporters down? Or was it always your plan to improve your speech? You know about the understanding between Kristen and the Department of Defense. Kristen would build Ark-01, and it was none of Ryan's business who the DoD used it against. Since I already have the authority to find this tree, I don't suppose it would have broken through the star pod before everyone's eyes. If it didn't discuss with Ryan when defining it. Of course, you don't have to discuss with anyone, be it Nasty, myself, the generals, the lawmakers, or that plushie on your shoulder. I take back what I said about you when I was chatting with my secretary. What do you mean? You're easier to deal with than Kristen. State your demands. Lift the lockdown on Propeller Paradise and allow this escaped plate to return to the capital's route for repairs as to those involved in the accident. Escape, that's not how DC will define what has happened. Researchers who stand on the front lines of Colombian science would never flee in the face of foreign sabotage, would they? Lift the lockdown on Ryan Lab, you know what I'm talking about. You and I should hold an official meeting as soon as possible. You can't ask the government to undo something we haven't done. We've only ever been curious. What can Ryan Lab do? Seriously, is no one sleeping tonight? I should have held some night wilderness tours. You just wouldn't stay still, would you? Even when the plate's broken down. I could say the same about you. You look like a clerk gazing blankly at the sky outside after coming back from vacation. Well, I was scared but excited, but also excited when we started fighting mainlander people. You almost scared me when you tried to bite that agent's finger off. I'm not really an emotional guy. The last time I was so excited, was when I got approved for that Sky loan. The loan shark was showing off levitating devices at the entrance to the local bar. There were so many people watching that they broke the fence. In the end, it wasn't education or economic circumstances that decided who got the loan, but who could fly a drone the highest and furthest, which was how you ended up being the sucker who got scammed into it. That night, I stupidly bragged to my wife, showing off the finger I used to move the control stick and win a chance for the future. It was only a few days later that I realized when there was no battery in the controller at all. Yeah, I should never trust myself when blood gets into my head. But you still charged the blockade with us without a second thought, didn't you? Yeah, now we're like sissy beasts to the slaughter in the wilderness, waiting for the government to decide our future. I feel like an onion thrown into a washing machine, getting layers after layers peeled off in these tides of fevers. Do you want to escape the washing machine, or do you want to be more than a powerless onion? A few years ago, I had an idea while going into the bleached wasteland for the third time. If I sneaked inside with a truckload of pure gold ore and took it through the border checkpoint in broad daylight, Colombians would forget all the terrifying legends in a blink of an eye and begin another great expansion, and it wouldn't be much different from what we're going through. Even if it began with a bored tour guide rather than a scientist who split the sky, even if it was a hoax rather than a milestone. Ah, man, we always try to see new possibilities inside the door and mark it impossible to escape the laws of common sense that seems to have no end, to go somewhere else and live a different life. You, me, and hundreds of Propeller Paradise testers, even the Ryan researcher's assistant Sky, were all the same. The onion can't get out of the washing machine. We can't, but we can remember why we chose to go outside. If the government doesn't hang us all for treason tonight, I want to stay on Propeller Paradise, run Lucky 60 Bees, and pay my debts. Can you deliver a letter to my wife? I don't really trust regular messengers. Now, would you like to join Fern's tours? I could deliver you. I don't believe it. There can't be a single scientist on Terra like you. How did you meet Gustav? Did you know about this? Did you know about his and Maylander's plan? Shame I never actually got to teach him a lesson. The old fox ran off with Maylander's people after the levitation layer fell. He was taken away in handcuffs. Handcuffs. He wanted me to take the fall for Propeller Paradise, but he's the one who ends up going down. Good. You've been sitting here the whole day with those pliers and hammers. What are you studying? I'm preparing for a journey. The Karanta gestures to the bottom of his shoe. Only then does Gordon realize that the sound that the Karanta makes when walking does not come from his shoes. A piece of crescent-shaped metal nailed to your feet, doesn't it hurt? No, feet are more trustworthy than shoes in treacherous terrain, such as the swamps of Sargon, the ice fields of Sami, and the barren lands of Columbia. So you don't plan on hiding your identity from me. My role is insignificant in this entire event. I simply came to help a friend and made a new friend along the way. I do hate free spirits. You have enough experience to be my travel companion, but you won't do it. ATAO's gonna be purged after this incident. Why should I go back when the old fox no longer has any influence? Besides, you recognize everything in my collection room. I'll always be inferior to you if I travel with you. I'll make a good use of all ATAO and resources available to me. You won't recognize 5-4 the next time you see it. I look forward to it. Is there any place you haven't been, like beyond the star pod, I guess? There are many paths that no one has trodden before. If there indeed comes a day when humanity stands among the clouds, I will continue to cast my gaze to the land. I saw you coming this time, Mercia. It's rare to see you not burying your head in work. Are you waiting for someone? What about you? Your colleagues already pulled out of Propeller Paradise before the sun had set. Now the rule of secretaries, you have to be the last one to leave. Just ran into a bit of trouble when packing. Hover. Oh, thank you. I was wondering how I would get them down there. Yet you chose the most scenic route, one that would take you around the tree. I wanted to see the final resting place of Vela, your mother. Her epitaph is the leaves that grow upon it. Look up on your way out. She might have the wind carry one to you if she still remembers you. You're not angry that I used Vela to complete Maylander's mission. You also defied Maylander's orders in order to help her. If it's to prison that you go from here, I would not consider a shining example of Colombian justice. No need to worry about that. The Tin Man once decorated himself with drone parts that Mr. Celine discarded. Usefulness is not the only standard that he uses to judge. And this little rebellion won't be either. I think that's the one you were waiting for. I'll take my leave then. Give me the parameter sky. Transmission complete, nothing out of the ordinary. The tree is in great shape, but you already know that, don't you? Just making sure the battle didn't wreck your brain. The first thing I learned on the streets of Triamount was how to fight. I wouldn't be here at Rhine if a fight or two could wreck my brain. Until I come back, you're in charge of the tree's regular maintenance, any derivative projects, and all that our staff, workers and testers in Propeller Paradise. I need you on top of your game. I got the projects, but the workers and testers, they have been asking what you liked. They wanted to give you a token of their appreciation before you leave. They stayed because of you, Director Lunare. What did you tell them? I don't know. I have no idea what you like other than our work. Take a Starpod Wars stamp to Pit. Tomorrow he'll tell you everyone's personality and interests. Director. The first thing I learned on the Barren Lands was how to deal with people. What do you like then? It's not hard to find out. It's time Go, I'll leave the tree in your hands. Oh, what about the one you were waiting for? He's used to traveling alone, he's probably already left. Left, but we're in the Barrenlands. He'll find a way. Hey, stop, this is Ryan Lab HQ. Visitors need to register over there. Knows you the moment you walked in, hard not to, given the clatter you make when walking. Did you just come back from the Barrenlands or something? At least change your clothes if you want to steal company secrets. Oh, is this guy? What the? Director level access, who are you? I'm sorry, I'll take you upstairs now. The others are waiting for you in the conference room. Thank you. It's this guy, huh? That's the gist of it. The rest of the details are on the slide. Propeller Paradise is stocked with max DC. The district will now proceed to perform repairs and take inventory. Hundreds of tech firms, more than 1,000 research projects on the sky and flight, and some 20 to 30,000 people. It could take months to complete. Fortunately, Saria's negotiation with Jackson was a success, and the Ryan Engineering section will be able to focus on their work at Propeller Paradise. Sky Jagger is in charge until I get back. He's matured a lot. Well, you're actually developing the new guys. Good work, Nasty. Thanks for your help. I would thank you even more if you deleted the photos where you make faces with my appearance. Nah, I don't think so. Say, weren't you gonna tell me about your mom? No. Something's different about you, not sure what exactly, but in a good way. Nasty. Alright, I cried. I came to terms with a few things and strengthened my resolve with a few things, that's all. I didn't leave my lab to watch your little tete-a-tete. You've been a little too committed to science lately, Ferdinand. I'm almost starting to miss the days when you were scheming left and right to take over the company. And why do you think I'm not doing that? I'll ask you to recall that it was my breakthrough in high energy physics that have kept all our sections afloat these past 2 years, ladies. Yeah, sure, thank you for your help. I'm guessing Dorothy didn't come to the meeting because she didn't want to hear you gloat. She went back to Site 359 right after the inquiry. She says she had a few dreams. Girl never looks forward. Saria, Nasty's already sent the experiment results concerning the tree to my mailbox. We're not here only to discuss the Propeller Paradise matter, are we? Of course not. Then who are we waiting for? Perhaps you might be interested in seeing data from the Infi ice field. You're back, Miriam. Finally. Ah. Sorry, it's been a long time since I've been in Colombia. It took me some time to fit my hoop irons. I broke them in on the walk from DC to Trimounts. I'm glad I didn't wait for you on the Propeller Paradise. I had a car that could have taken both of us back to ride together. You know, I never considered that at all. Someone obsessed with searching for death in every corner of Terra would be used to working alone, I figured. It takes 2 people with director level access to activate the core unit of that tree. I had wondered who Saria sent to help Nasty. The legend is already a pile of bones in the wilderness. The media questions if the director of Ryan's scientific investigation section even exists. They're definitely no better choice, but who want to know who arranged it? Justin Jr. He had some investments in Kapat, and no sooner had I left the Infi ice field than he got in touch. He told me to go to Colombia and straight to DC. I got Gustav's invitation soon after Justin Jr. had obviously, let's just say, pulled a few strings. Then why did you... why didn't I come back to Ryan? I found a fragment of that spherical superstructure in the depths of the Infi ice fields. Where the rootless flowers bloom the brightest. You guessed it, yes, it's a structure that Kristen's files mentioned. She said people in the old times called it the Stargate. Oh, the Stargate. Yeah, I'm sure Saria would share the information with you soon. Any more questions, Ferdinand? I thought not. Nothing's changed about how you ask and answer your own questions, Miriam. You've left Ferdinand with nothing left to say. Alright, looks like everyone's here. This meeting is rather overdue. For the past 2 years, all of mainstream Colombian media and tabloids have been the same judgment. The Galleria Stellaria disappeared is a scar upon Starpod and a scar upon Rhine. They've come up with a whole narrative that the cancellation of Rhine's end-of-year cocktail party. Now we're all busy, that's all. Yes, but now we finally have some time. The joint project between engineering and ecological had some unexpected twists and turns. But the final result was a smashing success. Nasty, you're now holding the key to a brand new domain. If we can keep it in our hands. Miriam's discovery in the Infi ice fields has proven beyond all doubt that those strange tales that Kristen collected are indeed based on actual fact. Perhaps it will help us rebuild dialogue with the old era. And Mule's Ice has brought back data from our observation station in your egg. Data that's very interesting or very dangerous. I'm sure you've heard about the events in Bolivar. 20 science teams have gone missing in the Black Flow. Explorers and schemers will be excited there are any developments with that swamp. Ryan should act too. Saria. Magellan is right on her way. The events and phenomena that have unfolded since Kristen's incident indicate that the most well-hidden secrets of Terra will lead to the same answer. It will tell us the reason for Terra's existence and whether it is a disaster or a brave new world waiting for us in the future. Ryan Lab has already made preparations, but that alone is not enough. We must respond to the fear of the unknown and go boldly where no one has gone before. What you said was absolutely correct, Nasty. However, Ryan Lab must be the one to turn that key. Whoa. Of course, we'll have to make up. We'll have a makeup cocktail party. Nice. Hey. What's this, Justin Jr.? A newspaper sample. I would like to think of a title for this article here before it goes to print. Are these scientists gathered to mourn the end of Sky Fever? Or preparing to usher in a new tide of new changes? You sent a screenshot of your communication with your colleagues to the Savior. More appropriate to put it as a DoD-aligned newspaper getting its hands on certain documents that could not be obtained by official means. But I heard your control has already reached an understanding with Jackson concerning Propeller Paradise. Not too thrilled about it, are you? But it won't stop me from making another deal with you. You understand that in the aftermath of the Horizon Arc project, Ryan's lab's credibility with Department of Defense has become roughly the equivalent of Mama John's scratch-off lottery tickets garbage. Which is why I only came to you after Saria reached an understanding with Jackson. In the aftermath of the setback in Bolivar, the failure of the Horizon Arc project, and the Propeller Paradise incident, the Department of Defense's credibility with President Max has become, well, I suppose I should spare you the proverbs. I don't know what exactly our scientists are planning, but I know the value they can create. In this, I'm sure we're in agreement. I'm a businessman and my property is Ryan's business interests. Sounds like I have no reason to refuse. It's a pleasure doing business with you. To be frank with you, I didn't think much of you when Blake recommended you. I'm sure you remember my life story that I just shared, which is a fairly interesting one, if I do say so myself. All you need to do is think of something of fate as for your attitude toward the one who controls its pulse. That's rarely in your hands. Damn, okay. And I guess that's it. Well, we're not done. I gotta like close the stream and then turn it back on to just cut it. Because I'm not going to edit. I'm not gonna do the editing thing. The quickest way is just to like cut it to make 2 separate videos or 2 separate VODs. So anyway,
Reminder.
Hope you enjoyed this Arknight stream. I'll be back in a few minutes. Yeah, I'll be back in like a few minutes or so. A sec. Oh, give me a minute. me to like do all this stuff first. What do you mean? There we go. Okay.
I am.
I don't need too much room.
そこにいるのはカービィ
Let me see here.
機材に触る
I
な
think I did everything that I needed to do.
Friendly
Let's see, we
reminder.
got
You're running
got
out
this
of
thing.
time to boss me
yeah, that's good
around.
enough. Let me see. So we also gotta do. We like claim this stuff. Oh, yeah, he's a playable character, huh?
Want one, Doc? Here, I got a light.
Skybox.
It's
Oh,
just
that's
an
yeah.
original firework, but you ain't seen nothing yet. Got a deal today, and I'll get it to you tomorrow.
Nice. So he was playable. Cool, cool, cool. Oh wait, what does he do? Just got. Oh, okay. He gains 10 ammo for that one. Is he a? Oh, wait, it's Skybreaker. It's a Skybreaker. Oh, he takes off on deployment. Next arrow ammo is when in mid-air. Okay. So yeah, that's a new archetype, right? Okay, so yeah, I'll be back in a few minutes. I just gotta go import some screenshots over to my computer from my phone, and then yeah, we'll be back in just a few minutes. So give me a few minutes. Sounds good. Yep, I'll be back in just a few minutes. So just gonna end the stream right here, and then we're gonna move on to Trick Out Chibi Go. So yep, be back in like about like 5 or 6 minutes. So yeah, I need to head out there by. Okay, no problem, no problem. Next time I see you, it's probably gonna be a month later. So anyway, I'll catch you around when I return, I guess. Luigi, bye.